man was frying. His opponent continues to snap.
I'm freaking frying.
The guy is taking over. He's having a blast.
Optic will drop. Vegas do what seemed to be the impossible. That is unbelievable work right there.
Oh, good. Nice.
This is the highest level of Call of Duty we've seen.
Up in a game 3 and sending LAG packing. LAG now currently in 11th in Miami, as high as top 6 on our leaderboard. Before we jump into the discussions, though, we got to talk about what everyone is talking about on Twitter. Black Ops 6 just got announced. We got a little teaser for it. We get more information on August 28th at COD Next. But Alley Cat, no, it's not. My mic is.
I was going to tell you, but you were talking so loud, I think they might have heard you anyway through our mics. But yes, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 got their announcement today during the Xbox Showcase, and man, am I so excited. But we're going to get more information on multiplayer during Call of Duty Next in August.
Call of Duty just is in such a good place right now. Black Ops 6 looks incredible. Shout out to Treyarch, the team at Activision, Raven, everybody who was a part of it, because it looks so dang good. We got everything that we could have wanted coming out. We're going to learn so much more. Check out the gameplays and stuff on YouTube, because we're in for a special year.
Shout out to our audio wizards who just ran me out a new microphone. Let's talk a little bit about this. How do you guys feel knowing that this is the last qualifier that I'll be on the desk? Because next year I'm going back to casting.
What do you mean you're going back to casting, Chris? We can't lose you.
Revan, Benson, Mr. X, give me a ring. Let's get back in it, Fliz. Let's talk about the big wins yesterday, though, because it wasn't just Miami. Carolina pulled off an upset that we did not see coming after some dominance in Hardpoint. They shocked the LA Thieves with a comeback. Allie was already celebrating. She thought she had the prediction in the bag, but Nameless, your crew came through.
Yeah, Carolina, what an incredible series. Back against the wall. We went over all the stats. They just kept losing in game 5. They couldn't ice up, and when they needed it most, backs against the wall, you're down 4-1. You need to answer the call. They rally back some huge rounds, and then they're in a 2 versus 4 situation. It's none other than Gwyn, who makes a massive play and finds 3. They're able to dominate the hard points and do enough in that game 5 to keep their champs' hopes alive.
And we won't see them again this weekend, but they do go up against Optic Texas in a couple of days, and they've gone to 4 game 5s now. 2 of those are against the top 4, one of those against one of the teams in the top 6. So I'm expecting another banger versus the Green Wall.
Just 1 win, 3 losses. You got Optic coming up, and then you play Heretics in Breach. Carolina trying to control their destiny, not only for a winner's bracket spot at Major 4, but the big fight getting into champs. And if they're going to get there, we need to see more of this. Yeah. Gwyn had another takeover series. He did it in the upset over NYSL. Here he is once again over LA last night.
I mean, just unreal stats across the board, but not only that, with the most game-changing play of the night with the 2-piece on B Street during that invasion, search and destroy. He keeps making plays like that. Gwyn, once again, the Rookie of the Year conversation is so difficult this year.
And we got to zone in here on the champs race. If you are looking at the numbers, 3 teams are currently at 130 points. We have Gorillas just 10 points behind them. And there's only 8 spots for champs, Allie. So currently, if we ended it, Carolina looks like they would have the tiebreaker. But we still have so many more games before we get to that champs
So many
match.
more games. And I have to focus it on the Vegas Legion simply because if you look at the percent of points they get from qualifiers, it's at 77%, meaning they have to find a lot of their W's online as we head towards LAN because they haven't been able to pull out a lot of wins once we hit major time. And their schedule isn't that hard moving forward. They got through the worst of it with 4 more matches to go.
Nameless, how blown was your mind last night when you saw the 3-0 final score for Vegas over Subliners? We knew they could get a win over a top team when they beat Optic, but I don't think anyone saw 3-0 coming.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at their split, I'm like, it'd be a miracle if they come out of that with more than 1 win. They got 2, so they're, over the moon right now. They put in so much work. You know, they come in, they beat Optic, they use that confidence momentum to just thrash the subliners. Like a dominant performance from Attach and Geo, the ARs, putting on a masterclass throughout this series. And if you look at their remaining schedule, none of those matches are difficult, maybe outside the Surge one, if they play like they did the last two matches.
Sib had a monster matchup right before this series, but it was Geo and Attach winning the AR battles. And if you look at the numbers, Geo very much still in the Rookie of the Year conversation. A lot of people forget about him, but his numbers have been consistent up to this point.
I saw a stat, you know, versus the top 4 teams, he's actually 5th overall in the rankings in terms of performing. So he is extremely consistent, and nobody's ever even questioned whether or not that was a good pickup for Legion.
Big win for Legion, puts them right back in the running. And if you're speaking of the teams that are finding success this week, we can't miss out on the Miami discussion. They had a super week in Miami. They had to play 3 matches. Tonight we see them for a 3rd time, but they're coming in already with 20 more points than they started the week, Allie.
Yeah, they started off this week extremely hot, which is what they needed because they weren't able to play with their full team versus Optic Texas the weekend beforehand, and now having to go back to back to back with 2 wins. They're going up against the Toronto Ultra tonight. I think maybe there's some possibility to push this series because Miami Heretics have proven they can beat everybody below them, and pretty handedly so. You can see it on your screen, a 3-1 versus the Minnesota Rocker and a 3-0 versus the LA Gorillas, and it's Real continuing his consistency from LAN to these online performances. But against the top 4 teams, like you can see at the start of the weekend, they haven't been able to pull off a whole lot.
Nameless, I know it's early, but I need the call. You're 2-1 with the win over Rocker, win over Gorillas, lost to Optic. You got Ultra, Raven, Surge, FaZe left. Do they start in the winner's bracket come Burbank Major 4?
It's difficult, but I think because they did get the 3-1 and the 3-0, they just have to win versus either Ravens and Surge, and I think they will get a win between one of those two, if not upset a team like Ultra or FaZe. So I do think the Heretics start in winner's bracket going to the next major. They've just been playing way too good. The narrative about this team, though, is when will they be able to break the hump and beat a top 4 roster?
Yep.
We'll learn soon. If these guys continue to do what they're doing, they will. I mean, their control was the main thing they need to work on, Chris.
Yeah.
These 2 kids dropped 7,000 damage almost on that high rise. They have been unbelievable for this roster and truly hitting their stride.
We caught up with Vikal after the match. He broke down how happy they are down in Florida. Can I ask you about your personal journey? What has it been like as the only mainstay from the Florida Mutineers through the rebrand to the Heretics? How does last year compare to what you're feeling right now?
Oh my God, I love this team, to be honest. I feel like apart from teammates and competitive players, we're just friends. We literally do everything together. We play poker together, we watch movies together, we go to dinner together, we go to Chipotle together before practice. We literally do everything together. We're a unit, and I feel like, I'm just hanging out with my friends every day. I'm playing COD for a living. It just cannot get better, to be honest.
Playing COD for a living and doing a darn good job of it. Vikal, Real, Metals, and Lucky have been on a heater recently. They won 2 LAN matches for the first time at Major 3. Now they're proving to everyone that they could be a threat come Burbank.
That interview was just so incredibly wholesome between Vikal and his teammates, and I hope they can see the continued success for the new Miami Heretics team.
Miami takes on Toronto. That is our Monster Energy matchup at 4:30. But when we come back, Nameless, is it gonna happen again? Is someone wearing purple hair to a major?
Yeah, sure. If LAG win, I might.
Might?
Dye my hair.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in-store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game.
stacks like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Beast in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Five talents empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Welcome back, friends and family. It's time for the first match of the day, which Nameless is honorably putting his hair on the line. Will it turn purple like Ali's did at Major 2?
I'm capping.
Atlanta.
I'll tell you right now,
You're
I'm capping. I'm not tying nothing.
Well, do the beard at least, right?
Maybe
the mustache,
maybe the
All right,
grays.
let's
One
talk-
thing about me is I will never lie.
Let's talk about this matchup. Ali is not lying about what went down last time. It was a Game 5 as a back-to-back search W from the Gorillas. Turned Ali's hair purple. At the same time, they were in the same seed of 11th. No one had faith in them, but they pulled off the improbable. They just got wiped, though, 3-0 by Vegas yesterday.
I'm pretty sure they got wiped right before that matchup again as well. So, you know what, for LAG, if anything, you're going in this match saying, you know, we've beat these guys once before, so maybe that's a little bit of weight off your shoulder. But they need to work on basically everything. They're 2-8 in the last 10 hard points, but they have been close in the last 4 with about 20-point differential, but they're slowly but surely making progress. But the rotations, the fundamentals has not been there for this LAG squad. However, the slaying has been good. Yesterday, we saw it from Diamond Con of old. We saw the Estriel of old. The problem is, though, is the consistency hasn't been there, and they haven't been able to do it all at the same time.
Touch the objective, right, Nameless?
Yeah, straight up. That's all you need to do. But I will also say, Chris, the first 3 maps of the series are set up for an LAG 3-0.
No,
I'll be honest. If there was, but listen, obviously Atlanta FaZe is every favorite, but if there was a universe where they do it, it would be on the 3 maps that we have in the map layout. But let's talk a little bit about Atlanta FaZe because they have been absolutely incredible. They've been working on their search and destroy. They've had some Game 5 burners. It's gone to the very end, but their search and destroy has been looking better in these last couple of series.
And we talked to Celium. He does not mind shooting bodies and dealing with the community blowback. And today, though, Nameless, you said Celium could be on the losing end of an 0-3. The probability is low, but we didn't think that Vegas was going to pull off upsets.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, right, like you got LAG on sub-base, a map that they really like. A narrow loss yesterday, but they've beaten Atlanta FaZe on that map before. And then you got 6-star, a map that Atlanta FaZe needs to work on, 3-2 on it. And then high-rise control. Last time they played, it went to a round 5 in Atlanta's favor, but LAG have 14 reps on it on the season. They love it. So they can come out hot and use that momentum. It's a possibility.
We know LAG does not win online. When they do, it is rare and far between their previous wins. But Ali, if they get it done, is it in a Game 5 again, or do you agree with Nameless? The best chances in a 3-game?
If LAG get it done, I think it does have to be in a 3-game. I think this is kind of a mirror of the Carolina Royal Ravens series where Atlanta FaZe is not respecting the other team and is allowing them to put their best maps in the series. So I'm still going to go Atlanta FaZe because, like Draza said, they can win at literally any point, and I believe them.
Chat says subbase equal DoorDash. I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe, lock it in. Nameless, let's make it 132.
Yeah, I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe as well. I think they still take it.
The fans agree. We're all going based on the stats, but LAG, can you do it again? It's time to find out. We got Shift and Study on the mic. How you guys doing?
Well, we had this matchup last time this happened, so who knows? And I think the thing about it is Map 5 Karachi Search may not be the worst news overall for the LAG team, just due to the fact they won 11 ESJ versus Miami, and it's not a regular playground for Atlanta. So, Jay, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. This is what we talked about kind of at the beginning of the stage. Our top 4 teams are trying out new maps, whereas for the teams that are hunting for points, you're going to get an opportunity to possibly rip some maps away from these guys.
Yeah, and I think Ali called it to perfection on the desk when she said this is basically a mirror series to what Atlanta did versus Carolina. The first 2 maps are heavy in favor of the other team just because Atlanta don't really like to play sub-base. 6-star search and destroy, they are trying to work on it. That's why they continuously are throwing in the series. But the only difference is now, you called it to perfection, my friend, is that game number 5 in Karachi S&D. Atlanta FaZe don't usually play it, so hopefully they're able to answer the call shortly. But more specifically, the Gorillas need to come out swinging.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is also just important to note that Flames was not on the roster last time these two teams had played. Assault was playing with them, so maybe something to be said about what Flames can do versus another top squad here in the CDO late in the season. Fame looking over towards bottom server, gets a pretty decent look at Atlanta, but yeah, this is already better, I'd say, for FaZe overall. They're putting pressure on the P2 side, and they've got some good time happening here on the first hill.
Yeah, if you think about the last time FaZe played this map versus Carolina, they realistically, bigger picture, sort of choked it in that map number 1. So trying to right the wrongs here versus a team in LAG who did tend to struggle a little bit versus Miami. Both the ARs put up a .75, and you can't have that on the map like Subways where all the AR positions are so powerful.
Well, here we go. A little back and forth at the opening and back time of this first hard point, and LAG will not just get a little bit of the scrap time, they do recover the favorite side of the map going over towards P2. So good control here from the Gorillas. Now it's down to receiving the first attempt off a break for FaZe. And they're just waiting for picks at the moment. I mean, you got players up top, up down low, trying to find some sort of an entryway, and with Estriel dropping, here comes the hit for Atlanta.
Yeah, they're all pushing through that front side. You see that now Estriel is going to spawn all the way across the map. Diamond Con is going to be right there alongside with them. So Atlanta FaZe have been able to successfully flip the spawn, just not leading to any hill time so far. As the dynamic duo of Fame and Flames do this bottom comms area, just keeping the hopes and dreams alive for LAG to not give up any time and still contest this to the end.
Yeah, I mean, winning the rotation rather, but losing the time isn't going to feel great, but at least knowing that the spawns had flipped, you mitigate a lot of time that FaZe could have possibly found. It's really just back 20 that Atlanta's going to be able to work with here. And you take a look at the minimap again as we start to look towards rotation. LAG are once again going to be set up first. The BZ decent shots can't quite finish the kill. Good team shots coming through for LAG, and yeah, they're going to hold on to the favorite side just as the second arrow starts to fade away.
Yeah, and it's playing super aggressive through the middle of the map as well, so hopefully someone's going to play a little safe, back up to block that back spawn. But now Atlanta FaZe rallying to the troops to try to push through the front side of Warehouse. They sending 3 players on that side. Draza working the overextension. He gets cut down, and they haven't been able to pass that 50-yard line yet. Every single player from LG who had at least contested them is keeping them away from this hard point.
Yeah. Okay, well, here comes an opportunity for Atlanta. Try to move around the back. Sim able to find the first shots there. Abizi also working in from the backside, leaving Estriel by himself. Good for the first. Lots of damage in for a second, but can't win the gunfight versus Draza. Spawn still good for LAG, though. 25 seconds to fight. Flames get caught through Warehouse, but still, LAG pick up decently on the hard point.
Yeah, this is perfect. A perfect response right here from the Gorillas. You don't really allow them to get a lot of time there at P2, and you chain it basically to a almost perfect full 60 here at the P3. Now with only 10 seconds left, someone has to start hitting a route, and it might fall into the hands of Flames, who already puts himself in a position towards top comms. He's going to be able to spot Celium, also spots the trophy. Such a big kill if he can find it to open up an avenue for them to attack.
Oh, you've got Navizi working in through mid-map, but here we go. Any kill for LAG may start to influence the spawns for Atlanta, and that's already the case. Simple spawn up behind the play, but from the front, Atlanta doing nice to at least hold off this LAG break attempt, and with that little backup from Draza, he gets the anchor to bring his teammate spawns with him. So good recovery here from Atlanta, considering a little bit of diciness early. LAG still working on the break attempt, though, and Celium's gonna get overwhelmed, mostly from behind. Abizi can really only do so much from this back house, and as he gets taken down, the break is good for the Gorillas.
That was perfect. Every single player on LAG found a one-on-one gunfight to execute that break, to flip the spawns, and now walk away with this final 25 seconds. Just keeping that lead in their favor. Now, if you are Atlanta FaZe, you are forced to cut your losses, hit that early rotation over towards New, but you already have players from the Gorillas in those positions cutting them down. Now you have those warehouse spawns for this P5. This is not the ideal situation Atlanta want to be in.
3 in a row for Flames. Trophy system to reinforce his position, top warehouse. Rotation already won as well by LAG. The only one in their way would be Celium, but he hasn't revealed himself, at least not as of yet. Now he finally makes his play for the hard point, only gets 1. Flames able to pick up for his 4th kill in a row. Now unsure of where the next hit is going to come from, as Atlanta's got a staggered spawn at the moment. Abizi able to shut down the spree of Flames up top, and with that, the hard point still being contested for.
Yeah, they're just hoping that Abizi can find a couple more, because the rest of the teammates haven't been able to get past that warehouse setup out of the Gorillas. Now it leads to a clean 3 dead. All of Atlanta coming off of the respawn. Farthest player is going to be Draza. He's only able to take down 1, and that is that hill player. but you're instantly going to be able to reinforce the numbers back over to the control. Now it's only 20 points here. You're going to put yourself up by 60 points, and Atlanta FaZe just need to stop the bleeding. You need to be ahead of this game, at least in the rotations.
I mean, the objective focus for LA has been near perfect. Honestly speaking, you look at the macro of how they've played the map to this point, they have been essentially first to every hard point you've had so far.
Yes.
So Atlanta continuing struggling on that rotation. You saw it in the graphic as we were loading in. They are near the bottom of the league when it comes to rotation percentage on this map, and you can definitely see why. 134 to 61. A couple of kills just as our P1 reopens, and that should be enough for Atlanta to get some needed time.
Yeah, this is the opportunity now. If you can just maintain this side of the map, get a lot of this P1 time, keep LAG spawning so far away, so you can potentially chain that into this P2, but still a 60-point difference. aBeZy holding on the water over extension. Everybody else from the Gorillas trying to attack through comms. Estri and Domicon, they're able to find two, so Atlanta FaZe got to work in the hard point again.
Yeah, stun out. aBeZy gets locked into place on the staircase. Help arrives, though, in the form of Draza, who jumps back onto the hill itself. Fame still trying to wait for assistance from this LAG rebreak. Kill comes out of the player onto the hard point. Now it's down to, can you isolate aBeZy? Not to happen with the pistol. Sullian from the high ground jumps into the hard point with that elimination, and Atlanta are getting to work, getting close to that 100-point threshold.
Hey, this is exactly how you want to play it. Gonna put yourself slowly but surely down by 40 points going into this next hard point. And now you are fully set up for this P2. You know exactly where the Gorilla is going to spawn. You have Draza trying to be the cutoff aggressor in through top warehouse. Finds himself on 3 in a row. Just can't give LAG one opportunity, one set of kills to lead to a break. You need this time.
Well, you can see what the idea here is for FaZe. This is the third time we've seen them try to play through the middle of the map, maybe more so than around the back of these hard points. A couple of kills through mid, and now the awareness that LAG have spawned behind this hard point, but 30 seconds remaining, and still a lot of ground that needs to be covered here for LAG, especially considering there's a couple of split spawns. Now all of a sudden, if you're Atlanta, you're just trying to bunker up and see if you can win the rotation from 2 to 3. As LAG try to break, their lead also diminishing. We jump into a Gorillas listening to see if they can confirm the break.
They could be close lane. Get out. I'm going top up and pretty sure. Try help. Someone left quick. I'm gonna get to left as well. They could be pipes, one of them. Take her time.
Yo, he's back left, back left.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's pipes. I'm getting out.
I got dead. Top donated. Top donated. I got you. I'm playing for him. No, I don't see him.
I was bottom left.
Yo, on the pillar. I think he went to the deep right. Deep right dead. I thought dead. Still living right. One shot. Tin dead. Nice, I'm about to clots. I'm lying down prone on the right. Draws up. I am one shot. One bunker. Play goes. Just go hard. I'm going to skip right away. Okay, bunker. I send your bottom. I right cow. He's out blast. 1 HP. Deep left time.
I didn't block that. That's just on the back there.
Deep left time. Yeah, I spawned here. I'm trying to hold 10. I'm top. Could be under B10. I'm just trying to live.
Did you?
That's under B10. I'm just holding. 1 HP glass.
I got one.
I got 10.
Two time.
I got you. I got one glass. One more cell. Cell and hold. We're missing one. I'm on top glass.
I'm going to get right. I'm going to get out ice.
I'll get bunker, then I'll get an initial. I'm laying down front. Two on me. Glass. I need a bunker. One's already out. I'm trying to get top glass. 1 HP dead. I got one. They could be long. 1 HP top. 1 HP draws. I have my long.
Nothing P5 at all.
They only top glass on him.
He's hurt top glass.
Ready. Am I long?
Watching tiny cross.
I have long. One
P2, one cross cat room. One's P1 Jeep.
Cat room. Watch out. Drinking. I can eat it. I'll eat it. Live in the back. They're gonna try and break. Yeah, I'm living bunker. Deep long. Just live.
Yo, low maze. One shot.
Just live.
Where? P2 window.
I spawned here. Back here. I got
I'm getting out.
On me maze. On you maze. I can't see him. He's like one more maze again. Right side. Lock too long. That weak as shit long.
I'm still spawning glass. Yeah, we're blocking it.
I spawned in the back. Got me out dead.
Going in.
Weak on that. Cat room cell. Yeah, he jumped out of old. He's just laying on a corner.
I got out P2. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, top glass, I think. I'm pitching glass. I ain't something. No,
well, the opening, not all that great for FaZe. LAG trying to reduce what was an onslaught of 3 hard points essentially in a row for Atlanta, but coming up a bit short here, and all those rotational woes that we were talking about for Atlanta starting to get remedied in the second set of hills, Jay.
Yeah, that was 3 in a row. P1 to P3, they won every single rotation. P4, they had the cruise missile to keep it mixy. Now you just want to try to flip these spawns here in this situation, because you know in a P5, you don't want to be spawning out towards warehouse. So a couple players from Atlanta FaZe are going to force that over extension, try to take a little bit of comms positioning, but if you are the Gorillas, you're going to be able to take the lead for now because Atlanta FaZe are so damn far from this new hill.
Yeah, really decent when it turns into, obviously the 2 to 3 rotation didn't go your way for LAG, but at least they kind of 50-50 P4, and now a majority of time, at least to this point, over the 5th hard point. But with only 13 seconds remaining, it's all about setting yourself up to try to get around this hard point and get to the left side of the minimap if you're LAG. Abizi working on top windows, sees Diamondcon for free, which to be fair, Diamondcon has been teeing off this map. So a good shutdown there as Atlanta will have the opportunity to step into the P1 again.
Yeah, and they can close out this game right here if they wanted to. They have all their bases covered. Eshu is going to be able to slip behind enemy lines. If you are the Gorillas, now you just don't want to work your way in towards top comms because you have to check every single corner on Wabizi. Just trying to at least force this overextension out of Eshu. He's able to find one. That opens up the hill, and you have the numbers to effectively trade. A good break coming in from the Gorillas.
Yeah, a little 4v3 situation right now leads to maybe an opportunity where Estriel can try to hit a route over towards P2 with 30 seconds of the fight for. But Atlanta off the spawn. 3 straight eliminations right back into the hill of their own. They can get really close to putting the game away here. So a lot to ask for LAG to manage, and as BZ shuts down the top, Simp holds the back door. Ooh, split spawn situation right now for LAG, but I'm sure Atlanta will be very aware of that, and it looks like a BZ is heading back over towards P2.
Yeah, but even if you're aware of it, you can't allow situations like that to happen. I understand everybody is one of the best slayers in the game. You can find your kills when you need to, but these little mistakes have been costing them on subbase all season long. Now, you're not going to have those stable spawns towards the back. LAG giving themselves another opportunity with the numbers over here at P2.
Yeah, super long routes have to be taken here for Atlanta. They stop at 242. LAG bunkering up. Couple of kills come their way. Sully him through the middle of the map. Maybe a second towards Flames, but the Semtex takes him out of the picture. And with the shutdown on the long route, now all of a sudden Atlanta have to resort to just hitting this from the front.
They got to work, and they got to work quickly. And it might fall into the hands of Abizi, who potentially has found his way behind enemy lines, but you do have Estriel watching that positioning. Just hoping that his teammates can find a couple kills to the front so he can set up this break from the back, but that's 2 dead. Here goes the opportunity.
Yeah, but those 2 kills come from the backside, so LAG just reposition themselves inside the hard point. 245 to 242. LAG finally kills the key. It's just left the Simp on the high ground. Simp gets the double. Now the foot race back over. No trophy system here for Atlanta. Reinforcements jumping to the walls. Simp taken out by a team nade. Now it's just down to what Cicel and Abizi do from the high ground, and Abizi gets a double. Still, need to get into the hard point, though, as we rotate back over, and Atlanta's going to get bailed out on the rotation. Wow, it got tight here around the second hard point, but the macro game steps up just what it needed to for Atlanta.
Yeah, I know you're smiling. You're feeling good. Finally, we see a W at the end of a sub-base HP. But if you play it like that, it's just never going to be easy for you. I know, obviously, we're going towards the later half of the year. We want to expand map pool. We want to get better at our worst maps, but just those little mistakes are going to continue to bite you. LAG just didn't capitalize on that moment. You allowed Abizi to at least open up that lane when he over that flank area to find that second kill on the Diamondcon. That allows the rest of Atlanta FaZe to bombard their way through the front after Simp finds a double.
Yeah.
But it's just like you're up 240 to 200. You have the spawns for next. You're finding every single kill in the feed. Someone just has to play a little bit safe for Atlanta. It cannot be that close, but they still get the job done.
Unreal stuff. It's one of those things like at the late stages, and we've seen this really all year long, where you kind of get in the mindset where sub-base is such a macro-based game when it comes to the map overall, trying to play for rotations, trying to cut off players at mid-map, kind of setting like a no man's land, that, hey, when the game gets to this point, you really can't afford to make decisions like that. You kind of have to play this of, is our gut check break from the front good enough? Like these long routes that you see, you know, Draws and Abizi last 2 left, they're almost too far away. Like if this is 2 seconds more of time earned for LAG anywhere else, the game's over before they can even get there.
Yeah, if Sid doesn't find that double on the Estriel with him being absolutely one-shot, that's going to be a GG, but if you are Atlanta FaZe, at least you got the job done. If you are the Gorillas, you did everything you could. In just the second half of that game, when it came down to the P1 to P3 chain and then the P4 contest with the cruise missile, just way too much for the Gorillas to handle. Just a little bit late. And a couple of those rotations come back to bite them. And remember what the Death touched on it. Like the first 2 maps, we were thinking LAG had to at least take 1. But if you allow Atlanta FaZe to take the opening HP on a map like Subbase, 6-star they have been playing in the majority of the series. They're only going to continue to improve. So it might be a weak map for them now, but LAG, in my opinion, needed that map number 1.
No, I absolutely agree. And I think the thing about it is, like you mentioned, not only is this a map that Atlanta hasn't played a ton, there's still some great results for them on the map. Their only losses, in fact, come to Miami, as well well as Toronto, and that both happened at the major. So since they've been here back online, they've only played it once, and it was a round 10 winner versus New York. And I think the thing about it is, you mentioned this, and I think we could be kind of class examples of it because we had a couple of the games where Atlanta had played 6-star and we're like, whoa, this is very one-dimensional. But over the course of the last couple of weeks, you see them really starting to improve and add a little bit more variety into what their playbook looks like. Whereas for LAG, the 6-star, again, also not all that rehearsed or routine. 6-3 win versus Boston, which doesn't say much, and a 6-2 win versus Carolina, which also doesn't say that much. So it is kind of one of those, you have to win map number 2 now, and I think overall you got to win the 2-3-5.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, because obviously when you get to the later half of the series, Atlanta FaZe are, if not the best control team in the game, or one of the best. Then you have a Karachi hardpoint for that game number 4, which is a bread and butter for them. And then a little bit of a hiccup if you get to that game 5 on the Karachi S&D. You just have to be able to force at least a game 4 here. This needs to be a W for the Gorillas, and where they need to shine is on their attacking rounds, because for some reason, Atlanta FaZe, they can get it done on their attack. But their defenses are one of the worst in the league. They have a 3-1 split. Sometimes they go 2-2, but they are awful at finding opening first bloods. They are awful in retake situations, so that's where you have that opportunity for the Gorillas to try to take this map too.
Yeah, there's a couple of exploits that we'll talk about as we get into the map in terms of where Atlanta has also still shown a couple of vulnerabilities, especially on this map in particular. This is their worst map when it comes to finding first bloods. That's the only real major standout that you look at compared to their other success on any other given map. They literally rank dead last in overall opening duel win percentage, whereas for every other map, they're at least in the top 5, and overall, they're still the best team in opening duels. So for Atlanta, it's not just trying to find a way to win this map, add it to potentially your pool, but can you also fundamentally just play it better in the first 30 to 45 seconds of each round?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that obviously you have players who are unbelievable in search and destroy. They all come from the S&D scene. Just have to try to figure it out on a map like 6-star, because adding this to your map pool can definitely make you a even more difficult opponent to try to take down. But it has to be on their defensive side, and we're going to go right into this round number 1 with Atlanta on defense.
Okay, see what happens here as LAG just going to hold back. We've seen this little high-low stack a couple of different times.
Yep.
Where you just make sure no one's pushing in towards the aquarium, and then you can make your move a little bit more delayed over towards this mid bar. Atlanta, though, to be fair, are kind of floating over towards this mid staircase, and Draza gets caught just trying to track backwards. So first blood good for LAG, and they have all intentions of planting the bomb here today.
Yeah, that A-bomb is completely open, so you can work that objective. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are double sacked over towards B. Now a BZ trying to at least catch a timing through mid connector. But he still does have that stun nade in his back pocket. It's just that bomb is not getting planted yet.
Yeah, waiting out the rest of the utility just a touch. LAG now making their call to get the bomb planted. Celium from this back curve. The rest of FaZe working on the long pinch, being watched by Estriel with a little bit of help from Flames nearby. And Cell's gonna have to wait for first contact to come through security before he can make his move. See if maybe this push can pull the attention of the LAG defense. Not to happen. Simp does find one trade. Nice first win from Celium as well. So now 2v2, 23 seconds on the clock though.
Don't really have a lot of time to work with, and at the same time, Fame already hits that rewrap. Catch that player in Celium, turns it into a 1v2 for Simp, and he is also going to fall. So the Gorillas successful on their attacking rounds, finding early first blood. Realizes that A-bomb is completely open. And then such a great heads-up play right there from Flames to know, all right, they're not showing presence through mid. They're not showing presence through their spawn. They have to be trying to at least buddy system through that flank area, and is able to at least catch one before falling. So the Gorillas successful in that first round.
Other stats for all of you crazy COD nerds that are out there. LAG don't plant the bomb all that often on this map, but when they do, they are one of our top 3 overall post-plant win rate teams in Search and Destroy. That includes this map. Whereas on the other side, Atlanta, who's categorically great at retaking, cannot figure it out on this map at all. So again, talking about the first duels, talking about how the offense for LAG versus the defense of Atlanta could possibly be where LAG find their win condition. All of that coming true in round 1 as Atlanta look to possibly threaten this A site early.
And they're going to be a little bit slow as well, so they're not going to have any info of any players from the Gorillas at least playing close over towards the statue. So Estriel in a very, very good spot. Test this push coming in from Atlanta, but he is going to put down a couple shots. Simp finds the first blood. Estriel traded out, but Flames responds with 2. Still a 2v2.
We had Domicon around the back, though, turns the tides in favor of LAG. Celium, lots of space, lots of time to work with. Just comes down to what do you commit for? Do you try to wait for someone to rotate over your direction? Or do you try to set the clock into your favor and go for a plant? He looks like he's picking the former of the two options, and LAG are going to rewrap all the way backside security if they want to, trying to control the map as a duo.
Oh, yeah, and Selim is trying to get a read of what the setup is looking like from the Gorillas, but the buddy system, they're just continuously wrapping the map. With only 18 seconds left, I don't know if he was able to spot the first player. Some really bad Call of Duty timing, but he should be able to work this A objective for free.
All right. Clock will reset for Selim to work with. DiamondCon going to take a little bit of a check. Does not see the exit, but may have an idea that Cell has moved this direction towards the outside Skybridge, and that seems to be the case. He's still on the hunt. Just double checking, making sure no one's down low. Nope, cleared it. Everything's all good. Cell will eventually have to check this bomb. Just comes down to when does he decide to do that? And it may be perfectly timed. Nade just to delay the peak. Flames hops on for the defuse. Cell with the check, finds the first shots cleanly, slips away. No kill confirmed yet. And DiamondCon is just gonna hop it again, knowing that Selim is low on HP, but off the regen, Cell comes back through with the pistol and wins the 1v2. Beautifully played by Cell.
I didn't even know Selim had movement like that in his bag. Like, that's great plays out of Cell to clutch up in the 1v2. He puts the bomb in a very good positioning to where as soon as someone tries to hop it, you have to stretch it out. And he's able to spot you through mid-connector, so he finds that first kill. And then just the movement. Is that Selim or Shotzi in that 2v1? Able to clutch it up for Atlanta to put one on the board.
Yeah, really well done. And just the gut check ice in the first place and not have to worry after he rewraps it the first time that they're not on yet. It's all good.
That's like S&D 101. If the guy puts you to one shot, and especially when you're underneath 20 seconds for that defuse to come in, you're instantly playing for that check.
Yeah, really well done. So 1-1 the count early. Atlanta looking to stack over through mid. LAG have gotten a decent read at this, though. Famed is looking to see if he can catch contact on anyone, which he does eventually find it easy, but not able to win the gunfight. Flames only can trade back one kill, leaving Estriel by himself. This would be a 1v3. Has himself a smoke to try to cover himself out, looking for a secondary challenge, but none to come, at least not as of yet, as we get a full 1v2.
And Atlanta FaZe is going to read this one wrong. So Estriel, it's your opportunity now with a free bomb plant this time around at this B site. Atlanta FaZe are not going to be able to spot him off of the exit, so they're just going to continuously try to wrap the map and see if they can catch Estriel.
Oh, he is setting this up with Rival 9. Keep that in the back of your mind. Checking to see if there's going to be a wrap through the offensive spawn. Not to be. It's all coming from the patio side. Estriel has not seen Cell up top on the waterfall, but he did get a look over towards at least somewhat what's happening over the top of the bomb. Here comes the check in. Oh, Cell. Gunfight, which he's not going to lose at MCW. That's now 4 in a row for Cell. Defuse going to come through, no worries. And for one of the first times, Atlanta confirm a first blood, and with that, also convert the round.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. They find a first blood due to the aggression that they put through middle of the map. Like, whenever you see Atlanta on defense, they're always playing so slow, playing it super safe. Selim likes to camp back towards Skybridge, allow that bomb plant at A to go down for free. But when you're this kind of team, when you're a squad of this caliber, let's just send it. Like, let's just 4-hit up the middle of the map. Let's trade out, and that's exactly what they were able to do to secure that round. Now up 2-1.
Yeah, good stuff. And already turning around some of the early trends in terms of what we've seen in the numbers. So LIG now have to find some sort of a response. Can they provide on their next defense? And importantly, can you shut down Cell from getting closer and closer to a cruise missile? You don't anticipate him being in the mix early. He's usually that guy following up on the push, if not playing on a bit of an island. As Atlanta, no nonsense. Just going right on in towards A. BZ already committing for the plant. And Estriel, who's been seen by Cell, is just taking a couple of pot shots at him. And now all of a sudden the clock forces LAG to have to make a move. And Cell just holds down the trigger and confirms kill number 5. Sip also shuts down the flank. And Atlanta's quick plant looking good for them here in this 4v2.
Yeah, now in this 4v2, you just got to get the kill to Selim. Allow him to earn that cruise missile. You're still in the numbers advantage, even with a BZ falling. But with only 25 seconds left, LG have their hands full. Selim's still going to gain the info onto DC, but has yet to go for that committed gunfight.
There's the information. Draza follows up in the pistol. Able to finish the kill, no worries there. So another quick round for Atlanta. Not just the first blood, but also the second. Everyone stays alive behind that as well, which may be the most important part of it, because let's be honest, often in these types of situations, quick gut check calls like this, yeah, you might get first blood, but it regularly gets traded back. Not here, not in the last 2 rounds for Atlanta.
Yeah, it was just a setup right there from Atlanta on that plant situation. You had a BZ working that objective. You also had, pretty sure, Draza watching over him, over towards that Skybridge side. So as soon as Flame tries to turn that corner, instantly put to one shot, and that allows Abizi to get out with his life. So Atlanta FaZe with 3 rounds in a row. A couple players working on some streaks, but none more important than Celium on 5.
Yeah. LAG cooking up frags, all of it headed over towards the A site. And it looks like they want to try to go a little bit quicker too. Deep stuns also being thrown. Yeah, that is everything in the toolkit for LAG.
Yep.
Late trophy system going to get placed, and Fame has to commit to planning this right now. They've got no ability to stall out or counter a hit here if you're Atlanta, just due to the fact that there's no more utility left.
There's not going to be any more utility in the back pockets of the Gorillas, but at least they still have those trophy systems to keep them alive at this objective. Now before a retake, have Atlanta FaZe improved on this because they are 10th overall on this map. Just going to rally the troops. Everyone going to head out through Sky Bridge.
Now maybe one delayed play from Abizi.
I love this.
Be there first. A couple of shots are in, but now you got to get through the smoke. That's the issue. Abizi able to find one through mid-map. Simp jumps on and jumps for the hop. Cell on 5, shut down by DiamondCon. Estriel, he will pop up, find the second, and Simp can no longer hold for the defuse. So, I don't know. Smoke may have been a little bit shorter than intended, but regardless, LAG's post plan holds strong.
Yeah, I like the play out of Atlanta. Like, let's try something different. A smoking in on your side of Skybridge, everyone pushing through that side. An unfortunate team kill, though, comes in from Simp. Just like if you're Atlanta on defense, you have players scouting over towards B. You have players scouting over towards mid. How long is it going to take you to gain the info that they're not showing presence on either side of this map? Just a little bit late every single time that bomb goes down at A.
Yeah, it looked like that smoke was intended to go a little bit closer towards the staircase, though,
yeah,
too.
100%, 100%.
Yeah, so good idea, not fully executed. LAG say thank you very much, punish on the mistakes, which they've done very regularly against anyone in the league. And now find themselves just down 1 with a defense that's stacked right over through this mid bar, looking to see if there's going to be early intentions for Atlanta on A, but that's not the case. FaZe are just holding back and playing a 2-2 split.
Yeah, 2-2 split, gaining early info to see if LAG decide to be the aggressors on the defensive side. Smoke grenade instantly going to get me popped, and I don't know if Atlanta threw a couple attacks on this side of the map because they spotted no one on the cross. They just threw everything. Unfortunately, not able to spot anyone, and now the rest of Atlanta FaZe have hit that aggression over towards B side. Objective getting planted.
A late trophy from Draza. You also have Simp working on a bit of an island, but he gets caught. So now you're in a 4v3 situation. Post plant. Still largely leaning towards poolside. Cell going to play this corner as he often does. And it's going to be a full wrap, at least for a couple of members for LAG, where Abizi's actually just tucked on the bar right here. I mean, this is a great spot to respond to this play on the flank, and he's going to catch even better timing. Damage is in. Estriel's down to a single bullet. Cell also catches one of the 2 players trying to hit from the front, and Atlanta's post plant coming to life. 14 seconds on the clock. DiamondCon's got to do something crazy, and well, he very well may. Has to decide if he needs to hop, and well, now he's just giving it up. A little bit too much time gone. A 4th kill does get at least earned, but for the moment, it is 4 rounds for Atlanta and still that 2-round cushion.
Yeah, and that play all comes down to Abizi catching the timing through Tiki. If he doesn't jump up and at least spot both players, obviously he gets one, but he also puts down a bunch of shots onto Estriel to keep him 1 shot, to not allow him to assist his teammates on those gunfights. Abizi, just the perfect timing. Secures that round right there for Atlanta FaZe. Back up 4-2. It's never a problem on their attacking side. It's just the defense. We got to be able to read these plays a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Well, once again, you've got LAG early eyes over towards A, but still trying to feel out this Atlanta defense. They do see Abizi over towards U-Haul. Not going to press the issue, as Estriel is the one responsible for holding on to that late U push. And it does go to 1-for-1. Still more action possibly underway here. And interesting, Estriel's going to take the long wrap around, which it's been scouted by Cell. Fame will use that information, say thank you very much. Can he get both? Yes, he can. Big double for Fame. Another bomb can start to make its move over towards A, but before the plant comes out, the kill comes through, and LAG quickly find their way back into the map.
That's 2 rounds in a row now where Atlanta FaZe aren't showing any presence over towards Statue. That has been the bomb site that has caused some problems, even if the objective isn't getting planted. Just you allow Estriel to find that first blood through that side, and then Fame, he takes control of Connector. He gets the early info because of what Estriel decides to do with that bomb. Push through the spawn of Atlanta FaZe, gives the info for his team, and then he's able to close out the round. So Fame has had a couple pop-off moments so far in this S&D.
Looking really nice. Have to find a way to go back-to-back rounds, though, in some form if you're LAG, and you'd love to do it sooner rather than later. And this time, it's a little bit of a curveball as all 4 members for the LAG defense immediately hit over towards mid, and now they're trekking back. Nades over towards the U-Haul here for Atlanta. A couple of pieces of utility still held on to, though, for the Gorillas, and Abizi cannot commit for the plant. Stun starts to come through. Estriel takes back control of the statue, draws a tucked in a corner. Does at least get 1 in return, so we stay 3v3, but the bomb is down. You got a long route from Simp on the way.
Oh, yeah, Simp is going to be the playmaker in this round for Atlanta FaZe. Is Estriel going to potentially catch him on the timing? Sort of getting a read that there's one player working on this deep pinch, but Simp gets the better of him in that one-on-one. Now, for the rest of the players on the Gorillas, you have to watch your front, you have to watch mid, and you also have to watch your back.
Well, Diamond Con from the backside of the Sky Bridge, only able to get 1. Flames by himself. Wait, Draza's just lurking away from the site. I don't know, but he was moving slow. But unfortunately, Flames does not predict Simp, re-wrapping it through U-Haul. So FaZe continue to go back and forth in rounds, which puts them now on map 2 point.
It's just not easy. Like, these rounds are not easy on 6-star for Atlanta. That was an instant response there. Once that first blood comes in from the Gorillas, and I loved their play. They knew that the pressure was going to be on A. They wrapped back 2 players over towards Skybridge and then instantly invest that smoke through mid connector to find that first blood onto Abizi. It's just the plays right there from Simp. The super deep route to win the one-on-one. Clutches up in the one-on-one to put them now at game point.
Yeah, a couple of empty first blood rounds for LAG, but remember both those rounds were off of very quick transactions.
Yeah.
And so now you've got Atlanta. Oh, this stun very well may land, and it does. Simp had pushed in, and Fame completely isolated. Can really do nothing. So now LAG down to a 3v4. But an open A site, we've seen this once before where, hey, maybe we get a chance to get this thing planted. And actually, a couple of push-throughs plus a flank. Cell may get a little bit caught off here. Shots are in. Semtex to create the space, but Flames from his left will be able to isolate and take this to a 3v3.
Yeah, and Cell should have been able to at least give all the info to his team. And every single player is in our spawn. So now we just have to cover both sites, and you have 2 players over towards A. Abizi being the sole man over towards B. Can potentially catch the timing, but I love this play. Just allow the play to come to you.
Well, the rotation from FaZe over towards the A site will have them a bit isolated, but Simp is just looking for intel, and that one cross is all he needs to see. Also, maybe some Flames jump through the window. Yep. Diamond Con, though, does get 1. And now an isolated 1v1 on the opposite side. Abizi wins that, so 2v2 we go. The problem here for FaZe with 2 rival 9s in hand is how do you stop the potential player watching this post plant from top security? Thing is, there's no one there. Diamond Con had re-wrapped over through middle, so he gets the first. Simp backing off, breaks the glass, and he's going to take a secondary wrap through bar here. And Diamond Con, does he anticipate this? It's all about the timing here. The slide out. Simp finds the kill. 5 in a row for him. Plus, of course, plenty of time to get the defuse. And with that, the map for Atlanta.
He's here, he's there, he's every freaking where. Chris Lair, Mr. Simp, just always hitting a route. Like, that's just what he was able to do in the final couple of rounds. You saw that in the timing when he spots those players come through mid connector. Just the glass not being broken through that underground tunnel doesn't allow him to instantly make that play that he wanted to. But thankfully, Abizi finds one. He goes back to their side of the spawn on the jump up to take down Estriel. And he knew he had a lot of time to work with. And most likely, Diamond Con, he's not playing it from our spawn. He's not playing it from their top comms. He has to be through mid connector. So he hits the re-wrap with that Rival 9. And he's able to clutch another one-on-one for Atlanta FaZe to walk away with the 6-star in a 6-3 fashion. Now up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, looking pretty clean too. I mean, I think the biggest thing about it is we pointed to the biggest vulnerabilities for Atlanta. Their first blood percentage, not great. And then also on top of that, the retake percentage, not great. Both of those, I would say, at least early instances towards possibly being remedied. Plus also the little comeback effort, if you want to call it that, or at least staving off the throw and the sub-base hard point has them up 2-0. High rights control, like you mentioned, it's not a bad map at all for LAG, but you are dealing with Atlanta, who ranks near the top of the league in control overall. So it's going to be an interesting battleground. Have to have it if you're LAG. For Atlanta, it's all been about trying to build on their map pool, looking to do it again with the high rise control. We come back on the backside of the break.
Upgrade Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome out there, friends and family. We've got ourselves our first match here on Sunday. Atlanta squaring up against LAG. And in the first 2 maps, it was selected that FaZe would go and play sub-base, try to give it another go. Almost been capitulated and fall away from them. Not quite the case. And then the 6-star, which has not been a great rehearsal place for them, at least in terms of regular reps, looked a lot better. So now you've got FaZe up 2-0. LAG would have to find a reverse sweep. And keep in mind, points are very highly coveted for this Gorillas team, who's still outside the top 8.
Yeah, what did I say to that? 120 in the 11th spot overall. We got 3 teams tied at 130 right above them. So you want to try to sniff out a win, and you might have just lost your opportunity here because now you're going to Atlanta. FaZe's really good maps. They got the high-rise control, which is a bread and butter one for them. The only team that they lose to is the subliners. On the opposite side for LAG, this is their most played control map. This is their best control map with an overall record of 7-7. So you're feeling good. Defenses have been stellar, first and second on both sides. But Atlanta FaZe on their attacking side, they do not get outslayed. They're the second best when it comes to getting segments or just having success on that side of the map. And And in the opposing side for LAG, they are 8th overall. So you have to find some success in your attack, and it has to be through the kills. And that's going to be very difficult to do because Atlanta FaZe simply do not get outslayed.
Yeah, I mean, there is the good news, I think, for LAG that, like, at the moment, their best mode does seem to be control. They've been, you know, 50-50 or so, but lately, they've been great online on this map in particular. So there are some opportunities here for the Gorillas to try to get this to a 4th map. You wouldn't love the idea of being down 0-2, having a reverse phase where you have still 2 Karachis you have to play, especially the hard point. But hey, anything can happen. It starts right here, though, if you're LAG. Otherwise, for Atlanta, it very well may be finished here. We'll see how things go. It will be Atlanta on the defense first. LAG trying to sneak up mid-map. A stun does connect on a Fame, but he doesn't seem to care, and he's just going to get an early look at Draza and early touch on the B zone with that.
Early touch on the B zone, but aBeZy already works his way up to the map. He's able to find the 1 player watching across. He's able to find 2, and at the same time, Simp finds 2 of his own. So it needed to be a great start off, at least from the Gorillas, to give themselves an opportunity, but you're instantly put into this trap.
Yeah, I mean, aBeZy just he runs through the B side of the map saying, wait, no one's out here on the outer lane. Okay, thank you very much. Doesn't get too much damage done in terms of the lives, but the clock is important, and more so, the rest of FaZe can push up behind that. So only 2 kills to speak of so far, the first 45 seconds for LAG, and they're still having a tough time getting out of spawn.
Yeah, this is not fun. You're just not having a good time. If you want to know what Hells looks like, this is it. Especially playing against Atlanta FaZe, who are not going to give you a lot of opportunities. 27-20 in lives remaining with only 30 seconds left. LAG have nothing to show for it, but at least they have already worked their way out of their spawn. They just need to make this push count, and Celium takes down 2. Little body shots coming in, and that might just be the round.
Yeah, I mean, do we know what the lowest total kill count is on any particular attacking round of control? Because it may end, well, at 6. It's getting a little bit better here for LAG, but the clock is an issue. 12.6 on the clock. A chance to stop it with at least 1 member on at B, but Celium up and over. How you doing? No worries there. DiamondCon can only get 1 before he drops, and Estriel will have to try to stretch into the B zone. Cell's gonna have the read on this, and he's gonna get kill number 5. A 5-0 start, and only 9 kills on the round for LAG.
Yeah, it's just not the start that you wanted. It's not the momentum you wanted as well to try to potentially put the reverse sweep on the cards. But Atlanta FaZe is staying strong on defense. It's exactly what they do. They're the best team at doing it. They just don't allow any segments to get away from them. Now with Celium on 5 in a row. Just needs 1 to earn himself the cruise, but that was the 2-piece right there that basically solidified this round, because now you know where the pressure's coming in over towards the B Street side. You have 2 players that are accounted for, the other 2 coming off the respawn. So Atlanta FaZe just getting it done exactly the way they've been doing it all season long.
Now trophy systems are earned. That'll be placed over towards this B-sided alley, with Atlanta trying to continue to throw nades back and forth, but same can be said for LAG. Trophy system keeping a lot of this B defense safe. Problem is, aBeZy, who's kind of on a solo mission, bottom blue, he's gotten first blood. That's going to move the LAG defense around a little bit, and Celium's going to get really far forward and just hold this until he can find himself a free 6 kill for the cruise missile.
That's exactly what he's playing for. All he needs is 1, and potentially catch some good timing or some bad timing. Finally, he's going to line up the shots on the Fame. He spots the info onto DiamondCon. Another free 2-piece there for Celium. That leads to 3 dead in the feed, with Atlanta FaZe showing pressure on both points.
Yeah, both zones. That's not what you want to see if you're LAG. Clearance of B, though, does come quickly. It also happens before the first tick gets locked. Same can be said for FaZe stepping off voluntarily of the A zone. Still looking for eliminations to come through. Time becoming a bit of an issue here, though, for Atlanta. aBeZy now on 5, looking to get a second cruise missile earned. Not gonna happen, and Flames through mid-map will push back the rest of the FaZe offense. Now just 33 seconds on the clock.
Okay, so now Atlanta FaZe gotta work for it. They don't have a single segment completed either. But at least they do have somewhat B Street control. At the same time, you have players already contesting over towards A. So the game clock is going to be paused at 23 seconds. There's the rest of LAG who are out of their spawn. You have to find a couple kills to not put yourself in that trap again.
Yeah, I mean, this is all well and good if you're Atlanta in terms of being able to outslay LAG, but the defense has not allowed FaZe to stay in the zones for very long at all. So now you're down to 12 seconds on the clock. DiamondCon shut down before he could deal with the first contestant over on the B zone, but Estriel picks up. Celium's still stuck in the corner. Gets Fame from up top on the helipad, but still, this is in pieces for Atlanta. LAG, 1 good set of kills. Could really see this round come to an end, but DiamondCon not in a spot to contest B. First tick gonna get locked in. He also gets crossed up, and with that, now the double stack is on looking for more ticks.
Oh, and that's 3 dead in the feed already. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, let's get this double stack going here. But at the same time, let's get some progression over as well at A. 18-11 in lives remaining. Perfect time to call in that cruise missile to relieve that pressure on Sim. He's able to find a double, so who needs a cruise when he shoots like that? There goes the third kill. Segments done at B. Time extended. 16-8 in lives.
Yeah, and this is just now going to go to the TDM that largely finishes playing in the first breakoff. Cell still only died once, by the way. 13-1. Estrio coming off spawn has been seen. Flames as well. Damage from Cell. Gets him kill number 6. Oh my. 14 playing 5. Now just down to no more respawns. 44 seconds on the clock, and Atlanta can just sit here and essentially shoot fish in a barrel.
Yeah, this guy's a 14-0 KD. Like 14 KD is insane. Already another cruise missile in the back pocket. Make it 15-1 on another 7 streak. Just hoping that your teammates can stop the game clock at a pause, but there's only 2 lives remaining. This is GG.
Well, Flames trying to come back through to contest the 1 player on the zone. Like you mentioned, the clock was their biggest ally. DiamondCon trying to get it done by himself, but no, not going to happen. Atlanta will get, 5 ticks of progress, plus, of course, the offensive round win. Oh, boy. Absolute massacre here on high-rise control, mostly from that guy you just saw. Zellium just going out of control.
Yeah, that's what makes them so impossible to try to play on this map, because every single time you're thinking, all right, we got 3 dead in the feed, time is going to continue to dwindle down, but then that 1 set of kills that Atlanta FaZe find off of the respawn is just enough to put you in a trap on your defensive side, keep pull points scattered, so you're forcing the players on the defense to split every single time, and Atlanta FaZe are just ISOing these gunfights, winning a couple clutch ones with Simp finding a double at A. Just very, very easy for Atlanta FaZe when they're playing like this all around the map.
Here's that same route from Abizi. This time, there are a couple of Gorillas that are going to be contesting this B lane, but Abizi with dead silence on. Just going to wait to see where the next bit of contact is going to come from. And there it is. Flames will drop, and now Abizi can get to work once again right in your spawn windows. But Estriel goes from 1 to the second very nicely, and with that actually gets DiamondCon onto the B zone. So decent moment here for LAG. Gonna call out the crews if you're selling them, just seeing what you can not just take off the point, but can you find any kills to get Atlanta's defense back into control.
Probably won't find a kill, but at least allows his teammates to now work up the map. Just have to get it done with the gunny. Simp's able to find 1, draws it there for the trade. Ezio with a double. Finds himself on 4 in a row. First segment about to be complete at B. And now you no longer have to worry about any more cruise missiles. You just got to worry about selling him in the back of your spawn.
Indeed the case. DiamondCon only gets 1 in the defensive spawn before dropping. Also the counter of the FaZe member towards your spawn. So things working out nicely here as Estriel finds himself on 5 in a row. 15-14, stuns coming through. Trophy system has been denied. Draws a low, but it's all the FaZe utility that keeps Estriel uncomfortable, and his cruise missile does get shut down, but still, Gorilla's on the point. Life lead, looking like an extra 6 he's going to come through for him.
Yeah, time's going to get extended. Now, if you are Atlanta FaZe, you have to find a couple kills to exit your spawn, because all the map control is in favor of the Gorillas. Game clock now at a pause. Estriel was not able to earn himself that cruise missile, but this is exactly how you wanted to come on and respond if you want the Gorillas to potentially take this attacking round.
Yeah, Estriel also not able to earn up the very coveted trophy system, as once again he was completely bombarded by stuns, Semtexes, frag grenades, the whole 9 yards. Draza also takes 1 down through mid-map over towards the B zone, so now Atlanta can purely focus their intentions to see where exactly this next Gorilla hit's coming from, which, to be fair, it's all from the front. That's the
3 dead
that Atlanta is actually not prepared for. So now you've got 4 dead. Simp from across the windows able to catch 1, but you've got 2 members on, make it 3 now for LAG. Fresh trophy systems are placed all over the place. Fame DiamondCon, last 2 left. Stuns and nades starting to land. Fame down low, and that will be enough to clear the zone and possibly get some depletion here, especially as Flames drops.
Yeah, now this is a scary situation because you give up all the map control to Atlanta FaZe. It was a nice little life lead in favor of the Gorillas, but Atlanta, with 2 4 deads cleanly, put themselves back in the advantage. A minute left. Just gotta basically turn this into TDM, but they have all the map control to go with it.
Just like that, it swings back into your face so quickly. LAG missing an opportunity to counteract at least one of the offensive rounds, and now it's a 7v5. Plenty of time on the clock. Don't have to rush here if you're the Gorillas. And Cell continues to just find every single angle and make good use of it. Tags into Fame. Gorilla's gonna just shrug that off, get themselves set up, but Simp is now all of a sudden behind you, and as soon as this hit unfolds, he is going to be right immediately on your flank.
Oh, yeah, and you have to make this push count because it's going to be no more respawns. Once Simp finds one, he's able to find two. Now only one player coming off of the respawn. Simp should put himself in a position to play for that spawn kill. You got to expect it. It's just Chris Lair. He's everywhere, just not in that gunfight versus Diamondcon, able to win it. But this is a GG.
Yeah. Tough scenes for LAG. Tough scenes for Flames in particular. 9-21 map. Not great news, but really, what do you say? I mean, you only had 9 total kills if you're LAG on your first round. Then all of a sudden, you nearly keep FaZe completely off the zones on their first offensive attempt, but one perfect stretch of kills turns into the extra 60 seconds, and then, of course, the light fleet becomes immeasurable. And then, of course, round 3, we kind of saw that unfold. LAG fractions away from being able to live out that entire A capture, but the trophy system changes continue to plague squads, especially when it comes to trying to stay alive as a squad on those zones when you're stacked up.
Yeah, and I think off this series, Atlanta FaZe only dominated on this map number 3. LAG gave themselves a lot of opportunities in that opening sub base. Even with the flip spawns that Atlanta FaZe blessed them with, they could still not capitalize on that moment. 3-point game. And then when you get to the search and destroy, there was a bunch of rounds where they had the numbers, a bunch of rounds where they turned it into 1v1s. If you allow Sim to at least trade, go 1-1, not 2-0 on those 1v1s, you still will be alive and potentially have taken that search and destroy. It's just a bunch of clutch plays every single time for Atlanta FaZe so far throughout this stage. Did it in map number 1, did it in map number 2, and then map number 3 was a cakewalk. As they close out this series in 3, they continue to be undefeated throughout this stage.
Yeah, I think that just generally the news is obviously positive for Atlanta. You throw in a couple of maps that you're obviously not all that great at or you don't get a lot of reps on. You win them all. Granted, some things in sub-base still getting a little hairy, but for LAG, now you're through the thick of your schedule. You got Boston, Vegas, and Seattle to finish off your stage 4 qualifiers, and that's where we need to start seeing some points from these guys if they want to make champs. That's it for us in match number 1 as we head back to the desk for their breakdown.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a much shorter broadcast this time. That's Shift and Study with the hot 3-0 as Atlanta gets the job done. I think everyone that's watching should probably move up their dinner reservations.
Just a little bit, just a hair, but this is kind of to be expected. You know, last time these two teams matched up, this was to be expected, but LAG pulled out an insane upset. But Atlanta FaZe, I mean, I thought maybe they would drop a map or 2 in this series simply because they're trying new things out. Like, they played High Rise versus LAG. This is their favorite control map. Atlanta FaZe has been working on it. They've been a really good defense team, but High Rise is typically a little bit less objective focused, more slaying, more attacking, more map control. And Atlanta FaZe and Celium, I mean, they just put the work to him this map number 3.
I think Celium's hilarious. I mean, just the way he plays the game, he's just so annoying. And then obviously that map 1, it's very, very close. And Celium has an uncharacteristic game. He's like 17-21. Found himself in a lot of situations where he's like buying time for his team to come help him on the break. And then he's like, nah, man, I went -4 map 1. I'm not letting that happen in map 3. And just absolutely takes over in what is a cakewalk of a high-rise control. I would also like to highlight, like, their test map shot this, as Ali mentioned. We talk about 6-star. We've seen the now back-to-back wins on that map, so maybe adding that to their map pool. And one thing I was looking out for was like post-plant situations that they did a lot better of a job in. BZ staying alive. He didn't get a ton of kills, but just sort of like reeling it back a little bit and letting Simp be that guy roaming, making the huge plays, right? So something that they needed to clean up, and they clearly did it today. Nice 3-0 for Atlanta.
I feel bad for Diamondcon once again. You can see the effect the defeats are starting to have on the young man. They are falling apart near the end, and they know they're running out of time. Currently in 11th, with just 4 more matches to go before we get to the Major 4.
Yeah, LAG, it's, again, the clock is kind of running out for a lot of these bubble teams. And for LAG, it's worst case scenario because everybody above them is finding success.
It's time for your Scuff Play of the Game. Who gets it? It's not a BZ. It's Celium, the final boss, the King Cobra, Mr. Lead Pipe. He's gonna fill your dead body up with it.
He really is, and he does such a good job. You know, finds the streak, goes on, you know, I think it was like 11 kills in a row, and then he gets his streak, and he has to use it because he's playing for another one, right? Like the guy, they just couldn't find him. Kept getting kills, getting away with his life, and they put them in a super blend. Every single time LAG even strung together a couple of kills, it was Celium just finding a 2-piece to put them back in the blend.
Sorry, it wasn't the lead pipe. He was pumping the bodies full of lead.
Pumping them full of lead.
Did we call him the corpse tickler? Is that where you were calling him backstage? Anyway, Celium got the job done, tickling the bodies after they're already dead. It's just getting ugly. If you're a fan of any other team but Atlanta, this is clearly the best squad. Question for me is, can the other big dogs keep pace? We're going to see Toronto. We're going to see Optic. Can you fairly evaluate them based on what you just saw from LAG?
I think this qualifier has kind of been the struggle for all of the top 4 teams. I think they've all had matches and moments where they've been showing some weakness, and I think Atlanta FaZe isn't shy of that either, but they still are looking like the strongest of our big 4.
Well, I mean, you talk about like Toronto and Optic, they have some losses, right? Yeah. And you talk about Atlanta, they're just working on their map set, keep expanding. And this one, straight up 3-0, so they got to be feeling good.
We're now joined by the voice of Abizi. It's our Monster Winner Spotlight. And Abe, I got to ask you about this series. Are you guys on a time crunch? Are you just looking to celebrate your Sunday afternoon? What was up?
I mean, we played that match like pretty well. I mean, obviously there was a few things in the sub base that we could have done better, but you know, we'll go back and look at that. And I mean, yeah, it was a good W out of us.
Yeah, I actually want to ask you about that sub base. The very last play that you made that kind of won you guys the game. You went through the backside of P2 and kind of had to practice some trigger discipline, waiting for your teammates to push through the front. Can you tell me what it's like kind of being almost a vet at this point in those high pressure situations, what it feels like to make a decision like that and kind of put it on the line?
Oh yeah, that's like something that comes with time, you know. Yeah, you gotta know your like situationals, and I feel like a lot of players that are new like don't really know when to like not shoot somebody whenever they see them when they're like behind them. And I feel like I mean, yeah, it paid off, and we ended up closing out that map.
Yeah.
To expand on Allie's question about sub-base hardpoints, giving you guys so much troubles in the past, but you're excellent almost everywhere else. What is it about that map in particular that gives you guys so much trouble?
I mean, I think we're gross at the map. I just think that sometimes in matches, like things go wrong that shouldn't go wrong. So, I mean, we're gonna keep working on it, and I mean, hopefully by the time Major 4 and Champs comes around, like we'll be well polished on it.
Is there any concern though that like maybe some of the other maps not getting as much love, you might not have as many reps on them as you think you should have, just because sub base typically you guys auto veto anyways when it's a really important game?
I mean, no, I think we're still gonna be good on all the other maps. I mean, we're gonna keep putting in that 100% effort no matter what, and yeah, I'm not really too worried about that.
Okay.
Abe, you guys are clearly on top, and I feel like we need to start creating new nicknames for you. If Celium was a comic book villain, what nickname would you give him?
Oh man, I don't even know. Something to do with him shooting bodies, but like I don't know what you would use for that. Honestly, it would be something about him shooting bodies.
You have to be Corpse Tickler. Let me know on Twitter. Chat, let us know. We got to go to a break before we get fired. Alley Cat, when we come back, though, we got 2 more games, don't we?
We do have 2 more games to get through, Chris, and hopefully no more of these horrid nicknames that you're coming up with.
Chat, help me out here. When we come back, you're going to see Toronto taking out Miami.
Come up with anything better.
Celium does look like a South Park character, so I mean, something along the lines of that. Maybe there's something.
Toronto, Miami, don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out, and I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead, okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running, so I was doing the roll the tape, I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And oh, what the hell was that? Then he just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like, let's.
Where? Trade.
Remain. Finish the mission. No visible threats on
I'm the GOAT.
Solid work. We have secured the field.
Just a question of, is that what he's going to do? But he's just going to spot him, but Cell, so clutch. A great search and destroy player into a one-on-one. He's just going to finesse his life. The pistol, did he buy enough time? Can he get there?
I don't think he got it. I don't think he got it.
Close.
I don't think he got it.
He might have. He might have it. I don't know.
Oh!
No! Buys enough time.
Oh my God!
In the corner.
Nice, bro. I would have killed him. I just had no ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
Day-to-day, already know what's happening. I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues. Every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags. I've been paranoid having the safest place. I'm taking checks. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage and tan. I tell my own shit on the main event. Givenchy, my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
For me?
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the match. The players are ready. So, Allie, let's jump right into the maps and modes, and I want to know the statistics here. Who has the edge across these 5 maps today, Alley Cat?
You have to lean on the side Toronto Ultra simply because their map pool is deeper, but the biggest one out of this 5 is going to be the high rise simply because for Toronto Ultra, they're trying to add it to their map pool. Invasion recently has not been good for them. It is 1-3 in their last 4, so they need to start adding something else because like you can see in the map vetoes, Miami Heretics can just get rid of Karachi and get the map that they want.
Nameless, I want to look big picture here. Toronto started up 2-0 against Surge. Surge reverse swept them. Can this Miami Heretics team do the same thing over Toronto? Can they cause a second upset to a Power 4 squad?
They can cause a second upset, but it won't be through reverse sweep. They're going to need to take one of the first 2 maps. When you talk about that Karachi hardpoint, Toronto, unbelievable. They're 14-2 on the season. But you want to talk about Miami Heretics and their strengths, it's through search and destroy, man. They've been unreal there, and the hardpoint can contend with the best of them. They have a real fighting chance this year.
Players are ready, so are we. Let's make it official, though. Alley Cat, you have the honors of catching up to Nameless here. You get to go first.
I don't know if it's going to happen here. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra.
Same. W.
Miami Heretics, let's make it 3 for 3. We'll find out. Can they pull it off once again? We got Chance on the mic. How you guys doing today?
Hi, Bryce.
Doing fantastic, Puckett. Hey, Nameless. Hey, Allie.
Chance. Hey, I didn't know it was Miles.
I hate your guys' nicknames.
I like the fits, guys. You guys look good.
Thank you. That's very kind. I don't trust him with
it's always
the nicknames,
way too
Bryce.
nice, the desk.
Sometimes.
They're way too nice. Well, I'll tell you something. They always look fantastic. So them saying you look nice, we must be doing something right. But speaking of something right, this game could go the distance. Now, a lot of people are saying this could be one-sided. Toronto Ultra have been very strong in recent times. But the Heretics, they have a habit. They have a little bit of a reputation for making things difficult for teams. Now, whether or not they win it is a very different story. But I've got faith that we might see an incredible showcase today.
For sure. I think the path for Heretics to win, by the way, I think map 1 might be a requirement. The desk obviously touched on it. The Karachi hardpoint for map 4, Toronto are completely godlike on that map. So I don't know if Heretics necessarily have the best odds there, but 6-star is their first map pick, and then their S&D, like, it seems like for Miami, has sort of hit their final form. So a 1-2-5, in my mind, is the most likely path for Heretics to win, but I know Toronto definitely want to come out with the fierceness, maybe avenge a previous loss they had.
Obviously, both teams going to just be heading into this P1. All about splitting it for Miami Heretics, but not really getting an awful lot here. Just Lucky trying to stem the tide. Ultra will take control and get the first glut of points.
Yeah, very cheeky play by Envoy. Nice little reposition into the drop shot. Lines 2 players up and knocks both of them down. And a good chunk of time coming through on P1, but looks like Miami doing a nice job using their tax and nades just to strike back and keep things mixy. Clean next though, last man standing around the zone. Him and Envoy together cleaning house. And I mean, Envoy right now killing everybody in sight. As far as opening breaks in P1 goes, this is completely dominant there from Toronto. Going into the rotation with a 40-point lead, that is sizable.
It really is. This is where the difference will be made, though. This rotation. Ultra, if they wander into it and break it very, very quickly, it's going to be bad for the Heretics, but they're holding on so far. Vehicle just making sure nobody comes to the water route, but Envoy continuing to just push the tempo. 6-3 at the moment, but it's all been rebuffed. Miami hold for now.
And there's Iron Boots on old Insight. Well, unfortunately has to deal with 2 players, and Lucky makes the aggressive play, captures Scrap as well. And that poor Envoy, last man standing, might be able to pick up one, but the trade instantaneous. Heretics looking pretty sweet here on P2, and now the backspawn's actually rolling through, so this is still a good time to get on top of the rotation you're thinking about. Insight might get traded out, so the rotation should go towards the Heretics, but I think Ultra might honestly be happy for it just to keep the break and get those extra points. That's like 30 seconds of scrap time as well, so they're going to maintain their 40-point lead.
Lucky's actually going to take that away from them, so has just stopped it a few seconds. For the Heretics, all smiles so far. It will be up to Ultra to try and mount a bit of an attack, but already just with that trade from Lucky has pushed them a little bit further away. Inside trying to find Vico, and Envoy will find that trade for it. Vico's still playing people towards the back. Envoy with another one. Now the pressure will come. The Heretics have lost their members. They will spawn out. They'll lose the hill.
Yeah, that is fantastic patience coming in from inside as well. That's sort of the perfect coordination. He's never going to break it by himself. He lets Envoy go get in the mix, and Envoy, fantastic awareness to play for the guy cutting him off before he goes for Vico in the back. So not an easy hill to break, but Toronto make it look that way, and now Envoy, he can just continues his path of destruction. 13-6 for the moment, and I know Envoy, a player that has occasionally had some slow starts at hardpoint. Not here, not in the final stage, coming up before champs. Envoy right now completely on point.
And that's a scary prospect for them because he's continuing to do exactly that. 14-6 now. Looking for more of those Miami Heretics players to come through, and almost almost gets a turn and burn. Not going to happen for them. Reinforcements flowing through in the form of Kleenex, and the trades will fall the way of Toronto Ultra. They're going to grab this first little control around the hill, but Miami is stacking.
They're going to do what they can, but we talked about slow starts for Envoy on one side where he's popping off. Vehicle, a slow start for him at 2 and 10, and I mean, he's been bit by that bug in the past few hard points, and Toronto Ultra taking full advantage of it. I mean, just not even close for the moment. Destructive in the kill feed. I mean, 3 out of 4 players positive and by a decent margin. I think Envoy and Kleenex, it might turn into just a kill race as another 4-man in the feed. Toronto as perfect as it gets, and Heretics, I mean, they're squared up just to fight for the final 20 seconds of scrap time, but Scrap is here, wants to make it his.
We're going to find out. I remember seeing the Heretics make this reversal just a little while ago. Can they hit the second gear in this next set of rotations? Like I said, they've done it before. They will take some monumental lifting, and it's a little bit of a different caliber of team they're facing.
That to me is probably the biggest difference maker there, right? Like coming back against Toronto Ultra, not an easy thing to do. Ultra typically the team that is capable of making great comebacks and icing up when it matters most. But Envoy, this was his sweet spot over on P1 the first go around, and it might be a sweet spot again. 19 and 9 on a 3 spree, and nearly snaps on Lucky as well. It takes a weird timing for him to actually fall, but where he does, his teammates obviously there to pick him up. Insight dishing out some damages, and Miami attempting go for the break. I'm expecting honestly the kill feed to turn purple, but overwhelming Insight for the moment. But his best shot to stay alive and send in Envoy for the kills. Ultra continuing to fight.
Envoy's really just setting some pace. 21 and 11. Just a huge amount of interactions as he continues to push the tempo with his team. Kleenex now trying to do the exact same thing. Almost a carbon copy of last time. Ultra have P1. Heretics are first at P2. But will it be the same story? Envoy trying to make it not so. Already been stunned, trying to get out of there with his life. Will eventually fall. Metals gets 2. Real will get another one. And this push is stalled.
And finally, you get the extra break. Metals finally picks up a 2-piece for the squad, and that's what it takes to actually get a clean 4 down. So first time virtually the entire game. Miami Heretics in complete control, getting the cutoff kills towards the middle of the map as well. So Vehicle getting active, and now Lucky maybe in his brand new home of the pool. Underwater gunfight comes out on top, and Ultra not able to sniff this hill. Lucky on a 4 spree. I was going to say maybe you need him to get the crews to turn the game around, but similar situation. The spawns have flipped on P2 again, but I'd say this time if Heretics can sort of hold this down and rotate, might be their path to get back in the game.
Unfortunately, they're losing a couple of kills across it here. I didn't know who was going to come out on top, but it looks like Heretics for the next. It will be Ultra for the scrap, and the problem being is that Ultra might just be okay with that scrap. They can put a lot of pressure here onto the Heretics, not letting them get too much of that lead back. They'll be sitting very, very pretty as they sit at 174, but Ultra now mounting the pressure. Bodies trying to pull through. Already lost 1 on this trade. Here it goes. Lucky, though, wise to it, just cuts them down, and Ultra will have to try again.
That's beautiful, though. That is a big 3 down, and right now for Heretics, the situation is get into your full 60. You're back in the game. If you get broken on this, well, you might just break on 6-star, but the hold, so far, so good. Real doing a little dance, dodging some nades, winning the gunfight, and ready to snap on more players coming down the steps. But Ultra, again, applying that pressure. They are just nailing around this hill.
Well, Miami starting to try to make this comeback and doing everything they can. Let's find out, though, how they are feeling in the comms. The Miami Heretics. Listen in.
Vale, estoy pulsando la derecha, no todos los estatua,
Inside habrá rotado inside.
Está muerto. He pulsado blindado. Creo que hay un tiro. Inside. Pon un tiro, Toby. En su lado, de frente de Toby, muerto. En su lado el con y el spawner Toby.
Está en punto,
Scrap te ha salido un P2, creo,
Sí,
me ha dicho en medio.
Muerto Toby.
Me hacen a mí que outfit, chavales.
Tenemos jump up.
Una pin de larga, Tengo el jump up solo. Mírame abajo derecha, ¿podéis?
No puedo. Mira,
tengo jump up bien.
Una pin de larga.
Jump up, un muerto atrás, jump up y office. Jump up y office, chavales, son 2. Con Scrap, uno con y 2 de frente, chavales. Voy de la izquierda,
Es que muerto,
con mata. He papiado close derecha. ¿Qué está close tumbado?
Derecha.
Ponte y chulado.
Tengo trophy.
Abrir medio. Sí, estoy muerto. Una bala. Sí, me van a matar. Una bala en con, en otro lado. Arriba, no puedo.
¿Dónde hay? Te pusieron cerca a la izquierda.
Vamos a abrir medio,
Hay que abrir dobles,
Voy por dobles,
Te voy a estar por medio,
Voy por dobles yo con Luki. Por abajo, bro.
Voy con vosotros yo también.
Esto es una doble si pega piña.
Hay uno en el siguiente, bro.
Inside está
Blanco y
hemos flipeado, voy a jugar para el anterior yo. Marco, está muy tocado, no te suicides. Son dos dentro del hardpoint.
Son dos ahí.
Dos dentro del punto.
Son tres, bro. Están todos por DJ, bro.
¿Y quieres estatua?
Te apoyo. Aguanta no lo vi, bro.
Me han pegado piña. Está muy con piña su control. Está chaleando Indoor, grab, un tiro. Muerto.
Vale,
DJ Leo 3. Vale, aguanta vivo.
No, está explotado.
Nuestro con el suyo, aguanta, me meto.
Motherfuck. Están con.
He pegado piña bajo el plat.
Os apoyo yo de cara.
Está haciendo al DJ, ahí no
I got it, ¿no te he escuchado?
DJ, si toca por la banda, piña, no puedo hacer nada.
Tiro piña DJ.
Abrir doble yo, voy a ver doble yo.
Está bien a la derecha. Y otro en nuestro lado.
Well, the Heretics have tried. They mounted the comeback, but it's a P1 downfall again. They have not got close. This game is getting out of hand completely, and maybe just a weakness in their gameplay, Chance.
Or maybe just a strength in Toronto's. This has been the best P1 holds we've seen on this map, consistently so as well. And I know for Heretics, the most success they've had has been on P2, where they've at least traded out a decent bit of time, but CleanX, the thorn in their side, has just slipped the net, got the clearance towards the hill, and his teammate Snow all eyes towards the back of the point. CleanX out here just spinning Heretics in circles, and well, he can win the gunfights too.
Yeah, first time they haven't got control at all, and they're just trying to find the CleanX on a 4 streak, trying to stay alive, looking for his 5th.
Oh my God.
Continuing to play his life. The reach out for the 6, not the 7. But the Heretics try desperately to hold on, but it is almost too little, too late. Even with 30 seconds here, surely they can't get the rotation as well.
Yeah, and especially because like they've been spawn flipping a few times as well, so that's sort of the nature of it when you push a little bit too far. But dealing with the pressure for the moment, and maybe Vehicle can make the plays. Well, there you see the first spawn out. So Toronto Ultra, but this is where you flip the spawns. And maybe a 2v2 over towards time, but Metals wins a big one. Toronto Ultra now can no longer win on the old time, and they actually have won the rotation towards new. So you have Heretics in a situation. It is going to be 244 to 181, but they have the rotation to that money hill. If they can stave off this pressure and somehow rotate, then we'll finally have ourselves a game. But CleanX, obviously, cruise missile in the back pocket. Heretics have so much they have to deal with.
Here we go. Incoming cruise missile. The Heretics will have to move. Ultra will strike as soon as this comes in. All the information pouring into the ears. There's the first kill. The Ultra will try and take the stairs, but Insight and CleanX have combined now. Insight gets a second, and they are pouring into it with 4 seconds left to go. That is a clean break, and that is the game.
Yeah, that is absolute perfection. There's the occasional team that'll mess up the cruise missiles in those moments, but Ultra, not that type of squad. I mean, you saw it on the mini-map. We're watching Insight swim up, get in positioning, wait for the jump, everybody get grouped up together. So many times when you hear in the comms, hey guys, I have a cruise, nobody die. There's always that one guy in the kill feed that dies just a little bit too soon and annoys you, but not in that moment for Toronto. Again, they have it down to a T. And really just unfortunate for Heretics. The CleanX started putting them on skates on P2 because maybe they would have had the opportunity for the comeback, but maybe just another slow start there out of Miami. Toronto is not a team you can afford to do that against.
No, it certainly is. And we were talking about it earlier, right? Miami Heretics, they have made comebacks on that map before, but different caliber of team, unfortunately. And I don't know what it is why they start off so slow. I'm going to say probably Envoy and the P1 hold really hit them hard. And then you are right, they did split the P2. Just weren't able to really just grab that huge chunk of time that would have given them a little bit of pressure off.
Yeah, and another thing in the stats as well. I mean, pressure is going to be one thing, but also like the teamwork and assists. Like Toronto are putting on pressure with the teamwork. Even in these moments where Lucky's picking up the 2 pieces, Ultra almost always coordinated. One of the few players you can sort of catch on an island is Scrap, but Scrap, I mean, you know, one of the most dominant players we have in the league. But I saw on the assist front, I think Toronto Ultra had 51 assists in total combined as a team. And I mean, Heretics, not a team that is shy of teamwork either. They've been finding their form recently, but maybe 15 less assists than their counterpart Ultra. Again, always incredible teamwork, and this is CleanX just moving around the map, setting up his teammates for some easy kills.
Yeah, he's starting to feel way more comfortable in the second half of that, and you are right. P2, a lot of influence, just making sure they couldn't do anything, and the Heretics were hunting. And then the final flurry, the push, the cruise missile, and the Heretics, while they've done so much to get back to that point, you cannot stop the tide.
No, not at all. And shout out for Envoy for being the front man on that tide as well. Absolutely popping off. But first P1, Toronto Ultra 38-0. Goose-egged him the first time around. Second P2 from 127 to 161. So they get 35 points. Heretics only get 6. In the last go around, Heretics get a single point and Toronto able to get 40. So on P1's quick mass, they outscored them maybe 90 points to 15. And obviously for a 50-point game, getting stuffed on P1, the absolute difference maker there on 6-star.
Well, that's something that we'll have to go back to it. Is it Toronto too strong on P1, or have Heretics got to rework that in the VOD? We'll find out, but that is a story for another time. Karachi Search and Destroy is up next. Chance, how are we feeling about this Search and Destroy game between these two teams?
Super interesting map for a few different reasons. Like, if you want to start with the side of the Heretics, the conversation is like how good their Search and Destroy has been. They've won 8 of their last 10 S&Ds. They have the #1 rate for like opening duels, like your first blood category, but they also are playing new maps now. They were grinding out 6-star, had a ton of high rise as well. That's where they had their most success. Teams have finally caught on. They're banning one of these 2 maps against them. So now we're seeing extra maps come into play. So Karachi has been recent for Heretics. They've gone 1-1 the past 2 times they've played it, but they haven't shown that they're as strong as their previous maps. And of course, now if we turn the conversation to Ultra, Karachi used to be their bread and butter. They have suffered a bit of a fall off on that map, but to me, that just means it's going to be a square up. Heretics in great form, but not quite on this map, and Ultra looking to get back to where they were in stage 1. They're looking for perfection on this map. So an interesting battle to really figure out where these 2 teams stand.
Well, here are the statistics you can already see in the Major IV pre-game. Their best mode is Search and Destroy, second in win rate, and first in everything else. But I don't know, you are right, this is an interesting one. I do feel like with Ultra over the last few months as well, disappointing too, going into Major 3, obviously looked great but fell at the last hurdle. Realistically, they are looking to improve just enough to start squeaking out the competition. We are entering the final major and then champs soon after. No more excuses. I don't know whether leaving the bomb there was something that's just ruined my entire point.
Nah, it's all good. I mean, you miss it just barely, might have bumped into somebody, but you want to get the pre-nades off anyway. You want to get the pre-nades off so you can get some map space in control, or else Vehicle is just going to punish you straight off the opening rip. No slow starts this time for Vehicle. A couple missed nades or maybe off on the timing, and he just rips through you and picks up 2. I mean, that's Heretics again on Karachi. First blood rate out of control. It might be a slightly different map for him, but they looked on point right there. Instantaneous first round win.
Wow, that was very, very quick, and something that Ultra will have to start thinking about. And it might even just change the way they play the attacks in future, simply because of how aggressive Vehicle was here off the rip. They weren't ready for it. They're going to have to be ready for it in the future, and Vehicle just went hunting.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he had like the old lightweight boots on for that as well, but it felt like he got into position just a second before Ultra even had a thought for him to be able to get there. So Heretics not a stranger to absolutely running it down, and maybe Vehicle off the rip. A lot of nades coming out down B Street. Ultra, a lot of players there, but everybody able to dodge them and get back in position. Envoy, close spot. Vehicle throwing shoulders, and he gets caught. Envoy, beautiful first blood.
Playing super confident today. I don't know who warmed him up, but been on fine form. And that just means that the Miami Heretics are now worried about this as Envoy gets another one. Confidence flowing. They've seen him though. Medals knows where he is. I don't know if that matters. Real will get one more kill, but he's in serious trouble. Medals actually finds Envoy, but will fall, and now Medals alone. A 1 versus 2, a 1 versus 1. Gets out with his life.
Playing for the kill too. Didn't even want to go for the bomb. Problem is, CleanX got active, already looped the map in. For the moment, Metals clueless to it. And with 30 seconds left, at some point you got to move towards the bomb. I know Attach can clutch when he sprints around the map, but tougher in this moment, especially with CleanX top third.
Metals doesn't have a lot of options. He has to go get that bomb or find a player, and they're going to happen. Metals going to find him as well. Locks up the clutch, locks up the game. Unbelievable. The Miami Heretics, after suffering under Envoy, find the win.
Yeah, 2v4 right there, and Metals I mean, he's already had a pretty spectacular stage. He had a bit of a drop off towards the middle section of the year, but at the end of last stage, especially on LAN and now, this man has found his form in a big win as well. Doesn't get to do a full loop across the map, but cuts it up top third, gets some great timing against CleanX, and a 2v4 clutch is a necessary bounce back round because we've seen Heretics again play this map twice in the past week or so, and Vehicle loves to get towards that archway and just throw some shoulders. Envoy, I mean, he capitalizes off of it, but his team drops the ball.
Envoy trying to be aggressive again, hasn't worked out. Has fallen to Real. The Heretics are certainly just having a little bit of luck here, but CleanX will get one back. Cleaning out that top third, very important. Scrap being aggressive, takes down another. The game has shifted back into the hands of the Ultra.
And that's just not a route that you were expecting Scrap to be able to take. And now you got Insight planting the bomb. CleanX can spot out number 4 on the minimap, Real for the full rotation. And now Scrap could just play for the trades. Knows the guy was around bottom green. Timing goes great for him, but maybe not the right pair of glasses on. Interesting moment now for the 2v2, but CleanX should win the gunfight and guarantee the round.
That could have been disastrous, but still it's just a funny anecdote. Lucky looking towards the bomb. Has not seen anybody. I think he's now been spotted yet. Gonna find him. CleanX will clear it up, and Ultra will get their round on the board.
Maybe the glasses of CleanX needs to recommend him to Scrap, because again, just very awkward timing with that player climbing the ladder. A fame moment, if you will.
Moving swiftly on. Let's see how they adjust for this. It's been very aggressive from both sides around B and top 3. I wonder how these teams are going to start countering it. Probably with more aggression, if I have my guess.
Well, I'm curious as to how the Heretics are going to respond, because they love the B hits, and Vehicle again loves throwing shoulders over towards arches to get it down. But if Envoy jumps on you, you see different strat coming through, middle of the map taking control of, and Real maybe waiting for the moment to make the play. How good is the timing? It is beautiful. Renetti for the job, and Metal's gun Scrap as well. A 4v2 for Heretics to go 3-1 in the round.
Vehicle should be able to find Envoy here. The timing will be crucial. Envoy will win the first one. If you win the second, looking for Lucky. Lucky will take him down. 1 versus 3 now for CleanX. Will he be in the right position? Arrival 9 up top.
Yeah, they're playing with so much respect too. You see Heretics, they want to get the information before they make a move, and that's why that's bomb down 1v3. CleanX, massive opportunity, and keep in mind he is on a 4 spree as well. If he clutches this, utter devastation for the Heretics.
He is moving. You see Metals, he's going to see Metals as well. Metals has taken bullets. Metals has to run. CleanX still moving fast. That bomb has gone down. He's looking for him. It's a long-range shot. He's got him as well. Metals is behind him. I don't think he knows. He's going to see. Oh, my goodness. Not to be. And CleanX is all of us with that reaction. Almost poetry in motion. But no top 5 plays for you.
That is nerve-wracking. Good Lord. Yeah, and again, that is exactly why Heretics were playing with so much respect for CleanX, because he can do things like that. An extra burst away, or maybe just more ammo in the clip. And CleanX might be able to get that done, but that is a big moment for Miami. You clutch the 4 versus 2. You don't let it slip through the cracks, and you shut down that cruise missile as well. So a 3-1 lead. Things right now singing sweet on Karachi, and Ultra going to be spreading the map just a little bit as well. CleanX might be in a gunfight fairly shortly. Maybe not just 1, maybe make it 2. There's number 1, and no trades rolling through. Can't chase CleanX. He would absolutely put you on a mixtape.
Oh, he's still moving. I think he's found a play. He knows where Metals is going to be. He sees Vehicle as well, but Vehicle will see him calling for reinforcements. CleanX decides, I'm out of here. This is not worth me taking them on. And it is very much a spread across the map.
Call of Duty timing all over the place. I was going to say, CleanX never actually spotted that player top red, so Scrap gets a nice kill, but traded out instantly. And meanwhile, Insight's just been hanging out waiting. Hey, man, if you get the bomb down, I'm in the perfect position, but Vehicle, look at that angle. Nice little hop up from the sandbags, bomb down. And a 1v2 now from Insight, and Vehicle does just enough to stay alive.
Oh, he's caught it as well. Knows where Metals is going to be. They're going to challenge from every direction. No way to shoot in two different directions. And the Heretics will get that round, but it was a little bit chaotic. Everybody kind of spread out, and it came down to the individual gunfights.
Yeah, well, individual gunfights and just good positioning as well. Not just the player top red. They could trade out the kill from Scrap, but again, Vehicle, just a very cheeky spot to be able to check that bomb from, but here's a look at least the first kill that came through from Envoy. Unfortunate that that door is too thick and maybe Envoy not the right gun he wanted in that moment. MCW there, able to take down the Renetti at close range. Those doors, so much fun to play with.
Not for Envoy in that one. And now push through market. Envoy again being aggressive. Scrap will find the first one onto Lucky though. They've lost a little bit of momentum, but it is going to be a trade back instantly. These two teams really able to counter each other across the map. 3 versus 3. Going to be a big fight here. Scrap almost walked into death.
Oh, and look at this. Vehicles actually get the bomb over towards B, so Toronto think the play is going to be over towards A because they didn't have any space, and they're going to get the kill as well, but there's Vehicles striking towards the B zone, so Ultra, a moment of panic. What site's he going to be at? Well, you've cleared out one. Insight's got B, and well, now Scrap got the intel. A is going to be the play. Metal spots him in the sky, but these are going to be interesting gunfights. And Scrap, well, he sees everything now.
Trying to make the right play. Metal's going towards the back here. Vehicle playing cautious. I think they know now this will be committed. And Scrap gets all the way through, but it's called. Vehicle knows. Inside of 1 versus 2. Does not know where Metals has gone. Gonna see it. Did you see him at the corner of his eye? I don't think he did. Doesn't matter. Gonna go for the kill. Oh my goodness, no! Vehicle with the movement burns him out of the map. And oh my goodness, Heretics get the round.
Yeah, that's some of the most insane Call of Duty timing on so many different fronts. Scrap spots both those players out for Miami. He knows that one crossed back over towards P2. He knew the Vehicle was near bomb, but Vehicle spots Scrap just barely as he goes in the window, so he can make the read to challenge him off bomb. And then Vehicle gets the call out from his teammate as Insight comes flying out of top red. He gets spotted as well. So every single player, they're centering and camera positioning right now on point just to capture players out of the corner of their eye. But a 5 spree from Vehicle, a 4 from Metals, and 1 round away from Heretics, slamming Toronto on one of their best maps.
Let's see if it ends with Heretics having a great time.
Yes, it will.
Metals and Vehicle already, and now incoming cruise missile. Toronto Ultra found themselves in the worst possible position. It has not been a great S&D for them. Scrap will get 1, stays alive at 2 versus 3. A little bit of never mind. Never mind. It's a 1 versus 3 Insight. It chanced the clutch, my friend, and make history.
Yeah, and he doesn't have bomb as well. So if it wasn't difficult enough to start with, near impossible now, but a little bit of time to play with, and now a 1 versus 2. And that's an insane angle. I think one of his teammates called that out for him, and Insight's going to take the timing. He made this cross without being spotted, so I don't know, maybe a 20% chance at clutching this now.
That bomb being down is just a nightmare for him. Not found anybody all the way around. Is he going to check the left? No, he's not. Down he falls. Insight not able to make it, and the Heretics will have a dominant S&D against Toronto Ultra. 1-1 in the series.
And 20% was way too kind. Maybe make it 2 at best, but that is absolute slammage. And for the past 2 times that Miami played this map, they have a loss on Karachi very recently, but a bunch of like round 11, sort of 6-5 games that they're going to. Maybe they've just learned incredibly quickly and adjusted from their mistakes. Because even the round where Envoy sort of plays off the intel, gets the first 2 picks, Heretics clutch a 2v4, and after that complete domination, it's not like they needed every single first blood to make it happen. They just simply outclassed Toronto. And from Ultra, I gotta say, that's a bad look. 6-1 loss, you get 2v4'd as well. A team that typically does not make mistakes had absolutely no answers for Vehicle and Metals. I think Toronto Ultra might need to go back to the drawing board because that was their map pick as well.
Well, I did say this is never going to be an easy game. The Heretics, they always start making it difficult for the teams in every single one of their games. And this means we're going to see at least a map 4 between the two. How it continues, though, we go on a high-rise control after this. And Chance, how you feel?
I feel very scared for Miami. I know High Rise is sort of the map that Ultra have played the least for the controlled game mode, but I have a lot of faith in their slaying ability. Envoy still has a hot gun, and then Scrap on this map might be devastating. So they got to win one of the next 2 respawns for Miami. I don't know which one it's going to be.
All right. Well, we are going to find out. Coming up after the break, we'll have map 3 control. Miami Heretics versus Toronto Ultra. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions. Cammy was spotted initially. Capsule's gonna drop, so Cammy with a huge opportunity to clutch up a 1v2. Make it a 1v1. Has to grab the bomb though, or has to find the kill. Classic, right to the courtyard. Cammy spots him, and Cammy pulls off the 1 versus 2. Classic is doing it all right now. He might actually reach 40 kills in this hard point.
Really come alive. Classic's gonna hit the flank. Classic, the perfect timing. They line up there. 42 and 26
on the flanks, hitting the routes, making the right play at the right time. And we all know it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And well, these boys, they finish strong. Now on Paul X here for a 1v2.
So Paul X clutches it, goes to around 11.
Oh, Paul X! Oh my goodness! What a 1v2 to keep his team alive.
What a Herculean comeback coming through for FaZe Black.
They're not out of it just yet. They have brought this one all the way back, and now the rotation looking solid. FaZe Black in position to stop it here. Asim gets a read at 1. The sunset could be good for another. FaZe Black trying to steal away the hard point, and they might just be good for it. Stun, snakes, everything being thrown in. Dip timing, ducking and sliding, trying to find a way through. But FaZe Black will not let you win the hard point. They come all the way back. This will be the final push. Brack through the middle, able to clean up 1. Needs to put together more as he cuts through mid. Finds Major Maniac. That will be the 2nd kill. Now they're on the point with 2 seconds to spare. They're finding the kills. No respawns. They were tested, but they were never bested. They were pressed, but they were never finessed. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with Miami Heretics versus Toronto Ultra. So far, Ultra managed to get that hard point over the line and take map number 1, but then the Heretics swung a mean right hook and took the S&D 6-1 against them. Now, though, we move into high-rise control, and Chance, I feel like it could be all Ultra.
Yeah, well, an Envoy might be a leading contributor as to why. I know it's an AR dominant map, but he has been making absolute plays, including, well, on high-rise control. Nice little 1.5 KD. When your SMGs pick up what is now, honestly, the God Gun, well, they can absolutely thrive. They love when they can abuse the headshot multiplier.
Well, we'll see if he can put that same performance on. I will say he is looking like that kind of Envoy today, confident and moving. But one player does not a team make. The rest of Ultra will have to try and do a little bit better. It's been a quiet couple of games from Scrap and Insight so far, and the Heretics know they want this point while they are sitting pretty in the standings. Can they overcome a player like Envoy?
Well, I mean, again, we're just talking about him being sort of like in classic Envoy world champion form, especially in control. A nice little 0.4 bump in the KD department. You go from slightly below average to effectively godlike. So, yeah, Envoy has cranked things up to be certain. I mean, especially so, again, he's had some slow starts, maybe 10 maps in a row where he's dropping 0.5s in hardpoint. Absolute dominant in map number 1. So, high expectations for him and the rest of Ultra to look good on this map. Heretics might have a 4-9 record, but I think the style that sort of Heretics play on high rise, unless they're just massively outslaying, I think they might be in for a bad time.
Well, let's find out. The underdogs of Heretics might have a point to prove, but that is not going to be the start they wanted. A little bit of pressure from Ultra here, straight on the way.
Phoenix just kills faster.
Oh, he's moving. Phoenix coming back like a horrible smell, just will not leave them alone. That's going to be the second tick underway. It should really be deflected. There's a lot of Heretics here. Nades flowing like water, but somehow still alive. Scrap doesn't even care. Gets it. Oh, he pulls his gunshot and dies to Lucky, and they miss out on the A capture by a tiny margin chance.
Yeah, nope, Scrap wins that gunfight. He'd have been there to give you 2, and the A zone would have fallen, but Scrap saw the play before the bullets actually connected. Maybe he needs to pick up CleanX's MCW, because CleanX, I mean, again, he just kills faster.
Well, we'll see what Insight can do now. Trying to make sure they don't get put straight into that spawn trap, and so far they haven't been. Only one player going to be out here. Envoy stopping the clock. Shouldn't really be able to capture this alone, and won't. Metal's in a too good of a position. Scrap gets another kill, and this is all about survival for Ultra. They just don't want to be pinned in.
And big win by Metals as well, so he keeps the pressure up on the spawners, but good reads there from Scrap. Threading the needle on the gunfight. Now Vehicle's man on the zone. While timing awkward on every different section. Vehicle's doing a dance and trying to be a little bit of bait, but nice read and snap there from Insight, but through the fence can't give you 2. Clock is going to be stopped because CleanX is on this B zone, but the B zone going to take a long time before it falls. He just needs the reinforcements of his teammates, and a trophy could have been nice as well.
Ultra all over the place. Envoy managed to get that kill, but that's all they've got. 18 seconds in a dream. Ultra thought they could have had that A capture early, but they have now fallen by the wayside. Only 2 ticks to their name, and they're coming off spawn. This is not the attack they wanted. Not even a last hurrah. They really aren't getting these trades at all. Real has time to reload, has time to just wait for his teammates to get here as well. Scrap's not going to make the 2-piece, and that's going to be the first round. Ultra ambitious, but ultimately not good enough.
And yeah, I'm going to stay on my theme as well. If Heretics aren't massively outslaying, I think on this map they're going to have a bad time. They end up outslaying by 6 kills, which a decent enough margin, but that round really does come down to just Scrap sort of stopping the kill a little bit too soon. He was looking for the 2-piece before he finished the 1, and I mean, just a truly unfortunate moment. So Ultra, instead of getting the A zone, the extra minute, and able to play patient, they just have to flood into death. And just, again, an incredibly small mistake, but Heretics fully capitalize, and now Real, I mean, on a 3 spree, 6-4 as Heretics. Nice blood over towards the A zone they go.
Straight under it as well. Lots of bodies. Trophy's going to be out. Envoy, though, will get that first kill to slow it down. Real Chow's going to get it. Stays alive. The other player going to be behind him. It's going to be CleanX and Scrap combining. They have wiped them back off of the map as Metals tries to find more kills. And for Heretics, it goes back into the point. You have to just stay alive and stay out of that spawn.
Oh, too slow on the trade. He's looking to trade Scrap, gets baited into an awkward position, and Insight there to take him down. And Heretics, this is operation just get out of your spawn. Most aggressive player, Real. Well, welcome back to the spawn. Everybody stuck in the windows. Players like Insight keeping the right side at bay. And, well, guys like Envoy responsible for the left. The blender setup indeed in a tough moment for Miami. Slang, they got to start cranking it up.
Oh, there they go. The AR's going to work. Trying to lock the door, keep them away. Out of better position, should find one, maybe the second. Oh, he's pushed out as well, will go down, but fortunately there's plenty of Ultra players still to keep them in.
Yeah, this is just painful. Inside again on a force, pretty responsible for the right windows, and it finally falls, and no trades. Real picks up 2. Kleenex doesn't get the 1, and Miami finally, they've made it out. Back to sort of the 50-50 split over towards the zone. Nice team shots coming through, but I think the trophy maybe just a little bit too late. You see Insight with the Semtex, and Kleenex absolutely bodies Vehicle in that gunfight. So Heretics had to fight tooth and nail to get out of your spawn. Well, welcome right back.
Oh, they have got them, but they're going to try one last little push here. Medals will get it. They've got bodies. That clock will stop. Insight flying over. Will find the first, but not the second. Will they even get a tick out of this game? That's what they're trying to do now. Just hold it for long enough, and unfortunately, back in the spawn you go. Ultra already set up. Scrap has the irons, has the sight, has the position, but falls. Doesn't matter. Clock has been run out, and they hold them to nothing. Technically, Ultra won those first 2 rounds.
Sure, I guess. Nothing? Well, yeah, I mean, the 0 ticks, absolutely. If you're playing for the defense for the round 5, Toronto Ultra, I mean, effectively going to be secure unless Heretics absolutely stuff them on this upcoming round. But I know Toronto just want to sort of make up for the previous mistake, get an offensive win on board as well, because at least round 1, they were as close as they could possibly be.
Let's see. How did these adjustments happen? Last time, Ultra on the attack came very, very close to getting that A early. Ultimately fell to nothing. So they might go for it again. Envoy hitting the low wall run. Kleenex opening up proceedings. And Envoy finds something here. Kleenex actually just diving straight in. Envoy with the perfect timing.
This would be all 4 if you can get it. I guess everybody's going to be stuck in their spawn anyway, but Real was last man standing. 3 players stuck in that left window. Insight's got 1 cross. Kleenex has the other. A nice stun to get that first kill, but that is only the first problem to solve. Still, Heretics just barely now able to make it out of the windows. For a defensive round, this is a painful looking setup right now. Toronto Ultra again, spawn trapping effectively from both sides just about until the triple headshots roll through. Nice little moment there from Heretics and staying alive so far in this round.
Again, another point, just not able to capture it at the last second. Will this come back to haunt them again? Insight looking for Vehicle up top. Vehicle just better in that gunfight. Envoy now was worried about who's around him. We'll stop the clock here, but massively outnumbered. No reinforcements, so he's just going to just try and play the kills.
What is going on with Envoy's
stuck on tactical aim?
What button did he hit on the D-pad to make that possible? I thought it was just because he was hugging the wall and it was just a weird moment, but I don't know. Envoy dealing with some stuff while Heretics gonna have to deal with the B zone. Double stack coming through, and for Heretics, nobody in position to stop it. So that's what Ultra was looking for, the extra minutes of the clock. And Envoy right now, 9 and 16. Maybe if he figures out to fix the L trigger, might be good to go.
If I remember correctly, I haven't done it in a while. I think you have to hold down the L trigger and push a button on the D-pad to get it out of that. Just not seen it in some time, but yeah, obviously irrelevant.
You just never know. I mean, it might have just been a graphical thing in Codcaster as well, but you know, I'm a suspicious person.
Well, never mind. Hopefully they can redeem themselves. They have the first point. They have a minute left, but they've been thrown into the blender. This now becomes about a hope and a prayer. Can you find a way out of this?
It's looking like not. Those are ridiculous shots coming through from Kleenex, but loses the gunfight anyway. And I mean, now everybody truly stuck in their spawn. Ultra only 8 lives, make it 7 remaining as well. Heretics couldn't get out of this, and by the looks of it, Ultra not going to be able to either.
Here we go, trying to get out. They've got a bit of a trade, but it is just not the trades they want. Ultra have no respawns remaining. Vehicle will bring them down to 3. And this is it. That's all they got. Pour out that window. Hope for the best. 18 seconds and a dream. I think it might even be too far.
They're just playing for the kills as well. So, yeah, Ultra not able to cook anything up. That's another good round from Heretics. Strong on the defensive side of things. And I think both their defensive rounds, they just sort of had those small moments that they end up taking full advantage of. In round one, again, it's the, Scrap stop shooting just a little bit too soon, opens the gates there for Heretics. But in this round, I mean, just that one moment where the triple headshots rolled through, get a 3 down. It took me an extra second to find that 4th player, but Heretics, as soon as they got everybody stuck in spawn, able to execute after the fact. So I think Heretics, again, a team that has improved pretty consistently over the course of this year. Maybe looking a little better on high rise than I was expecting. Still, though, game's not over yet. Offensive rounds have certainly been problematic, and whether or not they get this one, they're going to have to get one of them because the tick game has not been kind.
Well, they're trying, but they are already back into spawn. That was fast. You can see already Ultra trying to get in position to hold them. Waiting for that last member to join them. Envoy is not going to be here, but again, similar positions for their setup. Vico already taking down Scrap, though. It opens it up a bit inside, coming in an awful lot of pressure and still staying alive thanks to Kleenex picking up 3. Only Real has broken out at the moment, but only as far as Green Top.
And he's not going to survive. Kleenex gets an extra one before he falls. This is a devastating blender setup. I don't even know how you get out of this over the course of time. 35 seconds to do it. There's the double chow coming out, but maybe Envoy, the cleanup crew for the trades, only gives you 1 extra, and there you go. There's the coordination and timing from Heretics. They've at least been able to keep things mixy, but of course, if you're paying attention to Kleenex, he does have a cruise missile secured. One that I'm not expecting him to need in this round.
They're doing okay at the moment, but here's the Heretics. Since they've broken out, they are trading across the map. Looking towards B, and they're going to have to commit as well. This time has gone away from them. 15 seconds, and the Heretics will have to get on the point. They're going to do it eventually inside. The last player really out here to stop this B push. Finds one, looking for the second. It gets a chow, but it's not going to be enough. Lucky's here. Has held them out, though, because the rest of Ultra are just at the door.
Well, Real gives you 2, but can he give you the 3rd? Not by the looks of it. Scrap too quick with the trades, and, well, an extra gunny to boot. Vico meets his early demise. And Heretics, well, hey, they were able to get the 1 tick. Bad news, you're going to have offense for the final round. You're going to have to find a way to either get 6 or just outslay them. Because Toronto Ultra, that is 2 complete and utter dominant defensive rounds.
Well, I'll tell you something. We said we haven't seen a lot of Scrap here, but he's certainly turned up in the slaying department. 5 ticks to 1 as we go into this final round. And look at this, just poetry in motion. Dives in, knows where the player is, re-chows on 8 health. Vehicle does not land a bullet as he pirouettes through the air. And Chance, now the reality of the situation is setting in. The Heretics have only found 1 tick off their last 2 attacks, and now they have to win 1 to win the map.
Yeah, they need to get opening break as well, just to make sure you don't end up in the spawn trap at any point in time. You always need 1 player alive past the midpoint of the map if you can do it, and straight towards A. Giant exploding propane tank has been taken care of, so no funny business over towards A. The Heretics taking routes looking for the opening, but Envoy and Scrap completely heads up about it. In the opening break, Heretics so sorely needed, they are completely unable to get.
Still a little bit of an advantage here. Scrap tries to see if he can push them back into it, but they're on to B. Will they stack the numbers? Kleenex already calling in. Just trying to make sure they have an opportunity to get out their own spawn and nothing too bad happens towards them. Looking for that player, and he will get Vico as well. They've got to be careful here, the Heretics. They're coming off spawn.
Yeah, it's problematic. I mean, again, rough opening break. You get a 3 down, but you're still back to sort of square one. But at least you got players pushed up decently far on the map as well. And then you just look at the kill feed, and everything just collapses. Last man standing lucky. How quick are the trades? Instantaneous. The teamwork of Toronto consistently on point.
Well, for Heretics, this might be one of their last pushes they get. Playing it slow as they know what's at stake here, but Lucky already finds inside off top heli. Kleenex looking for the player, he's since slit the net, finds it, Envoy gets another. And now they're just playing with that last one as well. Real by the stairs, still alive. The rest of the Ultra coming off the respawn, but they've done enough. Vico gets away as well. Heretics now have to run though, they have to get onto a point.
Inside, he wants Vico dead, and now Scrap will be the one that finds him, but he's worried about the guy in your spawn, so the spawners make it to A, but Scrap gives you 2. Kleenex shooting players out of the sky, and a small window of opportunity gets quelched absolutely nothing cooking there. Toronto, 3 perfect rounds of defense. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, and just to show you how dominant the Ultra really are in defense, what is that, a potential 18 ticks the Heretics could have gotten? They had 1 over 3 attacks. Just not able to go anywhere, not able to coordinate on the points, not able to stop the Ultra, locking the door and throwing away the key. But 2-1 to Toronto now as we move into the hard point.
And even just to touch on how good Toronto's teamwork and communication and coordination is, I think there was a single moment on an attacking round where anybody on Miami really got past the 50-yard line, let alone towards the spawn. Vikul made it into the enemy spawn to set up for some kills one single time. He was able to get 1 kill as it happened, instantly traded out, but nobody else finding any sort of routes available on the map for Miami. And again, on a slaying front, you might have only had 5 kills from Envoy in the offensive rounds, but everybody for Toronto, double digits and then some on defense. Just a clinical effort.
And also, I mean, I feel like we didn't see an awful lot of him, but Scrap just putting in a ridiculous performance. For the Heretics, though, I will say this, maybe not high-rise control. It's just, they're okay in the slaying. Like, if you go and look at the damage and everything they were doing around the map, but coordination for these points is not there. They don't seem to be on the same level, especially as Ultra moving forward, really struggling on the attacks.
Yeah, this just proved to be, you know, like invasion control, you definitely need those moments on the attacking rounds, but it's very sort of standard of like what the gameplay and idea is going to be. This is sort of a very open map. It's you're just slaying the entire time. You can jump on anything and have every lines of sight, but like on a very open map like this, it's a lot more difficult to sort of like remain coordinated. Because like the situational understanding, you might be coordinating gunfights with someone across the map from you. So it's awkward, a little bit difficult to orchestrate, and a lot of teams have struggled and sort of had varied success, but Toronto, again, at least on defense, completely on point, but Miami, I think on high rise, they need to be out slaying to find those dubs.
Well, they can at least think about that after this. So 2-1 as Ultra really just kind of stretched their legs and put Miami away. Moving on to the hard point, though. I've got a good feeling from both of these teams. I said it might be a map 5 before we went into it. Chance, what do you reckon?
If it goes map 5, I kind of like the odds for Miami, honestly. Like their S&D has been in form, and we talked about sort of the map discrepancies of not all their strong maps are going to be in. Well, the one that was in strong form was Karachi. They dominated Toronto in a 6-1 fashion, and they have a 5-1 record on 6-star where they have absolutely picked teams apart. So if Miami get to game 5, I like their odds. The problem is they're staring down the barrel of a Karachi hardpoint against Toronto Ultra, who I believe have a 14-2 record on the year on this map. And maybe, just maybe, if Envoy was still stuck in the 0.5 blender, you like your odds against Ultra on Karachi. However, that has not been the case. Envoy has been absolutely shooting. And if you didn't pay attention to the high rise or for some reason tuned in the past 5 seconds, all of Ultra have been there to back them up. So I think Toronto are just looking to take care of business. You know, take them down on your bread and butter.
Well, good to see if that's the case as Ultra with Envoy. And I will say maybe a little bit off the gas there in that control, but had a first good 2 maps. And that's all you really need when you got shooters like Scrap and Insight backing you up on that long range. So we'll see. Fantastic 1.44 off map 1. They were looking for the same performance going into this next one.
Yeah, and him and Kleenex can absolutely take turns as well. So maybe just Envoy's time to shine, but that is also sort of the dynamic that this team is going to have of anybody will hop the hill at any given time. When things are going well, you'll see guys like Insight with 2 minutes plus inside the point, but if things get mixy, they can absolutely adjust. And make no mistake, I do think Heretics are a lethal threat on Karachi hardpoint. It's just the fact that they're going against a sort of juggernaut squad. But you can see you have great holds, you have great rotations for Miami. The problem is if they ever lose sort of the essence of the game, if they ever fall behind and have one poor moment, not able to break it all. So if Miami plays completely on point, then they have a chance.
Well, let's see. Who wanted more? It is still important points here for Miami. They will want them while they're in one of the better positions in the bubble. They are not safe. They're going to open up with a couple of kills, but only a couple of kills. They will get those first few points here onto P1. P1 does not a game make, and Envoy somehow still gets that kill.
They're ready for the trades too. They're hunting vehicle down. You see Scrap flying in forward and Insight basically just bait, but perfect position to lay down and sort of slow the pace down just a little bit. And I mean, Heretics, pretty strong start on P1, get a nice little lead, but the Scrap time Ultra should be able to tie it up. And if you're paying attention to the rotation, which Envoy always is going to be, able to get at least one of those kills and maybe just set Scrap up for the next, or maybe Miami gonna hunt him down. Teamwork right now on point from Heretics, keeping these players at bay, and pretty out fierce start as well at 4-1.
Wow, still moving and shooting, still trying to play us live here. Eventually will go down. There's been a player slip the net though. Insight, he's in the backfield, and I think they're waiting for him. Metals has to get the timing right though, and Insight's gonna get him as well. He's managed just to slip the net. Lucky now chasing. The Inside just runs around and becomes a problem.
And Lucky, yeah, you see him like listening to the comms. He spent so much time hunting Insight, and then his teammates are screaming at him where he needs to look. And I mean, Lucky does snap into position, but Insight just making the high IQ play. He quite literally has one kill, and it's the one kill that opens up T2, and really is going to set up his team not just to take the lead, but to stay ahead of rotation as well. Miami 12th overall in breaks. Well, maybe it's not a break if it's only Envoy you have to deal with, but they need to hunt him down.
Insight doing a lot of work here, but now the rotation is on. Can Envoy be the hero they need? Waits, finds the first, tries to stay alive,
got him.
Not get out of it. And this means that Ultra will have a much harder time breaking this now.
Well, clearing all your corners, Scrap doing his due diligence, but by the time you check too many things, Heretics run at you, and this is a team that cannot break hills, so when they stay ahead of the game, that is when these guys are on point, and right now everybody's shooting. 5 kills completely down the line for Miami, and trying to keep these pressure at bay, but Metals is going to scam. He dies out of the hill. Scrap finds one, and not just one, he gives you 2, and that is all 4 down for Miami, and then some. Worst case scenario on the P3 when the man inside the hill dies first.
Thanks, just making sure they get this little bit of scrap time before they move over to the infamous P4. And now Insight just gonna wait. He knows somebody's gonna push him here. This one, fortunately, has backup in his teammates. And even with this one, Envoy tries to get away. Insight with 4 seconds left. This isn't gonna worry too much if he goes down here, but still won't want to. And just dives about. Insight playing a little bit of run and hide. His teammate's already at the next hill, though.
Insight has 1 kill. He also has 2 minutes. A minute and 20 seconds. I apologize. Inside of the hard point. So again, when things are going great from Ultra, that is sort of the dynamic. Maybe you want him to have more than one, but hey, he just went, doubled him up, gets his 2nd kill, and Scrap paid attention to Vehicle when he played on this map. Former teammates gonna take him down, and Insight back in his home. Maybe going for the record. Most kill time in a single map.
Well, at least he's gone neutral. But yeah, that's an awful lot of time. Envoy just pushing out, and the rest of Ultra are happy to slay around him. Insight can't get many kills if he doesn't see anybody. They really pushed this one out as well, Chance.
Yeah, I was about to say, Envoy just wants to make it towards the back, but big wins there by Heretics, keeping all these players at bay. This was a moment where Ultra had plenty of time to play with on the rotation, but couldn't quite get it done. So Heretics, again, they can't break hills, but they can hold them. Down by about 60 seconds as this hill pops. 1 full 60, right back in the game.
Waiting. Ultra find the first kill, and now they'll be trying to squeeze them. And they got the 2nd as well. But the ripe orange, the juice is going to flow. If Ultra continue this pressure, Scrap will get another. And the Heretics are just being pushed back over and over again. Vehicle will find one, not the 2nd. And Ultra just swarming through them.
I mean, in perfect teamwork as well. That was Real taking a gunfight. Well, he was taking a 1v2 gunfight. Next man in line had to fight 3 players on Ultra, and the next Heretics player had to fight all 4. Perfect teamwork, and Scrap the main slayer on the squad. 5 spree in the moment. So he's looking for a cruise in the full 60 that Miami was desperate for. They simply do not convert. Still stuck down by 60 points. They're gonna have to get after it right now. They just can't find any success. By the way, Insight already has 2 minutes inside of the hill.
Is this some sort of great game plan they've come up with? Insight, we don't want to do nothing, just stay in the hill, don't even worry about it. They get back into it inside, finds a 6th kill, and back into the hill.
This is the objective point of view right there of Insight, just watching his teammates slay out around them, but Envoy out here chasing Ghost, but right now Ultra just doing whatever they want.
Well, let's see how Ultra do feel in the comms, though, with the Toronto Ultra listening.
Yeah. He's low or low.
Go now, come up in there.
I have mail right now. Good cut out.
Look at good feet right now. I'll get time now.
Ben, one on old. One could
One single out, Mouse.
Old one shot.
Absolutely.
Single old.
That's the last guy. Single on old.
You can get mail.
Okay, I'm already mail. They're gonna be close, like.
Yeah, I have your front.
I'm so weak, he's still single.
Graffiti, they could go graffiti, bro.
I have graffiti in the jump out.
Okay,
close to me. Dead. I'm one shot, bro. He's stuck.
I have push.
His team. I'm just laying down.
He's in weak.
He's jumping back.
There's 2.
Stay alive, bro.
Falcon, one pinch me. Look half, one Balk.
We spawned
2 in front of you.
Half is absolute. We lost half of them.
Gonna go around
More than
here.
calf.
Going around. Right here.
Maybe play through mid if you want.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yo, one's laying cap on me.
I say we just try and play for new.
Stun.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to.
Yeah, I'm already dirt here.
Dead.
Let's play this time, bro.
Red then.
I'm playing this time, okay?
Behind the bar, one shot.
And a bar, yep.
He's in cubby.
Back door as well.
In cubby, one back door.
I'm running it for cubby.
Back door is dead.
Nice and cubby.
I'm cubby, dead.
Nice.
Alright,
Hold
that's
that
good
time,
time,
go,
bro.
go, go.
We can break this shit.
I'm going top red, Toby.
Look at single right now.
They're already gonna be close.
Nothing's cross back.
I might go right with scrap, okay?
You can. Nothing cross you
I'm
back.
seeing if it new.
I'm
Your
not
stun scrap?
Nope.
RG, he's gonna be top 3 then.
Listen, I'm waiting for Jamie to hold, okay? We can just wait for the old time to pop.
Wait, low. Broken. Top broken. Like backstairs, scrap.
It could be low graffiti, Jamie.
Take it. Time.
He is.
Look for it.
Low graffiti's. Lucky could be top 3. Holding the right.
Third steps.
I'm safe in it.
Okay.
I'll clear it up.
I'll see
Top weak,
Lucky.
he went low.
Some barrels on yourself.
Nice.
That's the guy.
There's one behind you, red, Jamie.
I can jump out, scrap.
He's pinch me. He's still top red.
There's 2 left then. There's only 2 by time.
Right, 2 dead then. One time.
One shot on the tiles as well. He's
Tiles, low
Third dead.
In,
Sweet down as well,
in
down
bikes,
as well.
in bikes.
Time's
Sorry,
up. I
mid lane,
spawned
mid
dirt, bro.
lane.
They could spawn behind your bridge.
Weak on
maybe?
time.
Mid lane,
Spawn.
yeah, spawn him.
Wait,
Bridge
one
with you.
dirt on us still. Behind the hut.
I hear.
I can kill. Give me a sec.
I'm living.
Nice one, Coop. I'm
Let's
not
play
sure
this.
this
Right
guy.
there. One's back left, yeah. Mid cut. Close mid. Weak
Close,
still.
dead.
One time and we're
Same
looking
time.
still.
Behind the bar still.
Dead, 1 shot at a time.
Just run
Well,
it.
that's
behind the bar.
We spawn bridge. They're behind you guys dirt.
I'm looking crossing now. Crossing now.
Trying to get church quick.
I have third.
Top towers. Top towers.
Palace? Okay.
Yeah, vehicles top
Oh,
towers.
under.
Right, let's go top towers.
I have all the church.
That's one Coop still.
Mid dead.
It's mid cut. That's Javi.
There you go.
What's
I
it front
can't
half
tell.
on you? Very dead. Need you
See
cross
Javi
over.
anywhere, bro?
I have my ult.
You could have got bridge, bro. I fucking spawned Coop.
I'll see
Wait
him.
for it.
Low church for me.
Might be old as well.
Low church. I don't know where Javi's at, bro. Low church.
Dumpster now. Weak dumpster, bro.
Still look for Javi.
Go mid.
Okay, yeah.
P1 dead.
Nice. Stay left. Stay left.
Top long and on time.
Don't push grab.
I'll see him on time.
Spawning bus.
Front touch. What? Market dead. I'm so
Spawning
good,
bus.
bro. It is fridge. I'll get market quick.
Yeah, market. Yeah, market.
Ready market. Well, there's Ultra with their traditional screaming roar of comms. But I'll tell you something, this game has got a little bit tight. They certainly are not having it all their way.
Yeah, and you just 2 teams playing with very different energies as well, right? That is the typical Toronto, but you do have a bit of fierceness in the gameplay for Miami. Unfortunately for Yao, he is the last man standing, and I don't think he's going to be standing for too long. Maybe just enough to buy his teammates some time to get towards the old time, but the problem is the new. Guys like Scrap way ahead of the rotation, but the problem is has to keep 2 players at bay, so Vico trying to hunt him down. Half HP though, and he can't heal the stuns on point. Toronto chucking those off his spawn, and Scrap, well, been alive the entire time. You see how difficult he's been to weed out.
I know Insight's doing the correct job and holding the right cut, but I really want him to get back in the hill. But
yeah, please.
It doesn't matter, as they're in here. Ultra are locked and loaded. Looks like Insight now going to be holding that mid-cut. Envoy has pushed this out some distance. Scrap will be calling in the cruise as well. They are trying to end this game right here.
And they're going to be able to. Everybody going to be stuck inside so far away from the time. And Heretics, well, never really been able to break the hills on this map. And against Toronto, that much more difficult. Metal's going to fall as well. And just 10 seconds left. And Ultra walking away with a clean 3-1.
Yeah, seemed pretty easy in the end, although Heretics got an awful lot of time. Eventually, Scrap has just gone to work. He's 28-17, a 10 streak for him. Gets the last little bit of time as well. And I don't know what he's saying, but it's probably, well, that was a good game, guys. It was very enjoyable. Thanks for all joining me.
Yeah, definitely not anything in Spanish, nothing targeted there as well. Scrap always respectful to his competition immediately after the game ends. But man finished on the 10 spree. He can talk his talk because he's been a back it up as well. But Ultra, again, on point on Karachi. The game might have felt close, but you go into a junkyard hill and the hold is just done perfectly by Ultra. Insight, though, gonna be honest, trolled it. Didn't even get 3 minutes of hill time. What a scrub. What was he doing at the end? Trying to get kills. Why bother?
That's what me and you were talking about during the listening as well. We just wanted him to get back in the hill and get no kills. Unfortunately, Scrap, you know, he tried to get it. At one point, I think he had 2 minutes 30 in the hill, and the rest of his team had 23 seconds combined. So just a ridiculous difference. Obviously, in the end, they had to win the game. You had to play it correctly, but it was a good watch.
Yeah, and I will say that just means Purge's record completely untouched. Insight maybe thought about it, but ended up falling short by 40 seconds, excuse me. So the objective mastermind that is Purge, again, his record remains intact. But solid stuff from Ultra through and through. S&D is definitely going to be a concern for this team. Still getting picked apart in a 6-1 fashion. Getting clutched on in a 2v4 is never going to be a good sign. But either way, they're still trying to flex the map pool a little bit on high rise, where their defense is an absolute spectacle. On point on 6-star, some of the best P1 holds we've seen all year. And then obviously the Karachi, they improved their record to 15-2. So Ultra, top 4 team, making amends from a previous loss against Seattle. And I mean, keeping things nice and secure, not giving away any free CDL points today.
Now, that's probably one of the biggest stories as well. Heretics would have liked to get some more points here. And it's become the case at this point in the season that all the other teams in that bubble are watching these games, hoping they don't get 10 points where they don't expect them. It's a very close run, but let's break down that game and hand it over to the desk.
That's great news for everybody below Miami Heretics, and also good news if you're a Toronto fan. Toronto Ultra getting the job done. They don't risk going to a second search and destroy. And Allie, did Insight really have to play that last game?
Yes, he did, because he was the only one with any held time. Scrap with the closest at 50 seconds. He was literally doing everything. Not only was the only player as positive as he was, ending 28-17, but he was also ending on a 10 spree with 4,300 damage. My favorite kind of stat about Scrap right now is he's averaging like 5k damage a respawn currently, and that's still continued on in this series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Insight was chilling. He had over 2 minutes on map 1 as well, Chris. Like,
yep, he got crucial kills. We don't take that away from him, but the man didn't have to do a whole lot.
It just shows how excellent they are in hardpoint, right? They know which hills are their money hills when they're going to take their massive leads. Like Junk on this map, P4 to P5 is beautiful. And then you talk about map 1. P1 holds absolutely incredible. We should show some love also to Envoy. He was lighting it up. The guy started out 21-10, dominated that first rotation on 6-star, sort of set the pace for the entire series.
I don't know. I still feel like Toronto Ultra can take away a lot in this series. I think their hardpoint is good, but even in the map 1 and 4, like, they had a handed lead in that 6-star. Miami started to pull it back, even though you had 2 players almost at Envoy almost dropping 40 and CleanX dropping 30. I still think they could clean up a little bit in their rotations and their setups, because they were 12th in the league in holding when it came into this series. So still a little bit to be worked on if you're Toronto Ultra. Following that, search and destroy woes are still kind of continuing. They need to work on their defense opening duels. Right now, Insight is 0-4 in opening duels, and it's a continued issue. He's 3-10 on the season, so maybe some things to look back in the VOD.
Surge, Miami, Las Vegas. Who's most dangerous to the top 4?
Surge.
Surge, okay. Miami no longer in that conversation, but they hope to get back there by the time we get to Major IV. Yes, they still have plenty of matches to go. Real quick, though, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game, because Mr. Envoy, a.k.a. the prettiest boy in all of Toronto, shining bright. Look at these pearly whites and his gunshot to go with it, Allie.
Yeah, I mean, this was just the Envoy that we've been wanting to see for a while. He came out very hot in the 6-star map number 1, going 36-25. It's just a highlight reel of the SMG.
He had a lot of fun. Name was 36-25. That is good enough for a 1.44, but it was the 6k damage basically that blew our mind.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy, you saw like sort of the screamer that had his stats from last stage until now. That is the big difference with this roster. Like when he's playing like that, they're championship level roster. And, you know, when we talk to Envoy, he always says he's just continuously working on his game. Well, it's showing, especially in those HPs.
Toronto's heating up at the perfect time during this season. They fell a little bit. They stumbled against Surge, but they are right back in the mix of things. And as we take a look at the big picture, this opens the door for squads like Minnesota catch up to the Heretics, right? Heretics are not safe. If they got another 10 points, I'd say you're pretty good to go.
I love your optimism.
But we still got some time. When we come back, we have our third match of the day. Are you excited for it?
Sure, it's Minnesota Rocket taking on Optic Texas. It could maybe be a trap game.
All right, we're going to a break. When we come back, maybe we'll be talking to Toronto. If not, the players are ready. Optic takes on Minnesota live here from the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Red dot, and he's gonna chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. Go! Gets two! Come on, son. You cannot ask for more than that. The third kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
We're attacking Alpha.
Oh my God! Get off me!
Move to the hard point.
Top church. He's coming out of the balcony. He's on the balcony. Spawning coop, bro. Spawning coop.
Standing by.
Play for streak.
I already got mine.
Oh.
I literally was on a 5 before I got the sec first go.
They're flanking the Alpha. It's down to you. Finish the mission.
I literally 360 that kid. I'm confused, bro. What? What?
But accuracy starting to step up a touch. Engine Lindsay's doing damage. That's 4 straight for him.
Oh, the shots from Cutlass are perfect!
Oh!
I feel the power flowing, the flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We burning rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know. From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome Welcome back, everybody. It is week 2 of our Major IV qualifiers, and we have one match to go. Optic Texas about to take on Minnesota, but before we get to that battle, we got to talk with our champs of the last match. We had, of course, Toronto Ultra walking away with the dub, and we've got Mr. Scrap now joining the show, stretching out after dropping, 6,000 damage in almost every game you played. Scrap, what's going on in the camp there in Hardpoint? It looks like they're taking you off the leash, and Insight is just happily collecting all the hill time.
Yeah, we're just a fundamental team. We like to, play slow at some points, play fast at some points. But, whenever I'm allowed to go and fly, I'm always doped up for it. Kills are coming my way. I'm always happy to lay down some damage. But, Jamie's soaking some hill time on map 4. Couldn't ask for more.
He unfortunately couldn't get the 3-minute mark, though. Nobody could have called that out and been like, yo, Jamie, get past those 3 minutes. You got 3 more seconds to go. But back to the question, Scrap. Top 4 teams. Everybody seems to be showing a little bit of weakness during this qualifier. What is Toronto Ultra's main focus right now heading into Burbank?
I think the main thing is just expanding our map pool, and I think a lot of top 4 teams are probably doing that. Why wouldn't you? There's really no point not to. We're trying to, be the best team we can for champs, be, a hard team on every map. I just think trying to expand our map pool, maybe get our S&D a little better, obviously our control and HP, just fix up everything, just try to, be good in everything.
Scrap, I want you to, talk to the fans at large and kind of tell them, what does it entail, the extra push going into the end of the season? Obviously, there's only 2 major events left, the biggest events of the year, and you guys are grinding. What's life like right now for Scrap?
Damn, what's life like? Not much. I come in every day. I scrim from about 2 to 7, go home, turn the stream on, go to sleep, wake up, same thing. So there's really nothing else, that people think I might do, but I'm just a regular gamer that plays video games every day, all day. So nothing crazy, but we're obviously grinding going into champs.
Absolutely.
Scrap, today we saw a little preview of Black Ops 6. Did you guys get a chance to watch that? And how do you feel knowing that you get a chance to play on maps like Slum, Standoff, some of the community's favorites of all time?
Yeah, no, for sure. The game definitely looks fun. It kind of gives me this Cold War vibe, and I think Cold War is probably one of the best games we had in the past, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. I'm super excited. New COD's always exciting. The maps look good. The colors look good. I'm just excited overall.
Scrap, were you pretty good at Cold War? How do you think you fared in that game?
It was my first year playing. I was in Challengers. I didn't have the greatest of teams, I would say, but I was still pretty nasty. I was shitting on kids. I just didn't have the team around me to, perform with me. But it is what it is. We're here now, and everyone's getting slammed.
And hopefully they took a shower since then. Scrap, thanks for joining us live. We got a match to get to.
Have a good one.
That is Scrap. That is Toronto Ultra. But now it's time to turn our attention to Optic versus Minnesota. We have this Texas squad that's been looking clean. They were incredible at Major 3, but then had a slight slip up against Las Vegas. Tonight they play against Minnesota, who doesn't look like they can get any momentum. They have the hardest strength of schedule that we've seen up to this point, and today they draw another juggernaut.
Yeah, drawing the card of Optic Texas isn't easy. They don't really have a lot to work on right now. Their fundamentals versus Vegas Legion just weren't there. Put them at 12th overall in the league for rotations, but we saw their hard point last stage. I don't expect that to be a continuation, and maybe working on the slang. Shotzi actually has a 0.7 in HP right now, and Dash and Kenny are rocking 0.8, so just getting more comfortable on the map once again, and seeing the SMG duo we're used to.
Yeah, that's kind of why I asked Scrap that extra push question, because some of these matches can maybe show where teams are at mentally. Obviously, Optic's coming off of a major win. They come back and, they play Las Vegas. They get outslayed by almost 50 kills, right? So they're going to have to turn up in this match, man. You can't let it get out of hand. You're going up against a Minnesota Rocker team whose back is literally against the wall. And you can see for the Monster Energy pregame, the best mode is Hardpoint. They've been great there. Worst mode is Control. 7-8 record, 4-6 in the last 10. And they just tried to play High Rise, which they lost 3-2 to Las Vegas, who aren't particularly great at Control either. So a lot of work to be done.
Allie, we've got another team to talk about here. Minnesota, the clear underdogs. They are just 10 points behind the rest of the pack. They're currently 9th outside of the bubble, but tied with Carolina. So it's not just a match win, but maps matter today. What do you need to see from this purple squad?
I need to see that extra push that Ant's talking about. I need to see something from this Minnesota Rocker squad since this new team had been formed with the addition of Gunless and Stanny. It feels like the teamwork hasn't been there. There's been flashing moments of maybe where they could steal a map or two, but series have been out of the question for Minnesota Rocker. So going up against Optic Texas today and seeing this map set, I really don't see any opportunity for them either.
Keep in mind, 6-star, they were up about 130 points over Miami
single-handedly before totally folding in the second half of that matchup and allowing the comeback. Minnesota has to start hot. They need to get it going early. Can they get it done on 6-star in Rio?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to get done through the searches, Chris. That's the way it gets done. And then the invasion control. Minnesota's been decent at. Optic, you just saw in the Monster Energy pregame. They've been struggling in control. There's opportunity here for Minnesota.
Today, you're seeing the top 3 teams. Atlanta got their dub. Toronto got theirs. Nameless, does Optic get their W here to close out week 2?
Indeed, they do. Optic's going to be back on point today. I think they take it.
I'm going to go with Optic Texas for sure.
How many games?
3.
3 games.
They're not playing with their map pool in this lineup. I think this goes in 3.
It's shift and study on the mic, so I know it's about to get weird. How about a game 5 for Optic? I don't think Minnesota gets it done, but at least they make it fun. Gentlemen, take it away.
Why does everyone hate when we cast Optic, bro? What the heck is that all about, man? We're getting blasted on Twitter. We're getting blasted on Reddit. We're getting blasted by Bucket. I don't like that energy. Get out of here. Optic should feel pretty good with this map series, though. I think that's the biggest thing. Not a lot of testing out here, Jay, it feels like.
Oh, yeah, not at all. Between both of the hardpoints, what's their record? 10-2, 6-1 on the open and 6-star, 4-1 on the Vista. And then they got that Karachi Search and Destroy all the way at the very end, where they did fall short last week to Vegas, but they allowed a 1v3 to happen. They allowed 1v1 to go the opposing way. So Optic Texas, they are just trying to come back and bounce back off of that loss versus Vegas. I know they were not expecting that after walking away our Major 3 champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the thing, too, is as much as we look at that Major 3 in the qualification stage of, like, Optic has to prepare for Atlanta, which was the big storyline, hey, they did everything they needed to do, and now they're kind of just, like, icing the cake, it feels like, in a lot of ways, based on how deep their map pool has gotten. Obviously, the one little hiccup being the sub-base loss that they had last week versus Vegas, but this map series set feels a lot more comfortable. It's also the fact that Minnesota really hasn't beat anybody unless your name is Boston, so there's also that going on right now, too. So, 2 sides of a very different story, it feels like. Of course, Minnesota, the big news is they need the points badly. Can they do what Vegas did last week and earn them off of a top team here?
And you're going to have to come out swinging because Optic Texas, they are 6-1 on 6-star, but they have yet to play the new updated version with only 4 hills now. So early on into this game, Minnesota find all the kills through the middle of the map. And you see Linz being the aggressor, just pushing out mid-cut. He's able to find a double-double, already 4-0.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Good.
Oh.
And Linz now on 5-0, and he's got to look at kill number 6 potentially around the corner. Obviously wants to play for the regen. Help is also nearby, but just as soon as Linz tries to back off, he will be shut down. Standing from inside the hard point, also deathless to this point, and Minnesota having themselves a great time here on P1.
Oh, this is fantastic. You're going to walk away with a full 50 seconds here because Optic Texas, they're not going to challenge us again. They want to keep those spawns over towards that new HP at P2. Kind of a rogue route right there out of Pred as well. He decided to be aggressive over towards that P3 area. Now he's going to spawn all the way across the map, and now your teammates are in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, Linz didn't quite finish his food on the first elimination, so Optic will chase him down, find an even kill feed, and they will also still spawn relatively close to this upcoming hard point. Gunless working over towards the poolside. Kenny just over the top of the hedges, seen, scouted, and double. This will go from nearly gets onto 5 in a row accuracy, stealing the last bullet away onto the kill to Dashy, but Minnesota secured their break, and Gunless is still feasting on the spawns of Optic Texas.
Oh my God, who warmed these guys up? Because they are coming in diff so far. Spawn trapping Optic Texas towards the backside of this P2 is not what they want to be in. There's only 25 seconds remaining here, and Gunless, he's finally taking a bullet to the chest. He was 150 HP for 6 different engagements, finds himself on 8 in a row. Cruise missile already earned. What were we? They call us the Optic Curse, and we might be fulfilling that story.
You know, here's the other side of this map series that as much as this is not bad news for Optic, Minnesota hasn't played a series in the last 6 times out that hasn't seen a 6-star hardpoint. So even though they're not particularly great on the map, they have played it a hell of a lot of times. And it looks like they're off to the races here early. Linz now next one up at 9-3. Just trying to hold on to this back bar position. Optic spawning close, so no block and no flip of the hill. A chance for Optic to start earning some time.
Yeah, that all falls into the hands of Kenny, who's going to continue that streak on 5 in a row. Gunless earns that cruise missile pretty early into the game, so going to use it here at this P3 HP to potentially put your teammates into this hard point or contest it and not give up all this time to Optic Texas. But Kenny on 6, make it 7 in a row. You needed a spark to start at least a potential comeback, and Kenny, Mr. Quavo, is getting it done.
You've got just cruise missiles all over the place here, Jay. May as well
making it rain
out of who can hit score streaks fastest. 10 seconds of scrap time. That looks like it will go to Minnesota unless Dashy feels prime and privy to try to give it a chow. Nope, thinks the better of it, was looking for exits, and now they'll rotate backwards over towards the statue hardpoint. We talked about it for a moment. Optic have yet to play this map with the new rotation. You don't feel like it would really slow them down too much, but this is their first go since the patch. That is important to know.
Oh, it definitely is their first to go. And I know Shotzi's definitely gonna miss that pool hill, but he still shoots like that. That's a clean 4 dead for Optic Texas. They hold on to that first wave. And now Shotzi, it's your turn to earn a cruise missile. Everyone earning streaks. Everyone's firing on all cylinders so far.
It's like roll a dice. If it's greater than 50,
hello,
you earn yourself a cruise missile. That feels like everyone's just primed to find streak after streak after streak. Minnesota trying to work through security. Pred seen and dealt with. Now it's just down to Shotzi. Last one left over towards U-Haul. Good damage is out. Gets the trophy up, and wow, Shotzi quickly off the regen. Wants more than that. Now he's up. And Optic right back into this game with still 10 seconds of soak on scrap.
And Minnesota saw those nades and stuns blowing up. They didn't watch Shotzi off the dive. Execute a 4-piece over there at that old HB. But Optic Texas, they have brought this all the way back with great holds at that P3 to P4. But now we go into our second rotation. Minnesota found 50 seconds last go around, but Optic Texas in a position to at least contest early.
Yeah, doing really well. Even the AR is getting up forward and aggressive for Optic. Dashy at 6 and 9, now looking for most of this time here at P1. Little bump out from Kenny over towards the old hill. That won't work out as well. Minnesota now looking to pinch over through, but here's Pred on the quick flank. Takes down one from behind. Accuracy next one up, and the next one to fall. 4-man feed. Optic now making their move across the map.
Just those swans don't flip. So Pred has to get a read on it. I'm pretty sure his teammates are going to let him know that they're still going to be spawning it towards the backside of this new hill. Effective trade, though, right there on the gun list. He now finds himself on 4, trying to make it 5. Potential another cruise missile on the cards here.
This series brought to you by Oprah. You get a score streak. You get a score streak. Everyone's getting score streaks out here. 125 to 96. It has been essentially 3 straight hard points in favor of Optic. Little 50-50 battle here just as P2 opens up again, but Pred on the corner just waiting for someone to slide out, and there's kill number 6. Everyone's got cruise missiles. It's nuclear warfare here on 6 star.
Even Dashy got one. I'm pretty sure everyone on Optic Texas got a cruise. So you wanted a response, and everyone firing on a little bit of a kill streak. Now it's Gunler's turn to earn himself a second one on the map on 5 in a row. But Kenny is about damn time we invest at least one of them on the side of the green wall. It gets 1 kill, and you at least split the spawns for Optic Texas. No way in hell Pred is going to be able to read that, but Minnesota, they still hold on.
Yeah, 4 for 1. Really good stuff, and with the time on the hard point plus the spawns, Minnesota will also see themselves rotating very comfortably back over toward 3 unless Pred has something to say about it. Scrap time also being pushed because why not? Linz is one off of getting himself another cruise missile. I mean, I'm telling you, it feels like almost everybody besides maybe Accuracy has gotten a cruise missile with him on 2. You thought maybe he starts building towards 1, but legitimately, it's cruise missile warfare as you rotate over to Patio.
And you can see the way Optic Texas are currently playing this game. Now that they have all those cruise missiles in the back pocket, they're going to challenge all the junk time on every single one of these old hills. Now they have the numbers. They win the rotation over towards New. They are trading effectively with a clean 4 dead in the feed. They still just do not have those back spawns, so you got to be prepared for another wave.
Can we put a top 5 play of the week of just hello missiles? Because now Pred's on 5. I mean, legitimately, we have had just about everyone in the lobby on 5 in a row, but Optic will hold on to the Patio for now. Next threat coming for Rocker, but Texas primed to hold as we jump to an Optic. Listen it.
Yeah, I hope it'll.
Short late, Lamar.
I'm not
Lamar late. We should flip.
One bullet at all.
Play the flip, bro. Play the flip. Play the flip. Play the flip.
I have a streak. I have a streak. Come on, you man.
White Sandy. White Sandy. Got me. Okay. I have the gun. I'm playing for the flip, bro. Let me curve. He saw me. One guy office. Hey, no, I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one's office. Can you guys hold?
One curve. Yeah, go. One curve.
Hold. Everyone hold.
I'm playing for the game up.
Listen, when it's over, the 2 new that we have to push.
We should hold you. Just hold you. I'm on
push out our office. The 2 push out. Check out curve. Check out curve.
We go for.
Yo, one guy's office stunned. Office. Top office. Top office.
One more curve, I think. Ken, one shot for you, bro.
You wait a little. Check out.
Play the next guy. Ken, play the next guy. One of these.
I'm on shot. We're good. I'm playing on shut down. We're good.
I'm getting you quick.
I have this. I check out. I got stun.
I
I have an anchor. Check it. Watch it.
Danny mid. Absolute.
Check out.
You one shot.
I have you. Really big thirst on time. One shot.
I'm done.
He's so weak.
I got
turret.
I'm holding mid. Get you.
Lamar. That's it.
Can go you guys.
I'm Aven. I have you.
Can go you.
I hear you. Wait.
I'm gonna push this.
There's two curves. Dandy and Lamar.
One's DJ.
I'm gonna double pinch with aim, bro. Take your time. We're double pinch, bro. Take your time.
Yo, what's in you, Lynn?
I'm here.
And you absolute. Went to bottom blue.
Another close right.
Bottom blue. I have a streak, by the way.
Close right. Dead.
Bottom blue.
Nice. I'm gonna pull straight, bro. I'm gonna pull straight. Nice shot. Lamar to be blue. Tom.
What's in you, Lynn?
Alright, I'll kill you, Lynch. Sorry.
There's two, I think.
Tom,
I needed.
Can we plan? I you. Slide. Run at me, Tom. Mid there. DJ.
I got it.
Nice play, DJ.
Flying kills.
All blue.
He's thirst on top. Gunless.
We can flood.
There's absolute shit on.
Last guy.
Yeah, he went to stage.
Yeah, I know.
Where's top blue?
I got naded, AJ. I'm one shot.
Bottom blue shit on. Get my chase.
I got you, brother.
Take me pull. That's it. I blue. Watch out, blue. Absolute blue.
Yeah, I did it.
Absolute blue. They're all gone blue.
You dead.
Nice shot, bro.
I'm holding you again.
Top blue. Lamar.
Top blue for you. Top blue not peeking.
Pull straight.
Shit up.
I'm planning.
I'm hitting around the back.
On you, stun.
I'm hitting around the back. I might fall down. They spawned on you.
On you. One shot there.
One's back blue.
He's drop. One shot.
I can kill back blue. Back blue dead. I'm at the back, guys.
I'm on my back.
Spawn. Liz is on you. I can streak here. Hold on. I'm streaking.
What's that old? Gunless. What's that old? He's going blue fast.
Alright, blue. Nice up. Listen. Alright, stop.
Well, Optic continued to just go untraded. I mean, we're going to have an over-under on how many total cruise missiles were earned in this map. Minnesota still trying to fight for P2 control, but Optic, again, just continue to beat and batter this Minnesota Rocker team on rotation.
Yeah, they basically are starting a world war with all the missiles they have earned so far in this map. As Pred overlapped his, he already found himself on 6 in a row, but Optic Texas now only need 20 points. I think this is where everybody just drops their gun on the map and everyone calling your cruise. Let's have a photo finish.
Well, 230. Oh, 4 shotsy, a little turn on. Linz is fighting, man. I'll tell you, 30 and 22. He's trying to keep Minnesota in at best his efforts are. As another cruise gets called this time for Dashy, Optic looking to try to put the game at least closer to away right here. No reason not to, as Pred finds himself on another 4 spree. Standing in the corner, dealt with. Dashy gets the double. Linz last one standing. How much can he tally before falling? First one good, second one not gonna happen. Not really any time here for Optic to earn, but wow, they have Minnesota completely bottled on the map as they will rotate to P3 very safely.
Man, they got him trapped. They got him trapped towards the back end, so here, Pred, let's just calm down a little bit. Let's soak up this hill time to call this game, because the rest of your teammates are finding every single kill around the middle of the map. Now the spawns at least get a little bit mixy here for Minnesota Rocker, but that's going to be a GG.
Bro, I mean, snap, bang. Optic Texas turn it up after what? The first rotation of hills. We'll even call it the first 3 hard points. Minnesota came out crazy. And it is important to know, we'll talk about this more later. Standy, lots of time in the hard point, allows Linz to kind of do what he does best, what feels like the first time in a long time we've seen that. And he provides, but to simply put, Optic, so much freedom, so many extra resources with 18 different cruise missiles earned throughout the map, getting them so much advantage on rotation, and they were not losing holds. Holy cow.
Yeah, it was exactly what Optic Texas had drawn in the cards. Like, all right, we're not going to play for the first 2 hills, but every other hill after that, we're simply going to be untradeable. We had multiple players, like you said, earned cruise missiles left and right, but they were just ahead of the game once the ending of that P2 started. Like, they were down by 70 points, but the P3 to P4 chain was unbelievable. P1 second go around, they allowed Minnesota Rocker only, what, 5 to 10 points? Yeah. They were able to flip the spawns right at the end of that new hill, chain it to the P2, chain it again to the P3 because you have a cruise missile. They just took the game to a whole different level that we were not expecting. When you're finding that much success in the kill department, you don't even need the cruise missile because you're simply not getting traded. Minnesota Rocker are all scattered around the map, just trying to find any kill that they possibly could. Optic just were not giving any up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just every single individual had a moment that you look at and you say, wow, okay, this is what we came to see in Toronto. And definitely something that kind of had us scratching our heads of the loss to Vegas from last weekend. But here, after the hot start for Minnesota, and in particular, the running rampantness of Linz gets shut down. Everyone from Optic turn up, and you can even hear throughout the listen in the focus on who's using what and when and what are we doing to Minnesota. It's not just what are we doing, but how can we make life as miserable as possible for Minnesota. That definitely seemed to be the case, and I'm sure our game flow graphic is going to show that pretty convincingly as well.
Yeah, that game flow graphic, I cannot wait to see it, because Optic, they just flipped the switch at the ending of those first HPs. And if you are a Minnesota Rocker, you started off high. You did everything basically to perfection. Linz was on 5 in a row. Standy was on 4 in a row. Gunless earned himself an early cruise missile, but that was the only cruise missile earned the entire map for Minnesota Rocker, was the one right off the rip. Gunless, he was able to earn himself another one, but he doesn't even use the first one, so he couldn't overlap and have 2 in the back pocket. Linz died multiple times on 5 streaks. It's just very, very difficult when you're just simply not finding any kills.
There's something in there, and I promise we'll stop talking about it. That may be the most cruise missiles earned in any singular game of Call of Duty.
100%.
Legitimately, yes, has to have been. I'm sure my boy Turtle is already going through and saying this was the record, this is how many was just earned, but we'll see. Rio Search and Destroy coming up next, though, for this particular matchup. And for the side of Minnesota, there have been some good moments and some bad moments. In particular, this qualification stage, 2 different round 11s. One goes their way, one does not. On the other side for Optic, hey, it's a map that we've seen them really try to put into the map pool pretty recently, or I guess initially when it came out, I should say. We have not seen them play it a lot recently, though. So there is a little bit of figuring out to see what this Optic search looks like on this map.
I just expect Optic, though, when you look at this kind of roster that they play on a S&D Rio, they're going to feel fine, even with the practice they're only getting on the back end, not really playing in any of the main matches, because you have 2 tone-setting SMGs who love to be super aggressive, absolute nuisances around the map, and then both of your AR players are just going to simply hold down lanes. We know how small of a map Rio can be, and for some reason, Optic Texas, one thing that they tend to struggle with is first bloods. Like, they are dead last in first bloods, but when they find that first blood, they are #1 in overall win percentage at win rate at 92%. So first blood is a big thing for Optic Texas. Same thing could be said for Minnesota as well.
Interesting statistics across the board, but yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Optic play this map, so it'll be curious to see what kind of identity they want to bring into this one in particular. I think just kind of overwatching most of the searches they've played recently, especially based on how they like to play Invasion, which has been super good for them. You expect maybe, again, that kind of, I won't say like go rogue style for the SMGs, but kind of a let loose, do what you want type of identity. I mean, that's what they've really kind of used a lot in Invasion, and it's worked out nicely for them. Shotzi kind of shopping through his loadouts, deciding what he wants to take into this round, as he will carry the bomb and his weight towards B, while the rest of Optic are just going to immediately hit through bridge side, and they're going to see a wide open B site.
Oh, now they have the whole map cut off. You take bridge control away from the opposing team, but the nades and the stuns and everything hitting from Minnesota Rocket for the initial 2 kills. So Optic Texas thought it was all fine and dandy, but you don't have any no trophy systems to work with. Dashi at least finds one, still at 2v3.
Well, Pred able to find one more, kind of keeps that play through U-Haul safe, but now the question is where are the rest of the Rocker members, and the answer is they're right behind you. So yeah, it's an interesting call. Optic trying to get aggressive in a very different way. I don't think we've seen a break off in round 1 that looks like that in a long time, if maybe ever, but the nades from Minnesota really impacting how successful that hit could have been.
Yeah, and I think it's all the information that they gain as well over towards bridge side, because you're not expecting anyone to be that aggressive and not be working that objective. Because when they have that map positioning, you want to start to put that bomb down, but Minnesota time it to perfection. Accuracy finds that first blood, standing with the nade over the top, and then you just trade effectively to top mid. So it looked like Minnesota were going to get caught off guard, but they were just absolutely ready for that first push.
Yeah. All right, so first convincing round here for Minnesota. Stuns, nades, all to the front side of Eskies. Linz, we've seen this before, where if he can get a connection with something, he will follow up on it, but Optic playing very passive. And while that space has been given, Minnesota gets the plant off very quickly with Shotzi working on a very deep pinch.
So we got Optic Texas 12th in retakes overall in this map versus Minnesota 10th in overall post-play scenarios. Both of these guys struggle in these situations, but Minnesota currently on top in the numbers. Great pick right there from Accuracy to find the first. Pratt instantly there for the trade. Still a 2v2 with 20 seconds.
Yeah, Kenny is still trying to sniff out Accuracy deep, watching that flank, and it's not going to work out. So, yeah, and that's something we saw Minnesota do a lot, I think, especially when they were playing up against Boston, is if those opening stuns and nades tag even a little bit, Linz is going to push through, try to confirm that first blood and back off. This time, no one gets hit, and Minnesota say, all right, we'll just go ahead and plant. Good commitment.
Quick decision-making so far for Minnesota Rocker has led to this 2-0, but now back on the defensive side they go. You have to be prepared for Optic Texas with that aggressive play up through B again, because now they have trophy systems to keep them alive at that site.
Yeah. See how things unfold for Optic. It's going to be, yep, all the nades over the top. trophy system is down. Standy will get hit by a little bit of that incoming utility. Lynn's on the corner, and yep, they know this. This is the same setup Minnesota has ran last 2 times they've played it on defense, and just the overall matchups. They love to put Lynn's on one side, Standy on the other. Gets read by Optic. Pred gonna follow up on accuracy, but the kill for accuracy comes through before he gets traded. So now we're down to the 1v1. Lynn's trying to stay alive through the smoke. Kenny, yep, he's got the angle. Lynn's a little shimmy, 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 yeah, almost with the kill onto Kenny, but no, not gonna happen.
Oh, and Optic Texas found that first blood that go around, but they probably were not expecting accuracy to find that double the way that he did. When you dance with Kenny, you better be ready for that beamer, because we saw him not really miss a lot of shots in that map. Number 1 continues it here for Optic Texas to put 1 on the board.
And wow, I mean, legitimately, you thought for a moment accuracy staying alive, that extra half a second gave a really good chance at Minnesota, and really, obviously, it did. It's just MCW versus Rival 9 with a couple extra shots put in early. So Optic get on the board with the clutch from Kenny in the 1v1. And now Minnesota back to their offense. You've got Gunless on an island, watching over towards bridge side. Nade's going to allow an opportunity for Pred to push up. Standy was low, but not confirmed for the kill. First blood good for Minnesota with eyes towards A early.
Yeah, that was a heat check. Like, Pred just pushes down to their side. No help behind him. This gets picked off first. So Minnesota Rocket now in the man advantage are going to work this objective. You got Shotzi and Dashy potentially trying to work together on this retake, but now they split up. 2 on one side, Shotzi on the playmaker on the opposing side.
Then he's going to have to make a play here, because Linz is holding his ground very firmly right in front of the A site. Dashy's nade will take him out, and the Minnesota defense of this post plant will respond to it without any question whatsoever. This has been better for Minnesota. I mean, I think the biggest thing, you watch their first 2 playthroughs, the Major 3 qualifiers, you said mistake here, mistake there, you know, missed opportunity maybe is the better word for it. But so far, it's been really clean. The ideas are good, the executions are better, and, you know, the rehearsal seems to be paying off here for the Rocker.
And it definitely is going to help when one of those SMG's players just full on send it through top mid. 10 seconds into the round, but Gunless with only 1 HP left. Shotzi had the info. He knew that he was playing that corner, but the FCW recently did get a buff, and Gunless gets the better of it there.
Yeah, really clean stuff so far for Minnesota. This is where things would have to change for Optic, and it will be. 4-man hit already over towards A. Nade's trying to get over towards boxes, but this trophy system down. Shotzi just tries to run across, but it's being double watched. No worries here at all for Minnesota. They deal with it absolutely perfectly. A little bit of a blind counter, but Shotzi just trying to create something, gets caught off guard by how heavily stacked this Rocker defense was.
I still don't understand that play call, though, from Optic. Like, we know that, especially if you invest a smoke grenade over at this A site, there has to be a couple players playing around that box's area. Shotzi just think that smoke grenade is going to cover all his bases. But with Linz playing up close and personal the way that he did, him and Standy, that dynamic SMG duo, holding down that cut, and then Gunless again, just straight shooter. Secures the round for Minnesota Rocker. That's what, 4 first bloods for Rocker, 4 successful round wins? Optic Texas, they need to find one early.
Yeah, absolutely. Minnesota not holding off, though. Quick jump over towards bridge. Linz doesn't see anything. Accuracy tested on the pitch. Stun goes through. That'll lock Kenny up, and accuracy looking to try to contest, but it's actually Kenny who gets the better of him. So now you've got the post plant 3v3. Pred trying to come up to the backside of the bridge. Not going to happen. Trades are decent. Plenty of time here, Jay.
Yeah, definitely a lot of time, but the route right here out of Standy, I think it's going to go unread on the side of Optic Texas. They're just not expecting this rotation to come in. Standy's going to get a freebie onto Kenny. The stun cues coming to his ears, but he's not able to win the gunfight. Dash with the beatdown.
But Linz, no worries there. Perfect setup. And that's, you know, another different thing about Minnesota, looking at their post plant from the last couple of weeks, they would often get caught where it's just like everyone is committing to watching a flank. Like everyone rotates off and then only one guy goes back towards the bomb. Their post plant just looking much more focused, much more concentrated, where everyone's able to help each other. That was, I think, a big miss for them in their first 2 weeks of playing in this qualifier, was too many individuals left on their lonesome in situations, 4v3s, 3v2s, where you just have to watch each other's back, play off each other's information. And so far, it has been absolutely perfect for Minnesota. 5-1 count, and now the defense gonna throw a curveball here with everyone getting aggressive right through mid.
And I don't know if Optic's gonna get ready for it, but Fred is able to find that first blood, instantly responded out of a kill out of Linz. So still in a 3v3. Optic starting to take a little ground at this bomb site, and that bomb should be able to get planted, but Minnesota have rallied the troops. They're all attacking from their spawn.
Yeah, Kenny gonna be the first one up here, playing up top. Only goes 1 for 1. Bomb not gonna be committed for the plant. Up and over goes Shotzi. Is anyone from Minnesota gonna check this? Yeah, they sure do. Another 1 for 1 trade. Leaves Pred and Linz on their lonesomes, which Pred is able to catch him before the garage exit was there. So Optic will stay alive, but it does feel, again, pretty laborious so far for Texas.
Yeah, they only put their second round on the board. I feel like watching Optic Texas so far on this map, it hasn't really been a lot of teamwork. It's been a lot of individual players just trying to make some big-time plays. Thankfully, when it turns to a 1-on-1, Pred is already setting himself up on that deep flank route. Catches the timing to keep Optic alive in the search and destroy a little bit longer. But on the defensive side, they have struggled with that B site. Even when they try to get aggressive through top mid, they are trying to push to their spawn. We just got to hold our ground.
Well, this time, it's going to be Minnesota who take a little bit of a pause, a little bit of patience here over towards A. Nades will come through. No trophy systems means no defenders. And that means Stanley will place his, and then immediately get to work on the plant. So, again, Minnesota, good, full commitment, but you're absolutely right. Optic are thinking maybe that's a fake, but now you have to re-clear all of this. The only bit of good news is you do have nades available. That one towards Linz should work out. At least gets him off the angle, doesn't confirm the kill, and now you have to rely on this pinch from boxes as well, which does find first blood.
Yeah, Pred finds another first blood. That's now 2 in a row for him. They have full bomb site control, and that's going to be a perfect retake right there out of Optic. It all starts with attack usage through the backside. You back down Linz from that top positioning. You find that initial kill, and then everyone just sends it through boxes and through the outside of garage. Able to find all 4 kills without anyone dropping. So Optic Texas starting to show a little life.
Yep.
Just got to do it again here on this attack.
First convincing round, I'd say, right? I mean,
yes.
Everything else has been clutches. 1v1 for Kenny, and then technically a 1v1 for Pred on Linz, but that's the first round where we've really seen numbers get earned and held for the side of Optic. So need a lot more of that. Otherwise, Minnesota still rounds to play with. That's the biggest thing. Like, if they were to ever want to try something, they still have a window here to do it. 1-2-1 split for the defense for Minnesota. And actually, it's just going to go right back to that same heavy gamble stack over towards A. This time, Linz and Standy, after hearing nades through B, though, will quickly wrap back and see if they can maybe contest this B site.
Yeah, they're trying to time those tacks again for that first blood, but this time Optic waited on out. The statue finds his first kill. He's on 3 in a row. Shots, he catches the timing on the gunless. So Optic Texas, just like they did in map number 1, are deciding to flip the switch. In the 4v2, accuracy and Linz, hands full here.
Yeah, Shotzi coming around the backside, doesn't need needed. Kenny from topside Eskies takes the last 2. No worries there whatsoever. And yeah, that's just Minnesota gut check reacting, saying, well, we got lots of nades over through B, no nades over towards A. Let's rewrap quickly. And then Shotzi just kind of hangs out until his time is needed. That isolation on the gunless makes that whole setup over towards B that much more comfortable for the post plant.
And now Optic Texas with 3 rounds in a row. Currently down 5-4. But on the defensive side, just have to be prepared for what Minnesota are going to throw at you at this B site. They the last time they did it, it was just waiting for Optic Texas to try to send it on to them, but they might just instantly try to go for this bomb site plant.
Oh, we're going to get a little bit of a battle here. Trophies for both sides start to come through. Pred going to get really up close and personal to B, and he may be called upon here. Yeah, and wow, what a gut check call. He goes completely unchecked, undamaged, comes away with 2. Accuracy trying to fight through the smoke, not gonna happen. And just when we started to bring up the narrative that we haven't seen many convincing rounds for Optic, they give us 3 in a row, and now we've got ourselves tied up.
Yeah, that's 4. That's 4 in a row. 2 on the offense, 2 on the defense. All of a sudden, Minnesota Rocker blinked, and it's around 11. You're not expecting it to be in this situation, but biggest thing for them in that last round was that fact that they took down Pred. He was on 5 in a row, no cruise miss on the back pocket, but you can see the story of the first bloods. That has been it for Optic Texas. When they find it, they usually find a lot of success on the round. So can they find another one here to close it out?
That's exactly what we're seeing to this point. What does Minnesota call here after being completely empty in the last handful? Nades getting cooked up. The defense looking to maybe put some pressure on this side patio area. The thing is, accuracy is holding deeper, though. And yeah, I was going to say, he's still going to have an angle at this push through if they decide to open themselves up to it. So Kenny will drop. And that is actually enough for the bomb to rotate back. Shotzi, who was 0-6 at one point, is the only defender here. Damage over to Linz, swapping back and forth between weapons. Can he get out with his life? Just barely, but Pred will drop on the pinch, and now it's a 4v2 for Rocker.
Yeah, now it's a 4v2, making it 4v1. Shotzi left to try to clutch on up here. He's only able to take down one, but Minnesota Rocker able to stop the bleeding. They have been relying on search and destroy as of recent because the respawns haven't been treating them nicely. But that's another 6-5 victory on Rio S&D added to the tally.
Yeah, and you know the thing about it is, like we said, the first 2 rounds for Optic were 1v1s. You know, the second one maybe not as much as the first in terms of full isolation, but Minnesota really held grip on terms of like controlling the map, getting a, you know, doing what they want. Obviously the blind counter towards Optic's push over towards A was part of that equation early to get them up 5-1. But then after 4 good responses for Optic, 3 in particular that were very convincing, Minnesota just kind of playing around with stuff, and wouldn't you know it, it's just kind of a weird off angle that Accuracy is only responsible for watching for a pinch, and he's able to catch Kenny just on a weird angle. Those opening nades that Optic throw defensively are meant to deal with anyone watching that up close and personal flank, but Accuracy's playing a little bit deeper in a weirder spot, catches them, and that first blood gets converted. So 6-5, what's been the case every single time Minnesota's been there, for better or for worse. And now we've got an Invasion Control, Jay, which is one of those maps that, again, that you just never really know how to predict, especially online.
Yeah, Invasion Control, we know how mixy it can be. You got to make sure you stay strong on your defensive side. Simply don't give up any seconds at A, and you stand a pretty good chance at having that defense in round number 5. But if you are Minnesota Rocker, you have to be prepared for Optic Texas, because for some reason they're one of the best teams on Invasion Control on the attacking side of finding success in segments at that 8 point. So Minnesota Rocker, you have to be prepared for the aggression, especially out of the SMGs, who tend to pull out MCWs at times.
Will be an interesting one because you've also got Lindsay Standy firing right now, so it may just be a big old SMG battle who can slip through the most overall. So we'll find out. We've got map 3, Invasion Control, coming up. Don't go far. We continue on the backside of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back. After a round 11 and nearly 5 rounds in a row for Optic, we see ourselves in a 1-1 map count heading to an invasion control. Really, there's not, looking at the overall season records, not bad or great news for really either of these two teams on this map, but hiding in between the about 500 win percentage or so that Minnesota has is a very bad track record in the last handful of them playing control generally, only winning once, and a lot of their losses, Jay, you were saying, haven't even been close.
Yeah, so they have been struggling overall in respawns. Hard points haven't treated them well, but control is even worse. They are 1-9 in their last 10, with one victory coming on invasion all the way into round number 5. But that is the only round 5 in control that they went to in the last 10 control maps they have played. You got to keep in mind, we have maps like High Rise, we have maps like Invasion, who are guaranteed at least a lot of success on the defensive end. And even for Karachi, you can win on both sides of the field on that map. Just for some reason, Minnesota Rocker are basically dead last in every single category. Have to try to take down Optic Texas here.
Indeed the case. So that's kind of what's in front of us. Whereas you look at Optic, yeah, the record itself for invasion control is just kind of, right there in the middle of the road. But honestly, their statistics, especially on the attack, have been super, super impressive. That's also where a handful of their wins have come from, was by sneaking away one of those last second offensive pushes over towards A. So will that be the case again? Or can Minnesota, with maybe a little bit of a new identity, maybe a little bit of a role swap up responsibility, swap up between Linz and Standy, can they find opening offensive success as Minnesota will immediately jump on towards B, but Chatsi's first blood will keep him off for a little bit.
And they're just trying to at least catch Optic Texas being aggressive up through Cafe, but Linz and Accuracy were taking their sweet time, and they ball fall to Dashy. So now you just gotta account for Gunless, the only player for Minnesota Rocker who successfully found a kill. You knew that he was in towards top broken. Pred unfortunately can't win that gunfight, so he's still giving his team opportunities to work this B objective.
Chatsy pistol out, takes care of Gunless, restricts how many Rocker members are nearby. Linz holding his life and eventually finds himself the first kill. Little ring around the rosy, tried to go over to the MCW, but Chatsy quicker to the punch. So kills looking decent for Optic. Map control continues to go their way, and Chatsy has become the untradeable man. He's still up top, essentially doing this all by himself until eventually the Optic defense starts to rotate. Kenny also cutting off players deep from across the Water Street side, and now Pred steps in towards Palace.
Dude, he's like right into their spawn. Not able to take down one, but hopefully the rest of the teammates can effectively trade on out. As they go to make it 3 dead. Minnesota giving themselves another opportunity at this beat point, but I don't think Optic Texas are going to give this one up for free. Tax everything over the top.
Yeah, right over towards the cross. Pred also through dark. Leaves Gunless by himself to stop the clock at 5.7, but he's weak, and Shotzzy will finish it off with a pistol. Stun will also make sure this next Rocker approach will not get to the B zone, so no ticks of progress get earned at all. And, talking about the offensive success for both these two teams on this map, wow, that's a potent defense that, again, for the same reasons, Optic have often found great overall success when they get good defenses like this.
And this is why Minnesota Rocker have been struggling in control, because everyone's just simply not on the same page. And Optic Texas is trading efficiently over towards that B point. Doesn't allow them to get one segment. That's got to be so demoralizing. You're spawning on invasion control. You're thinking, all right, we're on the attack side first. Let's just go get B out of the way. And you don't get anything done. So if you're Optic Texas, you can do whatever you want to start off in this next round.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, we talk about this, I think, especially a lot when we do the Challengers games, is when you set the bar at such a low margin, underneath the average, we'll say, which is often the B zone, Optic can now essentially just play the long game of, if we just get good progress here in this first offense, we pretty much give ourselves a natural advantage for round 5 defense. So that could be part of the equation here. The opening break off through mid over towards A. Largely shut down. Decent bounce back here from Rocker. Accuracy still looking to get something going as he's had a really slow start to this respawn as well. Shotzzy in and out of this back. Diner nearly able to come out behind Accuracy, but no kill to happen. And the first tick at B still being worked on here for Optic.
Yes, it hasn't yet been completed. They're more focused on finding the kills around the map to potentially chain this B point to a little bit of map control to work towards A. Because now that first segment comes in. Kenny now trying to be the cutoff through the middle side of the map. At least gives the info to his teammates working up to Cafe. Gunless is one shot. You can potentially send it on him, but second segment already through.
Yeah, he's also got a read on towards Linz into DVD. Absolutely perfectly predicted. Shots up towards Accuracy. Tougher gunfight, but enough damage to allow Pred to get his trade. So it looks like the extra 60 should be good. Shotzzy working behind you at shops and now up above you. And this is not where you want him to be, because he could be anywhere at times. And oh my, accuracy gets the jump on him, but the pistol doesn't work out. Pred follows up, the extra 60 is added, and the lives continue to tally in favor of Optic as they find kills across the map.
Yeah, they already worked the objective as well, and now Shotzi, you're in a position to catch a couple players off of the cutoff. Not able to find any though, so Minnesota giving themselves another opportunity. Dashy trying to do it over the gun, almost throws the nade back. But eventually he is going to fall. Now all of Optic Texas coming off the respawn.
Moment of pause here. Optic trying to work for some mid-map control. Standy stuck over in a corner just behind the mid-tank. Will be dealt with. Shotzi, decent reads towards bottom blue. Pistol works out. Accuracy shut down from finding any defensive success around the back. Spawns will be okay here for Rocker, but the life count is starting to get worrying as it drops down to 10. And for Minnesota, you just have to start working this map control back because the clock is your biggest ally right now.
Yeah, you need a couple kills to do that. So if you can find a double, potentially a triple, to put yourself in that map control position, it's exactly what you want. But you're just allowing every single time a couple players from Optic Texas being nuisances in your spawn already. As they found a couple kills in the middle of the map, they're already on the objective. It's going to be a one-on-one. You got to be able to check both streets when you cross it. But first segment about to be in.
Yeah, and it's also a 14v4. And you've got Shotzi behind your spawn, waiting to see where you want to hit from. Trophy system eventually does get destroyed. Accuracy loses another gunfight to Kenny, who's now on 4. Doesn't get the last bullet needed for number 5. Standing, no reason not to go for this, but unfortunately, he runs another kill right into the waiting arms of Kenny, who finds himself, I believe, on the killing spree 5 in a row with lots of laughs to boot with it as Optic find themselves up convincingly 2-0 here in the control.
Yeah, I'd be laughing too, because I don't know what Minnesota Rock are doing right now. Just not putting the kills in their favor so they can take the map control back. Optic Texas every single time. They are just trading efficiently. Just being so damn annoying. Every time, I'm pretty sure I saw accuracy die off spawn 6 or 7 times there. Renetti, MCW, even nades at some points. Like, Minnesota Rock are just simply not having a good time so far.
Not at all. Meanwhile, Optic kind of just doing what they want.
My God!
Just, I mean, Exhibit A. Surely not. Accuracy, gunless. The AR is just trying to lock down how frisky these subs could be. I say that with hesitation because Shotzi is running the MCW at the moment and he's running around like it's a rival 9. Pred right through mid-map. Accuracy able to find the turn on, but Kenny right behind him. Gets kill number 6. Cruise pistol now earned. Lynn's working on the zone. Shotzi may have transferred a bit too soon. And that will cause not just 2 ticks of progress to be earned, but possibly the extra 60 here early. Dash is still going to give this a go. Has accuracy on the cross. Semtex gets thrown his direction, and that pushes him off. And with at least 2 members on, you thought that was going to be enough for 60, but someone stepped off the zone. Standy pushed forward. And what? They get denied. It looked like he was going to back up the stack, and they would get the extra 60. And now all of a sudden, Minnesota are struggling coming on ice cream.
And he didn't even find any kills at that, so we're just pushing out a useless cut. Did you find nothing? At least a success for your team. And now the rest of Optic Texas with the reinforcements stack over towards this B point. But all right, there you go, Pred. Way to be aware. Someone is working on this A objective. As that first segment is already complete, there has to be multiple players here.
Yeah, absolutely the case, Pred. Denied. Long range shots looking good. But once more, the ticks of progress are being amounted quickly. Still 1 member on in the form of accuracy. Standy going to join him now for the stack, as accuracy actually gave away his life, but the extra 60 does get tallied up. Player over towards the B zone, already making a threat known. Shotzi on the hunt, but he's been crossed up. Pistol out, not going to be good enough this time. So it's just down to Kenny. The hip fire, as decent as it was, will also not work out. So Minnesota will come away with the 3rd round offense by capturing all 6 ticks of progress. Good bounce back for Rocker.
And now they're up by 1 segment. So if you're Optic Texas, you just need to do the dirty work and at least complete B to guarantee yourself defense in round number 5. But where is the awareness? You're finding all the kills around the map over towards B Street. No one's watching A, and they just stroll on through for free with 2 players on it. And by the time you react to it, there's already 2 segments done. You are forced to give that one up. And now Minnesota Rocker have given themselves a lifeline. You just have to do what you do on this defensive side.
Keep in mind, though, the tick progression still will favor Optic if they can get even a little bit done here on this next offense. But Minnesota, a great start off their break off. Optic still finding some focus over towards the A zone with Dashy getting a couple. That will lead I'm getting on the zone. Lin's first shots are in, but Pred blows him out of the water. Accuracy just working from the backside at gas, but the first tick is gone. Second on the way. Accuracy steps on forward, and that stops the progress on the second. So well done. Ticks are currently even, or almost, I should say. And now it's just down to the break off back over towards B for Optic. Gunless on 5, but he is about to be overwhelmed from both sides at once. I say that. He's able to get the regen off. This could be a huge 6th kill, but not going to happen. And Optic will break their way out of spawn as they also take down Accuracy.
Yeah, but no one's watching mid-dark, so Standy's just going to stroll on in for free. Able to take down one, put shots into Kenny, not able to find the kill. If you're Optic Texas, you can't afford the round to play out the way that it is unless you're going to complete this segment at B. And with Pred finding that double on the map, first segment already going to be complete. They guaranteed themselves defense in round number 5. And now Shotzzy doing Shotzzy things just in your spawn slang.
21 and 12, 19 and 11 for Dashy. And the 6th tick to tie has been earned. But for Optic, this may just be one of those, we can just get it done here. Who needs defense? Especially if you're Shotzzy, 5 in a row, 23 and 12, and he continues to force Minnesota to spawn over towards the zone. Another new angle here, top of the door, as there is likely going to be the rest of B pending that, well, the kills come through. Everyone's still playing for eliminations here, though, for Optic. They're really not focused on the zones yet.
And I'm pretty sure Optic Texas have 2 cruise missiles to work with. Kenny has one in the back pocket. So this might be an opportunity to call in to simply try to keep Shotzzy alive. But now with only 20 seconds remaining, you have to complete this 3rd segment at B. They find a double. They're going to be able to work on that objective. Unless Gunless has anything to say about it, time should get extended.
But we'll see. Does Minnesota want to try to challenge this clock running out? One look over the top of it, but the stack gets through too quickly. So now Onus is up to Rocker. Can they hold these exits? Make lives difficult here for Optic. Shotzzy up and over. And legitimately up and over Gunless. Kills come through, 11 plays, 9, but look how deep Minnesota can set up this defense. And yeah, this is a good time for Cruz to get called in. I don't know where Accuracy even tries to go here to stay alive through this. And the answer is he will not. So 11 plays, 7, and the defense now gets pushed all the way back over towards gas.
Yeah, now you got to iron up if you're Rocker. Because every kill is a big one. If you allow Optic Texas to win the trade fights, they're going to work that objective. You would no longer have any respawns. But another opportunity here for Pred as he slipped behind enemy lines. Going to catch the freebie onto Accuracy. Another kill onto Lens. No more respawns for Rocker.
Yeah. But clock becoming a bit of an issue again. 26 seconds. This is not a given here for Optic. They're likely gonna have to find a way to get on towards the zone unless you can fish out where all of these kills are. Rocker not wanting to make a mistake. Still holding on to great positions around this A zone. Do they get a read though? On Optic pushing up the water stream may not be needed. Dashy the only one left, but he gets shut down. And so as much as it is a 4v2, it's really a 1v2. Shotzzy's gotta make it happen. Kill's not gonna be there. 3 seconds on the clock. Minnesota, they're gonna hold on here. I mean, one of those times that the clock gets killed so quickly because, let's be candid, Optic are playing a TDM in your spawn, that the objective focus from Minnesota ends up bailing them out.
And now they are able to stay alive and at least roll to round number 5, where they're going to be the team on the attacking side and still in the back pocket for Optic Texas. Kenny has that cruise. Hopefully they're able to account for everyone and not let anyone slip on by. Because it feels a little bit like the invasion that they played versus Boston when Shawnee was in. Remember how they just allowed him to sprint up towards that A street for free? He gets a couple seconds before they even realize the situation at hand. They were expected to walk away with a clean 3-0. Now all of a sudden we're in a round number 5. You have to ice up here if you're Optic.
I mean, the slaying differential is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing about it is it does force Minnesota to have to win 2 total offensive rounds. Lynn's good first blood. Standy gets up towards DVD. This is going to hold back the Optic defense pretty considerably. Plus, you've got Accuracy creating problems at A. I mean, in terms of the fact that Optic have essentially TDM'd 4 rounds in a row, Minnesota's objective focus is really going to work out for them. First tick gone, second on the way, and Optic are still trying to work for mid-map control.
You have players working on the overextension, players trying to fight through the mid side, and Dashy and Pred get the better of both of those engagements. So now you can put your sole focus on this B point because you have the overextension now covered. Throw your nades, throw your stuns, try to get them off of this objective before that 3rd segment gets in. But the 2nd segment is already complete, and now if you're Standy, just gotta play your life.
And you're shutting down Dashy from holding you in the spawn. Standy up top. Back and forth on the window, keeps his life. Help on the way. Lynn's trying to assist, but now it has to be on to Standy. And just as soon as Gunless was trying to get out of dodge, now he's the last one up and wins the first one pretty nicely. Also sees Pred on the cross. Oh, not able to find enough of him to kill him off the map, but the rest of Minnesota out of spawn are good for it, and there should likely be a stack here. Just comes down to how much damage Kenny can do. First kill is decent, but decides instead to try to wait for a little bit of help. Accuracy trying to push with the pistol. Oh boy, if that was Kenny who found that kill, that would have been not once but likely twice that the pistol hasn't worked out for Accuracy, but Optic's defense recovers, and in that they start to deplete the progress on the third tick.
Yeah, now with only 30 seconds left. Yeah, Kenny, this is time to invest that cruiser so you know where the pressure's gonna come in. Let's just slow down. Their objective focus is now with only 20 seconds left. Pred and the rest of Minnesota Rock are all pushing aggressively over towards A. He gonna be able to get into the play. He finds the first, and can he find a double? And that might just be enough to secure the map for Optic.
Well, clock will stop. Accuracy, okay. Tried to predict the chow from Pred. Needed to hold his life on the zone though, because the rest of Minnesota did have a free avenue to get over towards B, but with that elimination, now Optic can reset up their defense and meet this. 1.9 on the clock. Accuracy only gets one. Pred to the drop shot, takes care of Gunless, and that will be enough to get them off the zone. And Optic will win a round 5 in a very, very strange invasion control.
Yeah, strange indeed, my friend, because in my mind, I'm thinking Optic should have walked away with a clean 3-0. Minnesota started to show a little life after a miracle attacking round. They held even on the defensive side with no more lives remaining in those final moments to force that round number 5, but that's what a defense on invasion sort of looks like. Obviously, Minnesota Rocker, they would like to extend that time. They would like to complete every single segment at B. I just think their objective focus was lacking as a collective roster because you're only allowing one person on the point. You're giving Optic a lot of opportunities when they find a couple kills around the map to still contest you there. A double stack or a triple stack would have been able to extend this time and at least give you a little bit more time to work with over towards A. But every single time it was just one person on it, and Optic took full advantage of it, back in control of the lead, up to of the series, up 2-1.
Yeah. Very, very strange control, though, to be sure.
Oh, yeah.
Offensive wins. It looked like the first one was going to be enough to give Optic a major advantage, and obviously it was, especially considering the fact that they also came off of a perfect defense, not allowing a single tick to come out. But, you know, this is kind of reminiscent in ways. This is a weird comparison, so just go with me. Give me a little bit of liberty here.
All right.
It's kind of like how Seattle gets outslayed in hard points, but their objective focus is so good that they still end up winning maps. Like, hey, you play the mode more than you play the other team at certain points. And for Minnesota to give themselves a chance at it, it just came down to the simple fact that, I mean, you've got, I think, 32 and like 19 or something like that from shots. You hit something ridiculous stat line. And when that happens, how do you stop this Optic team when they're playing like that?
It's just tough, man, because every single time a player from Minnesota Rocker was coming off the respawn, Shotzzy or Pred were in your spawn trying to find that kill. It's just very difficult when the rest of your teammates aren't in control of the map that you're expecting them to. But this has been a struggle for Minnesota Rocker ever since this roster has been formed in control. Just got to add another one to the tally. Going down 2-1 in this series, now going into a Vista HP. This was not going to treat him well either because this is another strong hard point for Optic.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other front of things here for Minnesota on the Vista, hasn't really been, I don't know, it's hard to like classify. Like they've played some pretty solid teams that are good in the map and they essentially get beat down on it because of it. But they have played it a lot. And honestly speaking, you can look across some of their numbers, there's some decent stuff in there. Like they rotate on the map well. They don't necessarily hold as well as you'd like to see, but you can see they're always thinking from the macro focus. And I do have to point back to map number 1, Standy, the one with the most amount of hard point time, where it felt like in series past, Standy was the one trying to run around, trying to find kills. It felt like Linz wanted to do the same thing. Maybe there's a bit of a responsibility onus that's come through for Minnesota. It gave him a really good look at the first set of hills on 6-star. That's going to have to be the case here again, though, on Vista.
And it's going to be a little bit more difficult now because we know how insanely fast Vista can play it sometimes. So you're more than likely relying on your SMGs to be the aggressors to push out certain spawns and allow your ARs to sort of sit in this hill. But if you are Optic Texas, they are great in every single category as well. 5th overall in rotations, 3rd in hold percentage, 2nd overall in break percentage. So they find success when they need to. Just if you're Minnesota Rocket, you can't allow Optic Texas to chain hard points together like the way that they did in map number 1 to allow the score to get out of hand.
Yeah. And this is one I remember. This is like a reminiscing moment looking at this stat line. Remember back in like stage 1, we talked about Minnesota's map 1 success versus their map 4 in success.
Yeah.
Like you said though, here lately it has not been good on either hard point. So there hasn't been any magic in the map 1 nor really the map number 4. And honestly, the same can be told for Optic. Right? Their hard point lately has been so good. It's been hard to find a flaw really anywhere. So definitely feels like a mismatch when it comes to the respawn in particular, but that's what we're talking about. Again, 3rd in rotation for Minnesota, and they're also breaking hills pretty decently. So it's all about just figuring out as we rotate, are we getting too greedy? Can we maybe play a little bit more around the hill, or are maybe we're playing a little bit too passive? Maybe we need to get a little bit more forward and zone out some of these break attempts coming against us, because wow, our hold percentage should be better.
Now, you know it on a map like Vista, where if you dominate one side of the map, you can execute perfect holds every single time. So Optic Texas starting not on the preferred side, or gonna be a little bit late to the party, as every single kill in the feed in favor of the Rocker. Same exact start off that we had in map number 1.
Yeah, and of course, right after those kills come through, you can already see the map being sectioned off by the ARs of Minnesota. Kenny trying to track down Lentz. Good help from across the map from Standy, who turns that into a double. So yeah, really good teamwork early here from Minnesota, doing exactly what we saw in map number 1. And now, all of a sudden, getting a really good read on this little bottled up position that they forced Optic to spawn, but the kills just are not there. 3 for 1 it goes. Gunless last one left, and the cruise missile antics continue here in map 4 as he's already earned our first.
That's the same thing. It's the same exact start off of map number 1. Gunless on 6 in a row. Couple players don't fall. You find a lot of success at P1, but the only difference is Minnesota Rocker did not want Optic Texas to spawn over towards that bar area. So they were able to contest that P1 for at least a good 18 seconds. And now have a lot of top end control to go with it. It's going to turn into a 3-on-1 and a new HP.
Yeah.
A successful early break here for Optic.
And, you know, again, we're not the ones who make the stats. Easy Mac will have to tell us. Is that considered a Minnesota Rocker rotation win because they have 2 members on while 2 players are still coming off spawn? Hard necessarily to say, but if that is a rotational win, it immediately gets broken. And not even just like kill for kill. That was a 4 for 1 exchange. And now all of a sudden, Minnesota are spawning on the wrong side of the map with kills still coming around the hard point for Optic. They're right back into the lead. They've also survived through the cruise missile, which essentially gets nothing. And now Dashies on 5, Pred on 4. Everyone just keeping on to our cruise missile battle we've got going on hard point.
Yep, they're on a 12-team streak. Is it going to be Pred's opportunity to earn a cruiser? So no, he is going to get shut down. Minnesota successful on the break, but it only leads for 10 seconds. So now you have to push around the back to try to secure these spawns. Big kill onto Shotzi. Where is he now going to spawn? And the rest of the teammates find a couple kills to the middle of the map. So it's all going to fall into the hands of Dashi. He's sitting there like, where the hell did my team go?
Yeah, he will get traded out. Good team focus for Minnesota on rotation. Shotzi, does he slip through? Waiting to hear as he hears Lynn's clacking around over on the staircase, but Standy right there. Again, the SMGs, I don't know what it is or what the conversation was, but Standy and Lynn's are playing off each other so much better than we've seen even in the last week.
Yeah, they are trying to turn the tides for this Rocker organization. Then they are currently tied at 130 CDL points, and if you can take a victory versus a team like Optic Texas, it's going to give you the momentum to try to continue to push on forward. But Standy now on 5 in a row, still 13 seconds here at Old. He's going to be able to pick up a cruise missile now in his back pocket, as they are up by almost 30 points, and they're winning a lot of the gunfights for rotation as well. Fred, you just got to play your life now.
Yeah, and he does better than that. Takes care of Flynn's. Rocker now limited just a couple of members who are still kind of staggeringly coming off of this back spawn. And you can already see, yeah, it's time for the cruise missile most likely. Standy will reposition over towards the middle of the map, call it in, and now here should come the flood. Shotzi stepping forward, searching out the tablet user, and they do find Standy. So that's just going to get dropped in, and it actually hits onto accuracy. I mean, that is just, where's Waldo for Shotzi? Finds him and then turns that into a second clean kill feed for Optic as they survive through another cruise missile.
Yeah, that's so tough. But when Shotzi finds that kill onto Standy, when you're the player in the cruise missile and you fall while you're in the cruise missile, you no longer have control of it. So an unfortunate team kill onto accuracy leads to a clean 4 dead for Optic. An early break as they start to run up the scoreboard a little bit. They walk away with this final 10. They're going to be up by 30. It's going to be a one-on-one. Dashing able to win it. And not a single player from Optic Texas have a cruise missile in their back pocket. So Minnesota Rocker fully set up at the next hill. Should get some much needed time.
Oh, Lynn's actually trying to force the issue here. Just steps out of P1. Finds Pred just kind of waiting. Shotzzy looking to try to isolate onto accuracy. Good kills from Minnesota around the hard point, forcing Shotzzy to have to go God mode, and he only will get one of what would have been 3 players in the hill. Pred over the top. He knows he's got gunless, low HP. A stun from out of left field, though, locks him up, and Standy again comes away with 2. The SMGs from Minnesota continue to keep giving themselves chances here in this hard point.
Yeah, Standy's just being the cutoff bank, keeping gunless alive. Able to find 3 before falling. Now Minnesota Rocker take the lead by a little bit, and Optic Texas haven't even been close to breaking in towards this new hill. Gunless has been alive for what, almost a minute now? And he's soaking up all that time.
Yeah, Shotzzy down low, takes care of one on the catwalk. Gunless, the next one up. Trade for accuracy. Keeps Minnesota in the hard point, and then Linz just replaces Standy up top on the banisters. That gives Minnesota a chance not just to get the scrap, they're going to have numbers that do. Great moments here for Rocker. These last 2 hills, yeah, a couple of missed chances you would think with the cruises, but so far, Rocker looking solid. They're still in the hills. We jump over to a Minnesota Rocker. Listen in.
They're in lobby, 2 lobby.
I'll get him, hold on.
Sit him.
One more lobby, put them. 2 lobby, both sides. Last guy, dashy.
This one. On this one.
Here.
Just holding lobby.
He's stunned. Stun dash one.
Okay, go against lobby. I did this one.
Alright.
One just one burger.
Their side lobby. Their side lobby, guys.
Could be well.
That's one. Dashy weak. Right side of it. One more calf. I just saw him.
Stunned. I needed that.
Another one calf. Help me, S1. Yeah, I'm
That's one.
Catwalk, Kenny dead.
Got 2.
After
right.
Here.
Low Shotzzy, 1 bullet. Low right Shotzzy, 1 bullet. Low right.
Kill him. Literally
1 bullet, bro.
Zig. Back out. Going top.
Yo, we flip.
Alright,
take your time. I'm gonna wrap around left.
One shot mid.
I'm gonna go all the way around.
One shot mid. I'm one of a streak.
Okay.
I died.
Absolute back fucking long.
Alright, hold on.
Come on.
I can break it time.
Mark's on a gun.
Long. I'm not sure.
You're probably just trying to go front here. While Mark goes.
Misses.
Actually, absolute top burger. One is top burger. Dashy. Top burger.
Jump down to sign.
Dead.
Last guy.
Watch out to them.
I need a top sign. Watch out.
Trying to get your top mid. On this top mid. Stay alive. I'll get top mid.
Shots our side. Our side time. Dead.
Kenny sign dead.
One more time.
He's gonna be
top mid dashing. One guy time.
Top mid dead.
Job.
One guy time.
Another one up middle. Dead. Got 2. Another one up middle.
I'm holding it, okay?
He's gonna go sign.
Low right shop. Low right.
They're flanking through. Yo, one's P1. One's lobby. Yo, there's 2 going new. 2 going S1 and 1 low. 2 S1, 1 low.
Lobby, short.
Well, Minnesota's got the pressure on. 198, 127. We got a foot race over to do at the moment. You kind of heard it right there at the end of the list. And Minnesota not expecting the route coming out of Optic, who desperately need to hold on to this hard point.
Yeah, they desperately do, because that's what, P5, P1, P2, all in favor of Rocker. That's why they're currently up by 60, and you can see the kill feed as they find every single kill. Teamwork, the comms, everything is clicking right now for Rocker as they breach that 200-point mark. Accuracy, your turn to potentially earn himself a cruise missile, as he's the hill kitten. Big one-on-one gunfight for Shotzzy. He's able to find it, and Minnesota Rocker are playing out of their minds right now so far.
This is the best we've seen their hard point. Name a day. It's been a while.
This is it. This is it right here.
Clean. It's right now. Yeah. Optic will find a small break from the front for the scrap time, but so much searching they have to do as they try to rotate over to 4. And this is where the SMGs have been ripping apart Optic, and that continues to be the case once again. In the hills, gunless. 230 to 144. Optic at the flood from the front.
And if you're accuracy, you just call in the cruise missile so you can account for everyone on the side of Optic Texas. The game is almost over. You only need 10 points to close it out and force that game number 5. As they are trading effectively, Dashy is able to find 2, but still time in favor of Rocker. Here we go.
That looks like it should be about that. Kenny, Pred, not quite able to get things going here in this one like they were in map number 1, but I'll tell you, that was a brand new look for Minnesota. It was the first set of hills in 6-star, but throughout the entirety of the map, like legitimately. absolutely polished look. The SMGs are flowing off each other really nicely. Gunless and accuracy are also following up with good help. It just felt like, I imagine the assists are going to be double digits across the board, easy for Minnesota. It felt like everyone was there to help each other out so much more than we have seen from this team in the past.
You even heard it in the listening. Standy was cutting off the middle of the map. He found a couple kills. He's saying, I'm one shot, someone watch over me. And as soon as that guy turns the corner, he drops to his teammates. So the teamwork and everything was on point right there for Rocker to find success here in this hard point versus a team like Optic Texas, who are almost undefeated on Vista. But the way that you just handled them, that was pretty easy work. Pred only puts up 3,100 damage. When do you ever see the Predator put up that many kills with that much damage? He was not having a good time, but that's due to the fact of the AR showing their prowess. The SMGs, like you said, just absolutely dominating and setting the tone. And look at that game flow. Like, it's basically the same thing we saw in map number 1, just in favor of Minnesota this time.
And wow, I guess we owe apologies to Puckett. Because he said, wait, who's casting this game? Oh, it's going to go 5.
Oh, yeah. Damn it.
Sorry, guys. We keep making these the Optic matches go the distance. But we're here for it because it's a Karachi search and destroy. 7-4 in total, or Optic 4 and 7 the opposite for Minnesota. It just comes down to, can they just ice up, find the win when it matters most? They did it versus Miami with a round 11 win when they last played it. Any chance of them also doing what Vegas did and stealing away 10 points from this Optic team, Jay?
I don't know if Linz and Standy played the way that they do. Like, they're the aggressive SMGs. That's how Optic lost to Vegas, because of Johnny and Nero. So they continue to play. It's going to be tough.
Look, our hands are clean, friend. We're just here for a good time and apparently also a long time. Map 5, Karachi Search, final map of the weekend. When we come back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items to both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Welcome back as we have one more map to play, but hey, you've got a lot to tally when it comes to Call of Duty coming up in the near future. Black Ops 6, if you missed the reveal earlier today, get on YouTube, watch the trailer. It looks nasty. But not only do we have the campaign, of course, but 16 new maps for the multiplayer. That is all going to be more revealed at Call of Duty Next, as it is every year. On August the 28th, the game will release October 25th, but Call of Duty Next is where you're going to get all of the look-ins to things like zombies, which I know a lot of people are excited about because it's a Treyarch game. Also the multiplayer, possible things for Warzone, the whole 9 yards. We do it all at Call of Duty Next, so make sure you mark your calendar now. August 28th. Don't want to miss it, Jay.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to miss it. Call out, cancel vacations, whatever you got to do. Because when a new Call of Duty comes out, you are glued to the chair and you are grinding it for a lot of hours, especially when it's made by Treyarch. But we're back into this series in a map number 5, Minnesota Rocker versus Optic Texas. Who would have thought we got all the way to this Karachi Search to Destroy? Obviously, for Optic Texas on the season, this has been a good one for them. 3rd overall in opening duel win percentage, 4th on attacking rounds, 5th on defense. And on the opposing side for Minnesota, it's tended to been a struggle. But I did recently look at the last time they played it. It was a 6-5 victory versus Miami, and it was Linz and Standy taking over. So Optic Texas have to try to shut down those guys.
And here's the other part. All those great statistics for Optic. They are 0-3 in their last plays on this map, which dates back to the Major III qualifiers. So there's a lot to be learned here for Optic in terms of how this map has gone. That's a good start for Pred. Can't quite turn it into a double, so trades will get us to an early 3v3. Dashy just looking for tags through the smoke, which he does find, but it's not enough to stop Standy from planting. We've got a 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, he didn't have any stuns or nades to keep him at least off of that site. Now you're forced to execute on the retake shots. He tries to at least set up the nade with a couple shots to find that kill. But Gunless finds that trade, still a 2v2.
Yeah, but you do have the ability for Kenny to possibly hop on and start this defuse, but he's looking for accuracy in the window. 2 kills come through. Minnesota successfully hold the post plant. And here we go again. Opening round. Good for Rocker.
And this has been a struggle for Optic Texas as of recent. There's 62% chance they found that opening first blood, but the conversion rate sitting at 40% overall, which is 9th. It's just an instant response right there from Minnesota to keep the numbers even, work that objective, make the play come to you, and just continuously stall out that game clock, because Optic had to check so many different positions on who was watching over that site, just not the right ones.
One of the toughest bomb sites to break down in the post plant is that B site. Just like you said, so many different areas you can sneak away, hide away from. This time, lots of nades over the top. Trophy system's not earned here for Minnesota. They're just full sending it. Linz has also been hit by stuns, tries to sneak into the Optic smoke, not gonna work out. Pred has been seen on that crossover towards shops, but accuracy is already at least beat up. Still fights back to get this to be a more manageable situation, but in the post plant, Standy has to come up from behind and really blow up this Optic setup.
Yeah, he might have been able to slip behind enemy lines. Great shots on the Shotzzy. And now Dashy, he's worked his way out of top 3 to retake through the middle side of the map, but 20 seconds left. You have to at least ISO Kenny.
Yeah, he's put himself over by Coop. Just completely an unexpected angle. Like we said, just so many different things you have to look at. And Kenny makes his presence now known. Kill onto accuracy pretty much will guarantee this post plant, as Standy just has run out of time flat out. Good shots onto Kenny, gets him onto 3-0, but cannot find the same success getting away from the 4th and final. So Optic, post-plant success, good for them as well over here towards B.
Yeah, and I feel like Standy in that situation in the 3v2, when he finds that kill on a Shotzzy, even though he is put the 1 shot, you're not really in a situation where you can be the player to play slow. Like, you have to continue to set the tone. But Pred and Shotzzy, they combined for that kill onto Linz, especially with 2 smoke grenades in between them. And there's just not enough time to locate where Kenny was. He was just finessing around Coop. Finds that one-on-one versus accuracy. Not enough time for Standy to work that defuse. I just thought Standy, if he would have played that situation a little bit faster, probably a better chance.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. How about this? 3-man convoy for Minnesota right down the middle of the map. Linz, Standy working together. Doors open. It's Dashy inside, backs off, and finds first blood onto Standy. But Linz has not been seen. So can he find a way to give Minnesota an edge over the top of the B site?
He's going to do this a little bit slower because he doesn't have that silence in his back pocket. At least not earned, but...
Oh, he doesn't see him.
Just look down. You should be able to even up the numbers. He finds that freebie onto Dashy. And now if you are Optic Texas, you know the pressure's coming in towards B. Yeah, so Kenny, it's time to hit that roto.
Accuracy rotating quickly over. Pred still playing the backside staircase. He hasn't taken any shots yet. Lynn's a little bit of trouble here, but still finalizes the damage on towards Shotzzy. Accuracy, though, on the back. He's going to have a freebie here onto Pred, but now the question is, where is Kenny going off to? Shots are decent, but not good enough. Maybe a small little misstep onto that little railing. Change the aim just enough as Kenny's able to take the 1v1 from the high ground.
Yeah, Kenny just has the head glitch. Accuracy doesn't. He knew that he had to recover that bomb and eventually try to work that objective. But Kenny with the positioning on the rotation is able to find 2 to close out the round. So Optic Texas 2 rounds in a row. Just got to be prepared for what Minnesota are going to throw on defense. Dude, they decided to throw a different look as well on their attacking rounds because they found that early first blood over the top onto Gunless. Can they do it again?
Well, let's find out. 3-1 split off here for Optic. Pred looking ahead right up through Rebel. The other nades love this overhead. You can see exactly where all the utility is going. Pred just quickly through barrels, but doesn't expect Gunless to be playing just as close. Smoke is out. It doesn't fully encompass the site, though, so Shotzzy pushes out and almost doesn't finish off Gunless, but no worries there. Kills come through. 3v2. Minnesota having to work the post plant from apartments.
And Sandy's going to peek. Accuracy at the same time is going to peek, so Kenny gets the info on both players. He knows that Accuracy isn't going to reach out off of being one shot. He's going to get the free kill onto Standing and then set up his teammate for the final. Optic Texas 3 rounds in a row now. Successful, even if they don't find that first one on trading effectively, keeping the numbers in their advantage. And then just working that objective, gaining that info on where both players are trying to retake from and shutting them both down.
Yeah, and the thing about this B offense after offense after offense, is that really the defenders have to be the ones to tower some sort of a first blood, whether it be by these opening nades, maybe you throw an extra AR and a cross, make life difficult for the attackers to even get onto the site in the first place. That's always been the battle. All year long, it's been that same question mark. As Minnesota will toss their nades, and no connections here as Optic will throw a handful and then back off. Dashy playing all the way back on top of the ladder jump. Has been seen by Accuracy. Smoke will go through. Accuracy throws a couple of shots, plus a Semtex to follow, but Lynn's very aggressive, to say the least. First blood good for Optic with the post plant once again here for Minnesota.
Yeah, there's just no need for that. There's no need for that aggressive play to come on in, especially when your teammate is working that bomb plant. And now you allow Shotzzy on this defense to find a free first, and then the snap onto Gunless for the second. Optic Texas 4 rounds in a row, as they're starting to run away with this game number 5. This is the Karachi Search and Destroy team that I was getting familiar with. They're finally showing it again.
Yeah, and the Lids challenge, like, it just depends.
It's not necessary. It's just simply not necessary.
But at the same rate, you also look at the reward side of that risk and say, if I get that kill on Tadashi, there's no way Optic retake this, because you're setting up through apartments, you've got bridge control, you only have to worry about market. But as soon as Lynn's drops, everyone else has to worry about an extra thing. And that seemed to be more than enough to kind of capitulate the entire setup. So, I don't know, grifting, I think, maybe in the conversation about it, but Lynn's decision does kind of cost him. And in that, Kenny's also on 6 for a cruise missile. So 4-1 tally, Optic with a huge advantage.
And now you can use it here if you wanted to, just to open up this B side. But Pred is going to fall through the map. Shotzzy instantly there for the response to keep it in the 3v3. And yup, the cruise missile's not going to get earned. Bomb carrier is going to slowly but surely work his way up towards B. And as he does that, Gunless is able to take care of him, so that's not going to connect on anyone.
Chance here for Minnesota to stay alive through this. Wall bangs, decent for Kenny, but no kill. Dashy, how is this timing going to work out? Good for the first, not the second. Didn't expect that Gunless would still be positioned down low here. So now it is just on to Kenny. Bomb collected, 1v2. Slips underneath Accuracy. Does he get up the ladder as well? No, Gunless watches just the nick of time to save his back. And Minnesota take care of the cruise missile and get themselves another round on the board.
Yeah, that's all on the back of Gunless, who finds 3. He knew that the pressure was going to be over towards that B site, especially when that cruise missile gets earned, to simply allow Optic Texas to work that objective. But he did not give up on his angle. He finds that kill onto Shotzzy, bomb carrier taken care of. The trade through bottom fountain, and then even had to find one to keep Accuracy alive. Stops the bleeding for Minnesota Rocker, and that's such a big round, because now you don't have to worry about the cruise missile going forward.
The question will be, I was going to say, with so many offenses going B all time and time again here, round after round, do you try something different? There's not a lot of, you know, value, you would think, in certain regards, trying to throw a curveball here, but Linz is still going to try to send it. Gets up top and around. Deals with Kenny, if only just barely. Trade is good by Dashy. And Optics control at mid-map has been solid. Yep, they will out-trade Minnesota, leaving Gunless by himself.
Now Gunless left in a 1v2. Another opportunity for Big P to keep him into this game, as he does not have covert sneakers, so sound cues will be loud. Shotzzy is just way too far to even get a couple. So this bomb is going to go down at A for free, and Texas are going to have about 10 seconds before they even get back over towards A.
Frag to play with for Gunless, but likely this is just going to be about clearing your lines of sight and hoping someone comes in maybe a bit isolated to isolate the corner, find one, get away, reset. Shotzzy playing through bottom red. Dashy up top. Gunless has not seen that. Nade cooked up. Bouncing it off the back wall. Not going to connect, so no hit markers here. Shotzzy pushing out. Up close and personal. Using the advantages of the rival 9. No worries whatsoever. The frag gives away Gunless's position, at least in certain regards, and that's enough for Optic to find the kill and get their 5th round up. Yeah, that's now Optic Texas at game point. Shotzzy invests a smoke grenade to at least draw Gunless out, but with that Ravanon versus MCW up close and personal, was able to get the better of him in his final engagement. That's 2 rounds now where Minnesota Rock on their attacking side, they're just trying to get aggressive up through mid, but Optic Texas, they are no fools. They know exactly what's going on. They're trading effectively, at least setting up players to trade. Yeah.
And they have won that mid-map fight all map 5 long.
Yeah, really have been. And it's one of those things that we've seen Minnesota try before with Standy and Linz, like double hitting through rubble, trying to get over towards that bottom apartments fountain area. But Optic have read it every single time, legitimately. Or at least dealt with it, I should say. So, advantages there. Smoke out for Shotzzy. Different angle here. Aggressive cross being watched by Linz. Hasn't taken any shots yet. There's the cross by Shotzzy. First blood is good. Bomb not in yet, but Gunless watches the cross. It is only Dashy to tally a trade.
Man, that's beautiful trigger discipline right there out of Linz, because he was able to spot Shotzzy early on when he's throwing those shoulders through the smoke, but fully waits for him to walk on out to get that kill. Now it leads to Dashy in a 1v3. Linz does not reposition himself, but it does not matter. Too many players from Minnesota Rock are still alive, as they stay alive now in this game number 5. Down 5-3. Successful on the defense, but the only success that they had on their attacking rounds is when they planted at B with the numbers advantage. So might have to go back to that.
And that's the thing, is it's not just the fact that they've successfully planted at B just the one time. Think about how they've tried to open up the B site. Linz tried to push across the apartment railing 2 different times. They've tried to play through mid. None of those worked. So do you just throw away the cuteness and try to play this one a little bit more level-headedly? Doesn't look like it. Not off of how they're breaking off at the moment. Dashy's got an early trophy down. Nades on the cross. This time, Minnesota not going to push over towards this front apartment building. Instead, they're going to cut back across through barrels. And Dashy, who hasn't seen anything, will now double check the cross. Stun will come through. It does not tag anything, though. And there may be an opportunity here for Standy to commit for this plant. Frag looks like it's a little bit too deep. And it is. So now you got to post plant up if you're Minnesota 3v4.
Shotzzy's able to at least find one. Now Smoke Grenade gets invested to try to keep Linz alive. Accuracy responding with a double 2v2.
Getting out of the tight corner. Standy with the rival. Finds the elimination. Just down to Shotzzy. 1v2 situation. Wants to isolate onto Standy. Finds that cleanly. Now it's down to can he find the Iceman. 1v1 with accuracy. Who is repositioned. Bottom bridge. Shotzzy not expecting it. We didn't see it from accuracy's perspective, but trust me, you friends, the 2 kills he finds from top third, I have to imagine that was an impressive transfer or snap to get both as quickly as he did.
Hey, he's living up to the name. Accuracy. Showing the accuracy with that MCW, is able to find 3. So Minnesota Rocker now, just like we saw in that map number 2, where Optic chained a couple rounds together to force this round 11. They were down 5-2, 2 back-to-back. Now at 5-4 going into round 10. They are starting to gain momentum because they have figured out how to contest Optic over at that B site.
Yep, absolutely. And it just comes by just playing it straight up. Not trying to play it through the apartment complex. Accuracy on 4 in a row as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. Has not seen the top of Kenny. Stun will land. Linz aggressive through top third, saying, I haven't seen any nades, guys. I'm going to go ahead and make a play. And boy, did he ever. Optic are now a bit stuck over towards this red building trying to recover this 3v4.
And now you don't have to do anything else if you are Linz. You're able to get out with your life after finding that first blood. And Standy, we know his headset is usually cranked. Should be able to get some sort of info that Optic Texas are applying pressure over towards A. At least is able to be there for the trade. Pred instantly responds. Still a 2v2.
Lins and Gunless trying to work their way still over towards this A site, but Pred steps out, tried to get too far forward. That's a freebie. So now it's just down to Shotzi for the 1v2. Has a smoke, has a nade, and he's going to go the long way around, and this timing may work out. He's seen Lins. But look at Minnesota. They're still holding, expecting the wrap. They find the kill, and now we've got around 11, map 5. And gotta keep in mind, Minnesota really need these 10 points.
Oh, yeah, they do. They're tied between 8th and 10th right now at 130. But you bring it all the way back for being down 5-2. Now we go into around 11. Optic showed a little bit of a different look there, trying to be aggressive over towards A. But once Minnesota got a read on it, and Lins, I'm pretty sure once he jumps into top red, just off the corner of his eye, or probably spectator glitch, they're able to spot Shotzi. So here we go, 1 round away for all the marbles.
Oh, man. And it's not just Minnesota fans that are hinging on this. All of the other fans of teams that are sitting at that 130, 140 mark start to sweat a little bit. Lins, quick, up the ladder. He's done this before. Oh! He finds first blood versus Kenny. 4v3 situation. The defense for Optic are not in a bad spot around B, but they're going to be stretched here, and accuracy punishes 4v2.
Oh, but Pred is in a position to at least be the savior at this B bomb. He loves to play this angle. I don't know if they gain the info, nades, everything getting thrown at him. He is being swarmed. He's going to fall. Lins finds one across the map, and the Minnesota Rocker, they get it done in 5, all the way in around 11. They desperately needed those points, and that's no better way to get it than versus the team who just took our last major. Unbelievable performance out of Rocker.
Absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal. And the thing about it, say what you will, you've got a top 3 opponent, your Major 3 champions, and the teams that need to prove to us that they can hang, that they deserve a spot at playoffs. Vegas, best we've ever seen them when they played against Optic last week. That continued into this weekend. This is by far the best Minnesota has looked all damn year long. The map 1, sure, it got out of hand at one point in time, but the first rotation looked good for Minnesota. The control, they were outslayed by a gazillion and still nearly pulled off a map 3 win. And then they blow them out in the Vista hardpoint. They fight back down the 5-3 curse to get a round 11 win. Rocker fans reveling in a huge 10 points and against, again, a team that you just don't expect on your schedule to find 10 points against.
And Green Wall fans are getting ready to tweet at us on the Twitter to let us know that we are the bad luck for the Green Wall. But Minnesota Rocker just keeping things spicy as we close out these qualifiers, man. This is insane. The race for champs is on between every single team.
Bucket, our apology is in the mail.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. All right.
Love you guys. Thank you for another Game 5 study and, of course, Shift. And congratulations to Minnesota, because all that time was worth it. They walk away with the 10 points. They now are right with the rest of the pack, and this is going to be a chaotic final 2 weeks of qualifiers.
I mean, what's funny about the series is I remember looking at it and expecting to see Optic Texas maybe test their map pool a little bit, and the only place where they were kind of testing it was in the Game 5 Karachi. Karachi has not been good for them across all 3 game modes, so seeing the search and destroy, I was like, I doubt we get there, but you know, that's something that they're working on. And it was all in their favor. It was a 5-2 lead, and Minnesota Rocker and Lins, first blood after first blood, 2 pieces after 2 pieces from Lamar. This was an insane comeback.
Nameless, who do you give credit to? Who gets the MVP trophy at the end of tonight for Minnesota? You know these guys got to go celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down well-rounded team effort. Everybody played so good, man. Being able to bounce back. Like, Lins obviously gets a ton of first bloods. They make some massive adjustments, you know. On a lot of their offensive rounds, he was like hitting B Street, dying at times, getting blooded. He switches it up, and he starts going through mid and taking space. And he knows he's going to get in the gunfight. Just, will I win it? Well, he's confident, and his teammates trust him them to do so, and they play off of that information. And then you rewind, you go to the game for Vista, which they won by over 100 points. Mind you, Minnesota 2-4 on that map, going up against Optic Texas, one of the strongest Vista HP teams. Standy puts on a show, man. When they need him to perform, he's popping 3 pieces on P3, getting them control. The big dog, he had the guns out today.
38s were flaring, and we saw them walk away with the 10 points and, of course, our scuff play of the game. Alley Cat, though, can we talk about Minnesota's ice? Because that was the big difference between teams like Minnesota and Boston. Minnesota able to get it done in 2 round 11s, despite almost throwing their game 2. They then pull the reverse in a game 5.
I mean, you forget, technically they have the Iceman and accuracy on this team, and in the later half of the rounds in that game number 5, it was Lamar finding those 2 pieces, finding those double kills. He never only had 1. He was always finding the second and maybe even sometimes the third by the end of the round, clutching up for Minnesota Rocker.
It's time for your scuff play of the game as we celebrate another upset here in a wild week 2 of qualifiers. It's the one and only Standy. He's bounced around to a few different starting lineups, but Nameless, you said it. That man was going off. 28 and 16 in this game.
Dude, he was frying. And when they got a lot of, their points, it was rotation P3 and then into music. And it was him making huge plays with the SMG, like playing the angles, taking his fights well, taking his time, waiting for his teammates' assistance. Like, Standy was very much involved. Like, you could tell their backs against the wall, they really want to make it into champs. And with this win, it puts them in a very good spot.
Optic going up against Minnesota today. You have to wonder, was Optic going to bring that same level of intensity that Minnesota did? I think that's going to be the difference maker. These teams who need the points, that are digging deeper, are going to walk away with the dubs, as we have just 2 weeks of qualifiers left before our Major 4. We got to recap everything, though, Allie. You excited for that? We're also hopefully going to get our player interview set up. We got 455 points for Atlanta FaZe. They're out front. Toronto, they jump up over 410. And now we see Minnesota Rocker passing the Royal Ravens, passing Vegas, and of course, leading over LAG. They are now in 8th place once again, just 5 behind 7th.
Just an insane situation for all the teams in the bubble right now, because just when you think that there's maybe a top half and a bottom half to it, matches like this happen where Minnesota Rocker beat Optic Texas or Vegas Legion even get a win. So there's still a lot of movement to be had when it comes to that top 8.
Tonight, Minnesota had the ice, and there's no better way to celebrate than with the Iceman himself. Accuracy joins us live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. And Accuracy, I'm so used at the end of a match of not seeing your face. You tilt the camera straight down. Tonight, it's all smiles. How we feeling?
Yeah, man, get that camera out of my face when I lose, you know what I'm saying? I know you guys love the entertainment, but I can't give it to y'all.
I appreciate you.
No, that is so fair. Accuracy, you guys unfortunately got handed losses by Seattle and Miami, and now you go on to beat our major winners in Optic Texas, and it was through the search and destroys, it was through the ice. I need to ask, what is it going to take for Minnesota Rocker to get consistent? Because we get these moments from you guys where it looks like you're on the same page, and then obviously have matches like previous.
Yeah, I mean, even in the previous match, like first map versus Miami, we're slamming them, and then we just break down straight away from the GP and, see the results where we lose. And then the maps where we actually stick to the plan, we can be a great team. So for us, it's just finding that consistency in the decision-making to continue sticking to the plan.
Yo, Lamar, I feel like there hasn't been a single game mode that you guys have felt extremely comfortable in, that you go in and you just lock up, right? A foundation to build on. It feels like Search and Destroy is becoming that game mode for you guys. What changes have you guys made in S&D specifically?
Just playing loose, man. Go down, swinging. It's the end of the season. If you're scared to make a play, you're not going to win. So you got to play to win and take those risks.
Seems like Lens is doing that.
Yeah, leadership coming out of Accuracy. This man's been around the block, and let's talk about that Accuracy. What would it mean to you to play for another Call of Duty championship title?
I mean, it would mean the world. I don't think I've ever missed it any season I've ever played. So I want to make sure I'm there, and, being on that stage, there's no feeling like it.
Final question, what is it going to take to get there?
Keep winning, get some dubs like this, and keep winning, keep sticking to the plan.
All right, my guy, thank you for joining us live. We'll let you go celebrate with the team. Congrats on 2 round 11 dubs.
Thank you, guys.
That is Accuracy, that's Minnesota Rocker, and that is the end of tonight's script. But if you missed chapter 1, 2, well, we've got it for you. Alley Cat, take us all the way back to the first fight of the night featuring Atlanta FaZe.
It was what we were maybe hoping to be another insane upset of LAG versus Atlanta FaZe, but it is our #1 seed of old, handling the work per usual, just another day in the office for the boys in red.
Were you nervous at all throughout this name was? Because you put your hair on the line, kinda.
I knew I was gonna get roasted if they were able to come out and get that upset, but I got a little nervous on that map one. It was a 3-point victory. Atlanta Face finally won a sub base, but I knew Christopher Lear had my back when we get to that 6-star search and destroy. Some massive clutches that they had. Their post-plant situations were much better, and then you get into the high rise. This was a master class. Celium was a man on a mission today. They look so much better.
LAG always struggling online. They're running out of opportunities, and they will have to look forward to Major 4 in a strong performance if they're going to lock in their spot in champ safely. Miami in a much better position, though. After winning 2 matches earlier in the weekend, they draw their toughest opponent in Toronto Ultra, and it's Ultra showing that skill in a Game 4 victory.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Miami Heretics, this was a very expected result, unlike what our last match of the day was. But I will say, to Miami's kind of defense, they had a really slow start in that map number 1. They bring it back to only about a 50-point game after being down over 100. They're able to win that Karachi Search and Destroy in a very convincing fashion and push to around 5 in the control. So still a contender, still somebody to look out for, possibly an underdog heading into Burbank. But the woes continue following them that they just can't contend with the top 4 teams just yet.
I just haven't seen a fall flat performance from this new Miami team, which is what I really like. They're always in it, in the maps and in the series, right? And their strengths are truly strengths. They came into this one, dominated them in the search and destroy, and the control looked much improved. So throughout today's match, I really thought I saw improvement from Miami.
Metal is looking like one of the better players in the CDL here in week 2 of the qualifiers. And if you're looking at the numbers, Atlanta, the only team unbeaten. They sit atop at 3-0. You got Surge done with 4 matches. They already have 30 points, and Ultra and Crew right behind them. As we take a look at the teams on the right, I'm shocked to see the Subliners there at 2-2. And Optic Texas has a losing record after winning Major 3, Allie.
I mean, that is crazy. I mean, sometimes that happens after you win a major, you come back to the qualifier and you have a little bit of a slow start, but
I mean, who do they have left, right? They still got to play New York. You're looking at Optic's schedule. Like, they have some tougher games, so it could get a bit interesting.
We've already played 21 matches, and we have more coming your way next week as we have another 11-match weekend. It's a 3-day Friday with Minnesota putting their 2-2 record on the line against the Subliners. Optic faces Carolina, who's 1-3 with just 3 matches left. And then, of course, we get to that Saturday and Sunday. Allie, out of all of those matches, is it the Subliner Optic? What are you looking forward to most?
The Subliner Optic one is hard to pass up, but low-key, Carolina Optic kind of looks spicy too.
No, it's Boston Breach and Atlanta Face. You guys kidding me?
Dude.
I cannot wait for that match. It's going to be an absolute banger. Boston wins.
This guy thinks he's hilarious.
And of course, if you were sleeping earlier today, you may have missed the news as we had the Xbox Showcase featuring Black Ops 6. We have the brand new title coming our way October 25th, and I'm told we're getting even more news at COD Next in August 28th for that one. Make sure you lock in and get all of the news. Alley Cat, you excited for some corner clipping here?
I'm so excited.
All right, no hiding from Alley Cat. She's going to take you down. Nameless, are you going back to becoming a pro next year?
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I could do it.
I could do it. We'll see you next Friday. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be live with Headquarters 2.5.
180 World Star.
Sip taken out by a teammate. Now it's just down to Weiss to sell on a BZ dude from the high ground, and a BZ gets a double.
Out of sight, like we dynamite. Busting me in
Cell with the check, finds the first shots cleanly, slips away. Keep it off the regen. Cell comes back through with the pistol and wins the 1v2 beautifully.
Winston finds one, he's able to find 2.
Another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face. Whoa, steady keeping up the pace. Whoa, get the beat that you can taste. Whoa, squeezing by you like some pace. Whoa, feel your confidence and race. Whoa, this is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish, I'ma get up in it. We about to win it. Are you ready for the show?
Doesn't matter. Gonna go for the kill. Oh my goodness! Obstacle with the movement.
Shoots 2, but can he give you the 3rd? Not by the looks of it. Scrap too quick with the trade.
I'm on 10.
Side Kenny just over the top of the hedges. Seen, scouted, and double. Split. Now it's just down to Shotzi. Last one left over towards U-Haul. Good damage is out. Gets the trophy up, and wow, Shotzi quickly off the regen. Wants to lock the net. Now he's
Never coming back, yeah. I done doubled you and laughed way across the map. Trying to feel the case, whoa. Feel your confidence and race, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in
missing it from Minnesota roster. That's going to be a GG. He didn't even find any kills at. Account for everyone on this effectively. That's fine too, but
Lynn's quick up the ladder. He's done this before.
everything getting thrown at him. He is being swarmed. He's gonna fall.
Fucking 10. I'm on a fucking 10. Medals. I'm on a fucking 10 medals. I'm on a 10.
Good hard points, bro.
Yeah.